Good morning, Newcastle, and welcome to the first game, track 1 of the 2015 Bont Invitational. How are we feeling this morning? Okay, Freud is excited and ready to go. Just to introduce myself, my name is Peachy Keen. And next to me is Juicy. She's just getting her microphone working.
I think I'm here now. Hi.
Fantastic.
In the house.
And a very warm welcome to everyone watching online on the feed. We're on Twitter, so tweet at us. I'll get that handle eventually. But for the meantime, we've got our first game. We've got Perth Roller Derby and Northside Rollers from Melbourne doing their gear check. I'll go through the team list for Northside Rollers, the Death Stars. Number 007, Stirred Not Shaken. 080, Baby Bitty. Number 11, Sue Spender. Number 82, Spink. Number 192, Foxy LaRue. Number 277, Kim Bully. Number 314, Flustered Tart. Number 3695, Dina Crisis. Number 4, Bliss Star. Number 500, Sunny Onslaught. Number 608, Tashula Rasa. Someone will correct me on that. And number 73, Liz Terrakill. Number 747, Bikini Kill. Number 801, Aka Armoff. Number 810, Bioweapon. Number 82, Brutal Brit. Okay. Can we get the volume down, please? Apparently I'm projecting too loud. I apologize. 810, Bioweapon. 82, Brutal Brit. Number 83, Zombatali Screamatoma. Screamatoma.
I'm so glad I'm not doing this list.
Number 88, Miss Ebola. Number 98, KO. Number BOOM, Duchess of Hazard. That is the Northside Rollers Death Stars.
Okay, and quickly we've got Perth Roller Derby. We have 10cc, Nurse Stacks. 11, Wills McCoy. 1111, Johnston. 13, Mary Fagdalane. 1979, Maggie Snatcher. 1990, Edward Slaughterhands. 2014, Lorraine Evans. 27, Dottie Deranged. 302, Carnivore. 328, my mother's maiden name, Peacock. Had 333, Holly Smackerel. 45, Goldsmith. 4H, Helen Back. 60, Rawberry and Scream. 6060, Wood. 77, Betty Yokosuka. 88, Thorson. 98, Laura Gravity. A510, Claire Canhamble. And MK47, MK47. Hands in are happening now. We have 50 seconds left on the time to Derby.
And I don't have a full list of the officials, referees and non-skating officials, but just wanted to extend a very warm welcome to them and thank you for all of their efforts. They're going to be having a very long, very hard weekend doing all the official things, keeping everyone safe and getting them stats. I do love stats.
They're looking very fine this morning as well. Everyone's very clean. I like the first game. So on the jammer line, we have
number 73, Liz Terrakill for the Death Stars.
And 1111, Johnston.
Can I get Juicy turned up? I can't hear her very well.
Nice and hushed. And we're off.
Had Johnston taking the outside line and being hit out there. Blocker had taken, gone out of bounds, so she did not have to yield, fighting her way at the front of the pack with some great backwards blocking there. Got Liz Terrakill behind a really fierce Perth wall, and round the outside lead jammer, it's Johnston for Perth Roller Derby.
Liz Terrakill having a bit of trouble there in the pack.
Johnston coming around for her scoring pass. Number 007 blocking her out, but she has gotten through on a nice 4-point pass there. Liz Terrakel on her initial pass there. No points for Death Stars, 4 points for Perth.
Nice quick jam to start off the whole entire tournament there.
And for the Northside Death Stars, number 88, Miss Ebola, and number 32 for Perth. Just trying to find, 328. That is Peacock.
She has very thin arms. The 8 was hidden.
Some really great blocking and using of the edges from Perth's blockers.
Lead jammer for Peacock, who's already round on her scoring pass.
Number 98 taking out Peacock there on the outside. She went out as well, forcing the call for Perth. 4 points to none for the Death Stars. We've got number 82 Spink for the Northside Death Stars. And looks like 6060 Wood for PRD. Spink taking an outside line there, being hit out and having to yield back in. Checking to the outside, taking the inside. It's Spink, your lead jammer for the Northside Rollers. We've got Wood fighting for her initial pass here amongst the last two blockers. Number 83 blocking her, doing some great backwards blocking on the inside, and she's through on her initial pass. Spink on her scoring pass on the inside here, having to make it past 11, calling it off. 3 points for the Northside Death Stars. First 3 points on the board against Perth Roller Derby's 8.
So on the jam line we have, can't see.
MK47 for PRD.
And 007 Stirred Not Shaken for Northside Rollers. That was too loud. And it's a power jam here for Perth.
Lead jammer for PMD, it is MK47. Lead jammer on a power jam. Juking around the outside and taking a bit of a knee. And Northside doing some great bracing, forcing the call on the outside.
Picking out 4 points. So we have for Perth, 1111 Johnston.
And number 73, Liz Terrakill for the Northside Rollers, Death Stars.
I think this is a pairing we've already had, so it looks like we're going to be having similar rotations of jammers.
That's right, it looks like a small rotation for this tournament for both the teams of jammers, looking at about 4 or 5 jammers.
Lead jammer for Northside. Not far behind though. We have Johnston coming up.
Liz Terrakill being forced to the outside and calling it off. 2 points for the Northside Rollers. Bringing their score up to 5 against Perth Roller Derby's 12.
So we have number 88, Miss Ebola, and 328, Peacock on the jammer line. A lot of jammer line love here today.
Picking a favourite? Got a bit of a favourite there, perhaps?
Oh, maybe. We played Cluedo last night. I was Miss Peacock.
Oh, Miss Ebola fighting on the inside, and she stepped out. It was a cut, unfortunately, for her. She will be spending some time in the penalty box.
Which
but
means it's a power jam there for Perth.
$810 from Northside Rollers doing a great hit out there, but just staying in play. Wasn't quite able to catch her. That was Bioweapon. A 5-point pass there for Peacock for Perth Roller Derby.
Looks like she's not lead, so this is going to go the full 2 minutes.
Another 5-point pass there for PRD, really wanting to get a nice lead here in this first part of the first half. And a great hit out there onto Peacock, forcing her back as Miss Ebola is back on the track. Oh, a bit of backwards blocking there, forcing her to the outside. And it was 3-3-3, forcing the cut on the outside, another cut track there. That was a bit of a close call as 3-3-3 for Perth. Did a bit of a backwards blocking job and forced herself on the behind, but it worked out to her advantage. Forcing the cut there. We've got getting another 5-point pass there for Perth.
Looking like hard work out there today. It's already warming up and it's only 9 o'clock.
Getting the last 5 points in the last few seconds of that jam. Getting a really great lead in this first part of the game. Perth Roller Derby now on 32, Northside Rollers on 5.
Well, where's the pack gone? Oh, they're there. So we have, starting this power jam for Perth, we have 6060 Wood.
That's right, full pack going to Northside Rollers. Perth have won in the penalty box. Oh, we had the Northside Roller jammer come out of the box trying to take the outside line, but she was hit out, being forced back there by number 88. That's Thorson.
Lead jammer to Wood.
Oh, and it looks like that was another track cut for Northside Rollers. So Wood is now on her power jam for the Perth Roller Derby, trying to fight through for a scoring pass here.
Blockers coming in to try and help her. Some
great bridging out here and blocking from the Northside Rollers blockers, but they had to yield, letting her out, and a 5-point pass there for Perth Roller Derby. And Miss Ebola out of the penalty box, with Wood wanting to get a few points there to call it off, but she hit the back of the pack there and called it off. No points in that jam. But the lead for Perth Roller Derby is now on 37, with Northside Roller Derby on 5. We've got MK47 for Perth Roller Derby jamming, and 182 for Northside Roller Derby. That looks like Spink. MK47 being forced to the outside there, having to re-engage. Some great blocking here from Northside Rollers. And we've just had that jam being called off.
Not before MK47 is sent to the box for cutting the track.
Just while we've got a little break here, taking some time out, as we've got a down skater, number 3695. She's now up, being looked after the medics, which is fantastic. So thank you to all of the medics here. Bont Invitational is brought to you by Bont with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League.
Bont.
And from the heavens, a booming voice came. Juicy, I'm putting you in a timeout. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster. Thank you to Bont for putting on the 2015 Bont Invitational. Thank you to our event sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven, Butlers, to Spank Alley and Sports Clinic, Physiotherapy and Injury Management, Scion, Newcastle Entertainment Centre, this amazing venue that we're in here today.
It's
So yes, thank you to our officials and volunteers. Thank you to our international guests and coaches, New York Shock Exchange, San Fernando Valley, Callio Rolling Rainbow, Auckland Roller Derby, Tracy Disco Acres, Scald Eagle, Stephanie Maney, Mr. Furio. Very excited to see what they've got in store for this weekend. I did spy the first 2 boot camps this morning, being held by Scald Eagle and Tracy Disco Acres. Very exciting stuff for all the boot campers here this weekend at the Bont Invitational 2015, the first WFDA sanctioned tournament? Question mark? Juicy says yes, so it's been confirmed.
I'm trying. Oh, we're back. I'm back. I'm working now. So I was just having a quick look at the penalty board. We have Northsider clocking up already on 6 penalties compared to Perth's 4-3. Double the amount.
That's right, and when you've got jammer penalties, they definitely rack up quite quickly, and so they'll be wanting to keep an eye on that in the next part of the game. But for now, we've got a power jam for Northside Rollers, number 007.
Stirred, not shaken.
I do believe that's some kind of Bond pun.
Oh.
We do love puns here. She's your lead jammer for Northside Rollers. Some great blocking there from Perth. Forcing her on the outside and just wanting to keep her behind, forcing to the inside and drawing her back.
Making her work for these points.
Oh, and another force out. And that's number 333 for Perth. Holy smackerel. I think that was an elbows penalty there. And a 5-point pass for Northside Roller Derby, bringing their score up to 10 to Perth Roller Derby's 37.
So we have 111 Johnston and 7-3 Liz Terrico on the jammer line. You can see some power posing happening here. I like a good power pose.
Both jammers trying to get through the inside of the pack. Perth doing a great job opening up those doors and just slamming it right in front of the Northside jammer. One blocker to get past, and Perth is your lead jammer.
We have 801 Aka Armoff going to the penalty box.
Johnston trying to get the inside, going to the outside, and calling it off just in time.
So close. Almost snuck one in there.
On the line for Perth Roller Derby, Peacock.
Against 8-8 Miss Ebola for Northside Rollers.
Looks like a bit of a light pack out there for both teams. Oh no, we've got a full contingency of Perth blockers. 3 blockers for Northside Roller Derby.
Perth dominating the back line there. And we have lead jammer to Perth Roller Derby.
Got some great blocking here from Perth. Bit of the old triangle of death.
Well, we seem to be getting a couple going to the box. 1 for 1. I skated the floor last night and it's pretty grippy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought it'd be the opposite, so...
No, it's pretty grippy, and you can see that there's a few people who are struggling with their quick stops, and it's pretty hard to pull a hockey stop when it's this grippy, which is why we're seeing a lot of people on the floor. I spent a lot of time on the floor last night, here.
So there'd be a lot of... were there a lot of people testing the track last night?
There were quite a few when we turned up, yeah.
A couple of spare wheels happening.
Yeah, I had to change
Different
all of mine.
configurations of wheels.
We have 6060 Wood and 182 Spink.
Spink being held up by a nice 3-wall here from the Perth blockers. Evans joining her on the outside there. Wood being drawn to the back of the pack there, having to re-engage. Taking the outside line there, trying to cut in. Oh, both Northside blockers taking a bit of a tumble, and she's through lead jammer. Wood through for her scoring pass, and Spink is still on her initial pass. Some great work here by the Perth blockers, helping Wood get through for a 5-point pass, getting that lap point on Spink there.
We have the Northside pivot going to the box.
Another hit out there on Spink, forcing her way back the 20 feet mark. And some good, what's that word? Bridging. The bridging is good. Obviously, I need a second coffee here, so.
198 there, working the back really nicely.
Wood was pushing at the front of the pack there. I was saying trying to draw out the Northside blockers, but a great hit out there and forcing her back. She could have gone for another pass, but I think she just wanted to conserve her energy and just reset for a new jam. We are halfway through the first half of this game. Perth Roller Derby on 60 points, Northside Roller Derby on 10. There's a timeout there for the teams to just catch their breath. On the line for Northside Rollers, 007, Stir Not Shaken.
And 1111, Johnston.
Full complement of blockers for Perth Roller Derby. 4 doing a great three wall with a brace. And 3 blockers for Northside.
Still suffering here from, they've got their blockers all back now. Lead jammer for Perth, John. That's Johnson through for 5.
That's right. We've got Stirred Not Shaken still on her initial pass, so Wood able to get, Johnston, pardon my French, getting through for that lap point.
But Johnston is off to the penalty box for a back block, which means this is going to go the full 2 minutes, as she was the lead jammer.
That's right. It's a very fine line between being that aggressive jammer, trying to get through and having a bit of an impact, pushing into the back of a blocker. Unfortunately.
Oh, but we're having a bit of a do-si-do situation. We have the north side jammer also off to the box for what looks like a track cut.
The Perth Roller Derby blockers doing a really good job in this game so far, forcing the cuts on the north side jammers.
It's just some people who just love the cuts.
It's a bit of a soul crush for the jammers, but great for the blockers when they force that cut and it gets called.
Oh,
yes!
So satisfying. So nice.
Johnston back on the track for Perth Roller Derby, trying to get a few more points there. She did score her initial and scoring pass before she went to the penalty box.
She's
so that's
through
a
now for
5-point
5.
pass. Stirred Not Shaken back on the track for Northside Rollers. That was her initial pass, so no points for the Northside Rollers on that last jam.
So we have MK47 for Perth Roller Derby and Liz Terrakill for Northside Rollers taking the jammer line now.
Perth Roller Derby letting through MK47 on a nice pass there, but closing the doors before the Northside jammer could get through. MK47 through for lead jammer for Perth.
Liz Terrakill almost breaking through there. We have 88 Thorson heading to the box.
Three points there for Perth.
And none for Northside.
I'm seeing the blocker rotation for Perth kind of cycling through quite nicely. I did see Evans in there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't she spend some time in London, skating with London?
Ooh, I'm not sure about this. I'm not
Have to
really
look it
up on the internet. I'm over 30. So we have number 88, Miss Ebola for Northside, and
Johnston for Perth Roller Derby, doing some great juking there, being forced to the inside. Oh, tried to re-engage and had the track cut forced on her from one of the Northside blockers, number 810, Bioweapon. So we've got a power jam, Missy Bowler, the only jammer on the track for Northside, taking the outside line. Oh, being hit out there on the outside, but I think that was number 77 or 11. My eyes are deceiving me.
And we are getting that, as we were saying, soul-crushing drag back.
I think that was Wheels McCoy forcing her out, but she went out too, but one of the other blockers went back, so having to yield behind them. Some really strong walls here from Perth. I had a really great time watching them at the Great Southern Slam. I do believe they had a very close game with Sydney.
It was, yes, it was a very, very close game. In fact, one of our skaters actually thought we'd lost for 2 hours afterwards.
Oh, it was,
So
it was,
it was
one
that
of
close.
the most intense games of the entire tournament. We had 5 a.m. from Northside Rollers going to the bin. Not quite sure what the penalty was for that, but we'll find out.
Johnston is free of the pack, coming round now for another pass. And that was 5 points there for Johnston, who just sliced through the pack, pretty much untouched.
Oh, I was looking for the Northside jammer and I couldn't see her, and I was like, what's going on? But it was a panty pass to Bioweapon at the last part of the jam. I think I think there might have been a pass with the jammer star, but not able to get to it. Missy Bowler passing the star to Bioweapon at the end of the jam there. But no points scored for Northside Roller Derby, still on 10. Perth Roller Derby on 78.
Peacock and Spink on the jammer line. Perth really dominating this back line, taking advantage of being close to it.
And that's Spink through for Northside Rollers, your lead jammer. Peacock still fighting her way behind some of the Northside blockers there, doing a bit of a kitty whiskers action there. Bit of light touching, which is, I wouldn't say encouraged, but it is allowed, so it's all good.
We like to call that the Husky Hellhound.
Oh, and another track cut for Northside Rollers for Spink. No doubt caused by those pesky Perth blockers. They are doing an incredible job, though. So now we have a power jam for Peacock.
A 2-minute jam, because Spink was lead jammer, which she has lost because she has gone to the penalty box.
Active assist there for Perth. Oh, being forced out and stepped over the line. A track cut for Peacock.
So Spink standing now. Very quiet and calm on track.
Everyone's watching very intently. I think they're still getting their cheering voices happening.
It's early. It's early on a tournament weekend. You don't want to come in blazing when it's going to be hot. We've all got a lot of games this weekend.
That's right. Spink was lead jammer before she went to the bin, wanting to score some points on this pass, but
Peacock's back.
She finished that pass, a 5-point pass there for Spink.
Team timeout there for Perth.
So I'm looking around the track. I'm seeing a couple of vendor tables, displays happening. We've got, of course, the Bont table display here, Bont Invitational. So we've got a Bont fitting party. I think you can go down there and down by the tent.
Party.
A Bont fitting party by the nice tent over there.
Hiya.
So you can go down there and put your little footsies in some boots and see how they feel. Pick out a nice colour assortment, maybe some team colours.
Oh yeah, I want some red and black ones. Yeah. You know you do. You want red and black ones?
I do like red and black. I do like a bit of purple and green for my team, for Vice City Rollers, Canberra Roller Derby League.
I would like to go and get some new pants from Spank Alley. So I'm going to be heading over to the other side of the track to get some from there later, because might have worn out. I'd like some lovely spangly ones.
That's right. I saw they've got some sweat suckers to put in there, to put in your gear bag after a nice sweaty tournament, a nice sweaty training session. So go over to Spank Alley and check them out.
So we have Wood and Liz Terrakill on the jammer line. Coming back now, we have 6 minutes left on the clock of this half. And Wood through for lead jammer. This pack keeping quite tight here, spreading out eventually for Liz Terrakill to be let out and to come round on her scoring pass. Wood calling off the jam with 4 points to 0. Perth slowly mounting up, creeping up to get to the 100. Will we get there in this half though?
So we've got Johnston, and looks like stirred not shaken for Northside Rollers. Johnston, of course, for Perth.
Stirred not shaken, creeping around the outside. picking up that lead jammer status.
You love that thing where we say the same thing at the same time.
I know,
It's very
I'm
effective.
sorry. We're so in sync, we just want to do the same thing.
I think you said it better anyway, so it's fine. Getting through with 4 points. Stirred, not shaken. Getting 4 more points on the board. Bringing their score 19 to Northside Roller Derby to Perth Roller Derby's 88.
So we have Miss Ebola for Northside Rollers and MK47 for Perth taking on the jammer line here. Seeing a lot of this defense where we have like these like hands and everyone's touching, it's beautiful. MK47 coming out the pack first, picking up that lead jammer status, but not far behind is Miss Ebola, who's chasing her down.
Pushing away past some backwards blockers there.
Oh,
trying to force calling off the jam, but
not before she picks up a forearm penalty. So this is going for the full 2 minutes. Looking very disheartened there with that call.
there was a bit of pushing action coming up to that backwards blocker and kind of pushing up against her. So I think there may have been some follow through. So she'll be spending some time in the penalty box. Meanwhile, we've got Miss Ebola for Northside Rollers on a power jam, being forced back by that Perth pack.
All the way back. I feel like we're playing the other way around at the moment.
All the way to the 20-foot mark and resetting at the back there.
Good power jam kill there from Perth.
And buying enough time so that MK47 can come back onto the track and finish that pass. This new rule set, 30 seconds is not long at all in the penalty box. You need to take that opportunity as best you can.
Looks like we've had a star pass. Oh dear.
A star pass onto the onto number 11.
Spuz Spender for Northside Rollers, but she picks up a penalty, sending her to the box. So she will start the next jam in the box as the jammer, giving Perth that lovely power jam. Getting down very low there is Wood.
Wood pushing through the middle and deflecting a hit there from bioweapon, sorry.
Hazard.
Hazardous. She causes hazards. She's not a hazard.
Perth holding a goat or bunny, as some people call it, at the back there. But number 8-2 is Brutal Brit is really working hard to get out of it, which it looks like she has now. Spuz Spender back on the track now. But picking up a track cut and it's being sent to the box again.
And that jam called off as suspender for Northside Rollers going to the bin. So Perth will start on a power jam, although I'm not quite sure if there's enough time to start a new jam in this first half.
So Peacock taking the jammer line for this power jam. Perth choosing to do the offense at the beginning there. And she's through, picking up that lead jammer status and coming round score more of those points.
That's right, there was time on the period clock, so able to have one more jam. Whether they'll run that through for the full 2 minutes is remain to be seen, but a 5-point pass so far for Perth Roller Derby.
Another 5 points there for Perth.
And Suspender back on the track for Northside Rollers, trying to do a star pass to the pivot there, but it was a track cut on the outside there. Pivot for Northside Roller Derby.
Kimberly, who has now gone to the box and has put on the jammer panty. Very quiet here. Can we hear some cheering? Woo!
I hear a couple of woos.
It's early, we know.
Well, we're just about to have half time, so we can all get some triple espresso shots on ice because it's hot.
So it's a double star pass. Jam this jam. Vote for the people here, sitting here with double panties on.
That's right. Evans now jamming for Perth Roller Derby.
Perth really dominating this first half.
That's right. Kimberly back on the track for Northside Roller Derby. And that is the last jam of the first half. Perth Roller Derby on 131 points to Northside Roller Derby's 24. We'll have halftime for 15 minutes. In the meantime, go and grab a drink. There's some nice concession stands. And go and visit our awesome vendors. Our sponsors, of course, Bont, hosting the 2015 Bont Invitational. They've got some lovely displays down there at the front. The Bont fitting tent, you can go and have a look at their boots. Ask them about wheels. If you're a skater and you are not quite sure about your wheel configuration or different hardnesses, especially on this incredible concrete floor, you can go and talk to them.
I did see on the Facebooks that they've got some here to try out. So go and have a look, you know, because you don't know. You could be, you might think that you know what you like, but there's always something out there that, you know,
That's
might
right,
take
these guys
fancies.
know what they're talking about. Also, I think the MVP prizes for this tournament will be some wheels, some fancy new wheels. So if you're not doing it to win for your team, you must be doing it for the wheels. Treat yourself to some amazing Bont wheels. Also at our vendor stands, we've got Spank Alley with some nice apparel. I do believe they've got a bit of a range of compression shorts, tights,
I'm heading there now.
booty shorts, all sorts of covers for your wrist guards and whatnot. Sweat suckers, if you've got a particularly sweaty something.
I don't. I have this thing where I can't sweat.
Oh, do you perspire? Is that?
No, I don't at all. Either way, I just get hotter and hotter and then explode internally, but I don't get wet, Phil.
Well, not
Dry as a
now.
bone, dry as a bone.
I'm going to come up to you after your game with Convict City later on.
No, it's not Convict City today.
But you're playing them tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're playing South Sea at 3 o'clock,
It's
and I'm going
never-
to check you for sweat.
It's never my sweat. It's always someone else's. It's
Right.
gross.
Well, that's even worse. You can suck the sweat of someone else's sweat off your body with sweat suckers from Spank Alley. Did you like that? Let's put it on tape.
We also have Rydell and Roller Derby Heaven there, so if you want to go and check it out, we've got around about 12 minutes left. I can make many purchases at that time.
That's right. And next to the Rydell stand, we've got Roller Derby Heaven making our lovely lanyards and one of the sponsors for Bont Invitational.
Where's mine?
Well, I'm going to get you one. in a
Okay,
little
thank
bit.
you.
So rollerderbyheaven.com.au, all your derby needs in one place. Thank you for sponsoring the Bont 2015 Bont Invitational tournament here in Newcastle, the first woofter tournament in Australia.
Woo.
Woo!
Okay, I'm going to go and have a check of the penalty sheets, just so I can give you some information when we come back. I'm going to grab a coffee as well.
Do that. We will be back in just a few minutes for the second half of this game, Perth versus Northside Rollers from Melbourne. We'll see you soon.
So we have a minute and a half left on the halftime here. I went and had a look at the penalties. So we have Northside Rollers have clocked up 17 in the first half. And we have Perth Roller Derby have 11. Our big spenders in the penalty box have been Spaz Spender with 3 penalties and Missy Bowler with 3 as well. Next one's down, we have, for Perth Roller Derby, we have both Nurse Stacks, Johnson and MK47 all clocking in with 2 each. We seem to have a very cut-heavy half. We have 12 cuts in total between the two teams, 7 to Northside and 5 to Perth. Let's see what the second half brings.
That's right. It's starting to warm up a little bit here in the Newcastle Entertainment Centre. So this second half will be very telling on the energy levels of both teams.
It's only 9:52 and it is starting to get pretty sticky in here.
So just as they're finalising the gear checks for this second half, we've got Perth Roller Derby on 131 points, Northside Roller Derby on 24. Getting ready for the second half of the 2015 Bont Invitational tournament here in the Newcastle Entertainment Centre. And the whistle has been called for 30 seconds for this next half of the game.
Both teams have swapped benches, so now we actually have the Northside Rollers who have the bench the closest to the jammer line.
On the jammer line for Northside Roller Derby, we have Spink.
And Perth, we have Johnson.
We've got a full complement of blockers on the track. Through first is Johnston for Perth Roller Derby.
We have Lorraine Evans taking Spink all the way back there. Johnson picking up that jammer lap point.
Johnson coming through for her scoring pass and being forced to the outside there, having to re-engage.
Well, Spink is having trouble there at the back of the pack. Perth really working hard to keep her there. Don't want to give her up at all.
This is the incredible thing about Perth. I don't seem to think that they get tired, even when they're working really hard. The resetting is really good, and I don't know, I'm kind of just blown away.
Maybe it's something to do with them being so far away. Maybe the gravity's different over their harder training.
Oh, something about the elevation or something like that. Either way, Johnson going through a 5-point pass there for Perth. And it looks like there may have been a star pass there onto the pivot there, 8-2.
Who's Brutal Brit. I wonder if her name's Brittany or she is British.
Ooh, we'll have to find that out. Maybe
yeah.
Maybe she's from
She's one of my
homeland.
people. One of my people. We could say the word Derby together.
Oh, you say Derby too?
No.
You've got something in common with a certain Fantasy Lane, I think, who likes to say Derby. 5-point pass there for Johnston for Perth Roller Derby.
Brutal Brit still got that panty in her hand.
That's it. Still got that jammer panty in her clutches, having to make it past Evans.
And a no pack means that she's now through just as the whistle gets called. Big jam there for Perth. 18 points to Perth to 0 to Northside.
So after this game, Northside Roller Derby will be playing S2D2, Southside Derby Dolls, over on track 2 at 3 o'clock. And Perth will be playing Canberra, my team, 5 o'clock.
So we have Peacock up against Stirred Not Shaken. Stirred Not Shaken being taken all the way back to her starting point, the jammer line there.
A big hit there forcing Stirred Not Shaken onto the floor on the outside, being drawn back.
But Peacock also going all the way back. Stirred Not Shaken getting that lead jammer status quo a couple of seconds after leaving that pack. There was a bit of confusion there.
And pivot for Northside Roller Derby being sent for a skating out of play.
That's bioweapon, not hazard.
Not hazard.
No. We have 3-3-3 Holly Smackrell heading to the box as well for Perth.
Oh, great outside pass there from Stirred Not Shaken on the toe stops, doing a little tiptoe dance around the outside, getting that. Is it a 4 point? Is it a 5 point? It's a 4-point pass. And 4 points for Peacock. For Perth Roller Derby, bringing the scores 153 for Perth and 28 for Northside.
So, Wood versus Liz Terrakill here on the jammer line. The pack seems to be a little bit further down, though. Want to give them a little bit of space. Slow start here from both jammers. It's always good to carefully pick your route out as you go.
That's right. Some very patient jammers here, trying to find the best line there. Bioweapon back on the track, trying to get an inside pass there for her jammer. But Liz being forced to the outside and having to re-engage at the back there.
Wood sneaking up that inside to take that lead jammer status, whilst we have Liz Terrakill still in the pack.
And Wood fighting for her scoring pass there, but it looks like
Picking up a multiplayer, I think.
I always find multiplayer penalties for jammers very interesting. It must be some kind of grab to get through with one of their blockers and impeding another skater.
I tell you what, as a blocker, it is actually better than getting a cut. Like the elusive jammer multiplayer, oh, such a rush. It's true. It's the new cut. It's the cut for 2015, I'm telling you now.
Oh, cut tracks was so 2014. Everyone just needs to pick it up. And Liz Terrakill through for her, looks to be initial pass there. A really hard pass there past those Perth blockers there.
We're back on the track. This will be going for the full time.
And Liz Terrakill being forced back by
Number 11.
Wheels McCoy.
Beautiful screen there on the outside from Northside Rollers, helping their jammer pick up those last 4 points there.
My laptop.
Jamming for Perth, we've got MK47 and number 88, Miss Ebola. Really strong wall there for Northside, forcing out MK47 on the inside. But Miss Ebola also stuck behind a Perth pack there at the front.
Both jammers pushing hard as we're coming around that apex. No one yet to get lead jammer status. And MK47 coming out of the pack, picking it up, coming round for a scoring pass. Miss Ebola leaving the pack just as MK47 comes through for her scoring pass.
That's right, it looked like she was going to get sucked back in, but she just kind of shrugged off that blocker on a
Round the
great pass
outside,
there.
round the outside. It's a lineup we've seen a couple of times. We have Johnston and Spink coming up against each other here on the jammer line. Northside taking the back, whilst Perth taking the front.
Johnston trying to take the outside line there onto the inside and being forced back. And it's Johnston through for lead jammer, with Spink being forced back on the inside there.
The pack hasn't actually got any further than the first apex. Johnson calling it there. Finishing it off for 5 points. You can tell it's getting quite hot here because a lot of the skaters are being asked to reapply their numbers, which means that we're starting to get some sweat.
That's right. Unlike some of us,
Dry as a bone.
these ladies are sweating, and the numbers are wearing off. We've got
Yeah.
Bioweapon jamming for Northside Roller Derby, and Peacock, Juice's favourite,
Yeah.
for Perth. Oh, and a great pass there for Bioweapon, really kind of juking and doing the old bean dip to get past those blockers.
It's
for
interesting.
lead jammer.
Interesting how the jammers are going down really low to get past that last blocker, really pushing down, dipping past. It's effective.
That's right. Bioweapon trying to take the outside line there and running smack into Peacock on the outside. Peacock's pushed past the inside and gone through for her initial pass there for Perth.
Northside seemed to have come out fighting. I wonder what was said in the halftime.
Bioweapon getting the 4 points for Northside Rollers, getting hit out on the inside and calling it off just so Peacock didn't get any points for Perth. So, score update. Perth Roller Derby 167, Northside Roller Derby on 36.
We have Wood on the jammer line up against Stirred Not Shaken. Wood right down there. Can hardly see her, and she's not a short girl. Oh, both jammers through, but it is Northside picking up that lead jammer. Calling it off before Wood can get any points. 0-0 to both teams. These teams have both got quite a lot of height between them. We're both tall, but I think that these teams have both got some tall people. I like tallness in Derby.
Skates, so they got a little bit extra.
I still think they're tall. I'm thinking, I put the skates on when I made the calculation. So, number 7-3, Liz Terrakill, up against MK47 for Perth. No pack being called as the pack spreads really out over the first apex.
Liz Terrakill kind of at the front of the pack there, had a pretty easy pass around the outside and getting through for lead jammer.
Checking behind her to see what's going on with the rest of the pack before she speeds on through. MK47 still in the pack. 2 at the front, trying to keep her behind.
And some great juking there from Liz Terrakill. Looks like she wasn't going to get past one of those blockers. They took a knee, kind of juked around another one, and now she's making that last little push at the front there, trying to get through. Some great assisting from her blockers. Oh, taking a bit of a fall there, and MK47 getting through.
Just getting through on her initial pass there when Liz Terrakill caught it off from the floor.
A pretty tidy 5-point jam there for Northside Roller Derby. Some great jamming there from Liz Terrakill and great blocking there, really helping their jammer through and holding back MK47 for Perth.
Johnston and Spink on the jammer line again. This matchup we see quite often. Kind of like the teams are fitting into this rotation and just going with it. That's Johnston going through very fast for lead jammer.
Just flying through the inside line. Johnston making it look too easy.
It seems like this game has sped up in the second half quite significantly. Johnston picking up 3 for her troubles on that go.
And
No.
timeout being called by Perth. Maybe they do get tired. Who knows?
I can say the positivity here, sitting quite close to each of the benches, has been like really great at this time in the morning. I try and be positive, but it's not something that comes naturally to me.
You don't like mornings?
Oh no, I don't like positivity.
I've seen the photos, so I agree. I agree with that 100%.
Deep down, I care. Deep down.
Apparently, Juicy does not like cups, so make sure that happens.
Closer, stronger, faster. I'm just going to carry on now. I like to hug my boots. Depends. If they're not sweaty, that's okay.
That's right. We could go on and on about how great your custom boots are, but we're into the next jam here, so maybe later you can tell me all about your custom-coloured, custom-fitted Bont boots.
Mine aren't custom-coloured, but I could have got custom-coloured, but I'm not that type of person. Okay, so on the jammer line, we have number 328, Peacock, in the dining room with the candlestick, up against
007, shaken, not stirred, taking a bit of a tumble on the outside line there, and Peacock through for lead jammer for Perth.
Maybe she was the murderer.
Oh, great outside line pass there. It looked like she was going to get hit out, stayed on her toe stops and kind of tiptoed around.
Really good awareness at knowing where that blocker was in order to stay legal and not sent to that penalty box.
Score update, Perth Roller Derby are now on 174, Northside Roller Derby on 41, with just over 15 minutes left in the first half. Second half. Wait, where am I? What day is it? I don't know.
Friday.
Very good. Friday, day 1 of the Bont 2015 tournament here in Newcastle. We have Wood for Perth Roller Derby. There's a bit of echo there. And
Up
Miss
against
Ebola.
Oh, Wood taking lead jammer, but they're both out of the pack pretty much at the same time. Wood thinking about eating that baby, but Miss Ebola was just a little bit too quick. She's a tenacious jammer.
Wood turning around there, I think trying to catch her, do a little bit of a hip clip maybe, but didn't really work out, so called off the jam there.
We have MK47 and Liz Terrakill on the jammer line. Perth really, they're now their turn to dominate that jammer line this half. Perth choosing to be a little bit further in front, giving a bit of space here.
MK47 trapped behind a north side wall there. Evans being sent to the penalty box. Not quite sure what that penalty was for, but having to release Liz Terrakill, lead jammer for Northside Rollers.
I'll say some of these jammers are starting to look like the heat and the game is taking its toll. So that 2 for 2 picked up at the end of that. It's always nice when you see a jammer kind of sneak a couple in there whilst the other one's calling it off.
There's a moment where you're not quite sure if the jammer's going to call it off or just get them points, taking a bit of a gamble. That being said, Perth have a little bit of a lead to gamble that, wanting to get as many points as possible. Johnston
up against 810 Bioweapon. Johnson getting that pretty fast round there, but Bioweapon is steaming out the pack there, chasing her down. Number 11 there doing a good job, Wills McCoy, of getting that point for her jammer. That's no points for Northside and 4 for Perth on that pass. We have 182 Spink up against Peacock, 328 for Perth.
Looks like one blocker apiece in the penalty box from both teams, so 3 on 3.
Nice to keep it even, nice and balanced.
Oh, I like it.
Oh, Peacock there before even hitting the pivot line. Out for leave jammer. Spink having a bit of trouble there up against Perth. Oh, being chased down there by Nurse Stacks, but she can't hold her. She has to let her go. Peacock grabbed 4 for that against none there for Northside's Rollers. It's shaken, not stirred up against Wood now. Very hushed on track. It's so quiet. Where is everyone?
You can feel the electricity in the air. Maybe that's just the humidity.
All the equipment that we have next to us. Wood hit to the outside. Being dragged all the way back.
And it looks like Bioweapon being called for an out-of-play block there.
Shaken, not stirred, was out of the pack and coming round on a scoring pass, but it was actually Wood who had lead jammer status, who then chose to call it off before Shaken, not stirred got there. Well, we have a team timeout at the moment coming from Perth. Both teams reapplying those numbers. Looks like hot work. I would want to go and get some merch after this, I think.
That's right. I do believe that just through that away is a merch area where you can buy some merch of your new favorite teams. Maybe some of these teams.
I have my eye on a Bont Invitational bandana.
Aha.
Yeah.
Was that part of the pre-order?
It was.
Fantastic.
It was. I've got to go and pick it up. It's pretty things.
I'm looking forward to getting some merch from some of our international skaters from New York Stock Exchange and San Fernando Valley, Callio Rolling Rainbow from Finland, my homeland. I'm very excited to give them a bit of a visit. But back to the game. Number 88 for Northside Rollers, Missy Bowler against MK47 for Perth. Full contingency of blockers for Perth and 3 on the track for Northside Rollers. Missy Bowler taking the inside line and fighting her way past those blockers, getting through for lead jammer for the Northside Rollers.
MK47 having a bit of trouble there in the pack, but she...
MK47 taking off the jammer panty. It looked like there was going to be a star pass. But
it was a star stash.
Ah, what's that?
A star stash is when the jammer takes off the panty but doesn't give it to the pivot. They go through the pack and then replaces the star back onto their head and carries on.
Oh, I thought you said stash, like something that you wear on your upper lip.
A moustache.
Yeah. No, it was a star stash.
It's my language.
My first birthday today. Number 7-3, Liz Terrakill for Northside Rollers, trying to set up a block there against the Perth jammer, Johnston, finding her way along the inside and then the outside and then back on the inside.
Oh, Johnson has one to beat at the front. She gets it and takes that lead jammer status, whilst we have Northside trying to get their jammer out.
Some great defense there from Bioweapon, trying to hold back Johnston as the last line of defense, but had to yield at that 10-foot mark. And Johnston calling off the jam there with 4 points to Perth. No points to Northside Rollers. Score update, Perth Roller Derby now on 188. Northside Rollers on 48. We have less than 10 minutes to go in this second half. The first game on track 1 of the 2015 Bont Invitational.
Now we have 3-2-8 Peacock for Perth Roller Derby up against Spink for Northside Roller Derby. We have a lot of whistles going off here on the track. It'd be interesting to see who goes to the penalty box. Both pivots are heading together. That's 2014, Lorraine Evans for Perth
And number 11, Suspender for Northside Rollers. Any wishes for the jammers to pass the star have now been crushed, at least for the next 30 seconds.
But Spink is out of the pack. Not lead jammer, though.
And Peacock calling that jam with 4 points for Perth. None for Northside Rollers.
We have both pivots standing in the penalty box at the moment, waiting to return. Looks like Perth is starting with only three blockers, but Northside is starting with only 2 blockers on the track. And it's Wood up against Shaken Not Stirred. Wood going to lead jammer pretty quickly there, whilst Shaken Not Stirred is taken all the way back to the start again.
And number 27 from Perth Roller Derby, Dottie Derange, getting sent for an out-of-play block there.
We have the pivots back on the track, so now we can have those star passes if they like.
Ooh.
We have them all returned.
And number 8-3 from Northside, being the last line of defense there, but having to yield. Oh, see, her jersey says Zombie, which I like, because she's got one of the longest names in the tournament so far.
Let's just say Zombie. But we have Wood is heading to the power box for a track cut. This will be leaving Shaken Not Stirred with the remaining minute to...
That's right, Shaken Not Stirred being forced to the back there and having to yield. Oh, her name is Zomb.
Buh.
Buh. Not Zombie. That's my mistake. Oh, and it's a star pass.
You called
Sorry,
it.
Juicy.
You called it.
I just got so excited.
I know.
Passing the star to Suspender at the front of the pack there.
This one definitely going for the full 2 minutes.
Was some active offense, but I think they've had to concentrate on keeping back.
Everyone's moving back. Everybody on the track moving back.
That's right, Wood jamming for Perth once again on the track. So Suspender has been left to her own devices, trying to push through.
I always think it's interesting.
Yes, she got the
Did
3
she?
points.
I always think it's interesting when you have the double drag back and that jammer is looking to see which one of the 2 blockers is going to be the last one, because obviously you can cut in front of one of your own blockers. So It's always interesting to see how they set that up.
Yes.
MK47 up against Miss Ebola. We have 5 minutes left on the period. Let's see what we can get.
That's right, Perth have just cracked the 200 mark, 200 to Northside Rollers 51. Some great blocking here from Bioweapon, really keeping back MK47 and forcing her back. She is having an incredible blocking game for Northside Rollers here, doing a 3-wall with 5 AM and number 4, Blister.
Oh, but we have a jammer heading to the penalty box for a cut. Miss Ebola there. This means that Perth have the next 30 seconds to run free. There is a lot going on over the other side of the track, but I can't actually see what's going on. I can't see any panties whatsoever. Is that MK47 is putting the panty back on and going to the penalty box herself. Looked like that was maybe a failed star pass there or a star stash.
It looks like there may have been a double penalty there for MK47. I'll have to confirm on that in just a moment.
But that has released Miss Ebola, who is now through. Oh, Miss Ebola there, hit to the outside, and we're getting that drag back there from, called off there, and she picked up 4 for her troubles on that one. Just send Peachy in to find out what's going on with the penalty situation there on the Perth jammer. I'd like to keep you informed. But it looks like at the moment, we're going to be starting on a power jam for Northside, and it's going to be number 7-3, Liz Terrakill, that's going to take it. Power stancing there for her life, as RuPaul would say.
So I just went into the middle to confer with the officials. MK47 had an illegal procedure, an illegal star pass, and then was awarded a high block penalty, so she'll be serving a double penalty in the penalty box.
So Liz Terrakill still working at the front of that pack, trying to pick up that lead jammer status, which she gets. Nodding to her bench as she goes past. But we have MK47 has returned to the track after her extended stay in the penalty box.
And some great chasing there from Bioweapon, really screaming at the front there to try and keep back MK47, but had to yield.
Liz Terrakill calls it off and has picked up 3 for that. Okay, so we have Johnston and Spink. This is a combo that we've seen a lot today, a lot.
That's right, Johnston is a bit of an old hat at this, taking that outside. As in she's really good at it.
Oh, okay. Oh, Spink there getting very low and...
Oh, someone losing a toe stop there and marching orders running in to pick it up. Johnson really great at pushing out these blockers out of play to get points and whatnot.
Okay.
Coming through, a 5-point pass there for Perth.
Oh, Johnston through, taking a little juke there from the outside to the inside around one of her own blockers. Seems to be a panty in the hand of the Northside. Pivot on her head now. So Spud Spender is now the jammer for Northside. Not for long though. We would like to announce that security says that there is a champagne-coloured Hyundai. That sounds fancy. There's a champagne-coloured Hyundai out the front with its door wide open. The registration number is CC76CN. So if you have a champagne-coloured Hyundai and you'd like to leave your doors wide open, can you please go and close it? We don't want it stolen. Champagne-coloured. That's a fancy way to describe kind of yellowy gold.
Yeah.
I would have said that.
It's for the lady who likes the finer things in life. I'll have mine in champagne or you know, men.
My car is
woman.
described as urban titanium, which is just dirty. So we have 1 second left on the period clock here, so this will definitely be our last jam. We have Peacock up against Shaken Not Stirred. Northside blockers in their area all standing up watching. And we're off. This is the final jam of this game.
Shaken Not Stirred being forced to the back of the pack there, while Peacock being awarded lead jammer for Perth Roller Derby. Oh, Shaken Not Stirred being sent for a cut track, so this last jam will be a power jam for Perth Roller Derby, already getting a 5-point pass.
Leaving Peacock to go it alone and pick up those last points in this very last jam. 3 for 5. Northside getting a bit of a chant here now.
Nice little chant there from NSR, getting them through that last jam, having to defend against Peacock, getting another 5-point pass there for Perth, racking up those points in the last jam of the game.
And the whistle is blown here. Just checking all those scores and the penalties and everything before we see the final. I always like to wait for that official final moment. Unofficial never feels good. I don't want to do anything until it's all official.
That's right, my ears are tuned for that one long rolling whistle to say that the game is officially over. The scores are official. Just doing the counting now with the score checkers.
We'd like to say thank you to all of our refs. They're looking very fine in their white and black. I always wonder how they keep them so bright. They're whites. It's something I worry about. You never see a ref with dull whites.
I did once, but that's because he used to make his shirt with spray paint, so...
Okay, well, that's just wrong.
That makes me feel like a derby, like an old codger derby folk. Starting tales of back in my day.
Very harsh. Northside. Northside doing their hands in there with a thank you to Perth. I like a good "huh" at the end.
Yeah.
Huh.
You just... Every team needs a bit of a hoorah.
And that was the final whistle there. So the final scores, 229 to Perth Roller Derby, up against 58 for Northside Roller Derby. Hugging happening here. Sweaty hugging, sweaty hugging.
So on track 2 was South Sea SSRD from Victoria and S2D2 Southside Derby Dolls. On track 2, I'll have to find out the scores from them. But after this, coming right up, Auckland versus Newcastle, the home league here at Newcastle Entertainment Centre will be against the lovely Auckland Roller Derby team on track 1 here at the 2015 Bont Invitational tournament.
Lots of hugging. We're going to have a victory lap? No victory lap? I like a low-key end, to be honest. I like a nice low-key end.
Oh, you found something. Yeah. Good. Oh, there it is. There.
Okay, so I'm just going to be here. We can just talk. All right. So I'm here with the captain of Perth Roller Derby, Holly Smackerel, on their new win. There's some little girly squeals happening in the background. How are you going, Holly? How was the game?
It was fantastic. Thanks to Northside, it was a great game. It was our first sanctioned bout, so it was a big one for us. Coming out strong, obviously we travelled a long way, so it was great to see the team come together, and just really proud, really proud.
Fantastic. So how long have you been, are you full WWOOFTA members? Are you apprentice members at this time?
We're full WWOOFTA members as of about a week and a half ago.
Oh, congratulations. What a fantastic time for you guys to have your first sanctioned bout here in Newcastle. It's quite a bit of a way to travel. So did you guys have any travel tips for coming a long way, all the way from Perth?
Well, we're not used to the humidity, so we bought a lot of cool neckties and drinking lots of water and trying to get sleep, but obviously with a lot of excitement and preparation, that's sometimes hard. So just taking it easy, lots of team support, and yeah, it's a great crew.
So a lot of people on this side of Australia don't get to see you play very often, but every time I see you always come out and really smash it. That I was just saying before, that game against Sydney at TGSS this year was incredible. Juicy's off camera doing this. So yeah, it's really great watching you guys play. So how do you prepare for these kind of tournaments, being as on the other side of the country like you are?
Well, I mean, there is an element that's difficult because we're quite isolated, so watching a lot of footage, we have some real rules buffs in the team, and then just training hard and really pushing ourselves, and yeah, we've been training through Christmas, New Year, so it's hopefully paying off.
Fantastic. Well, this is your first game of the Bont 2015 tournament, obviously, so you've got a lot of preparation. I think that there'll probably be some discussing in the change room about where you're going to next, so I'll let you go, but thank you very much. Is there anything you want to say to the people watching at home?
Big shout out to Perth Roller Derby, everyone watching, crew, NSOs, refs, supporters, and big thanks to everyone who travelled with us and helped us because it's amazing. We're having a great time. So
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on your first win. And good luck for the rest of the tournament.
And thanks to Northside and the Bont crew. This is amazing.
Woo! Okay.
Hello and welcome to game number 2 here on track 1 at the Bont Invitational. My name is Melodrama and I am from the Inner West Roller Derby League in Sydney.
And I'm Mike Mann from Southside Derby Dolls, also in Sydney. And we've seen 2 games so far this morning. This is the second round of games ready to get underway here at the Bont Invitational.
Indeed, we have Auckland Roller Derby League playing in the white and light blue colours. And they are up against the Newcastle Roller Derby League playing in the purple and gold. I feel that the purple has a proper name.
It probably does. It's some sort of shade of purple, I'm sure, but I don't think that matters a great deal right now, Mel. On the jam line, starting for Newcastle, we've got Holy Funk.
And she's up against Mackenzie from Auckland. Auckland, of course, using those unusual names for all their players. And breaking through to be lead jammer.
Both jammers neck and neck on the track. It is Mackenzie with the lead, though. Holy Funk. Hot on her heels, Mackenzie decides to call off the jam. 0 points apiece in the first jam of the game.
And of course, we have a lot of volunteers here today helping out with this game. We have referees and non-skating officials and camera operators and technical people. Thank you to all of those people for waking up early enough to make their way to Newcastle this morning.
On the jam line for Auckland, we've got Renwick, number 82.
She's up against Cupcakes, number 85, pardon me, Baby Cakes, number 85 from Newcastle.
Well, baby cupcakes are kind of baby cakes.
Baby little cupcakes. Referees having a hard time trying to send off a Newcastle blocker for a multiplayer block, but eventually getting the message across. And that is the first player into the penalty box for this morning.
And 4 points to Newcastle through baby cakes. I think I'm going to get that one wrong now at some stage. Thanks, Mel.
Baby cupcakes.
Mackenzie back on the jam line for Auckland. And number R18, Thunderslut for Newcastle.
Thunder mishing it up around the back, trying to barge her way through past Auckland. No luck there. In the meantime, Auckland doing the same thing, trying to slip past Godzilla, and she is through for lead jammer.
Yeah, good defence at the back of the pack from Rutherford in particular.
Thunder copping a very hard hit there by...
Booger, that is there. Booger and Rutherford teaming up beautifully there as Mackenzie with some strong jamming, looking to push her way through for some points here.
Thunder still trying to make her way through on her initial pass.
Godzilla doing some good work at the front. Thunderslut makes her initial pass now. And Mackenzie is through for a full 5-point pass, though, and has the lead here, looking to score more points. Picks up a couple more on that pass and calls it off. Or just one more, in fact, on that pass. Good jam there for Auckland.
And the thing I've really noticed here this morning already is that those who are here with Bont are lighter, stronger and faster, Mike, man. That is how Bont rolls.
We're going to see Renwick jamming here for Auckland.
She's up against Holly Funk from Newcastle. Holly Funk trying to cuddle her way through the back there. However, Auckland running backwards, forcing her to go halfway back to the previous turn.
Renwick, meanwhile, picks up lead jammer as the Newcastle blocker heads to the penalty box.
Holly Funk through for her initial pass, but she's a good half lap behind.
Renwick running into some solid defence. Reggie Ramjet with a nice hip check.
And Mackenzie from Auckland can't get enough of this jamming action. She's back on the jammer line with Baby Cup little slice cakes.
It is indeed Baby Cakes.
I daren't call her a tart, though. Newcastle mixing it up, trying things out on the pivot line.
It's like sometimes they just look up and see all this space in front of them and think, oh, we can go up there.
Sometimes they come back too. Baby Cakes through for lead jammer. I can't look her in the eye when she comes around that corner, though.
Should have had your morning tea, Mel. Mackenzie stuck at the back of the pack. Godzilla all over Mackenzie right now.
Trouble is, of course, that it was muffins for morning tea, and that just isn't compatible. Mackenzie knocked out of bounds by Godzilla. However, she is back in. Godzilla going backwards, falling over, but taking out Mackenzie as well.
Baby Cakes looking for the line up the inside. Skips and jumps. Picks up 5 points.
Baby Cakes light and fluffy.
And another 5 points for Baby Cakes there and Newcastle. Great defense from this Newcastle pack. Mackenzie having all sorts of trouble here. License to Kel, Dangerous, Godzilla.
Baby Cakes around for another 5. She's feeling pretty good. Big grin on her face.
Mackenzie, once again, license to Kel, illegal though. Illegal hit on Mackenzie, off to the penalty box.
Mackenzie hops up and just making sure she returns to the pack in the right place, goes all the way back. Sass chasing down Baby Cakes to no avail though. Mackenzie tries to fakie on the outside. No points for that particular pass though.
And Renwick jamming once more for Auckland here.
And she's up against Thunder from Newcastle. I won't say it. I won't say it. Thunder getting caught in an Auckland sandwich there.
Oh, Renwick picks up lead jammer. Good strong jamming at the front. Only had a couple to beat, did it well.
And in the meantime, Arsenal giving some very solid blocking there. Thunder finally managing to make her way through that heavy Auckland defence.
Champagne showers off to the penalty box for Newcastle. Oh, huge hit there. Newcastle's jammer goes flying. Thunder there. Hits the ground hard.
Thank you so much to Spank Alley and Sports Clinic, Physiotherapy and Injury Management, Skiing, Newcastle Entertainment Centre, and of course the officials and volunteers that are here today.
Well, we've got Booger on the jam line for Auckland and Holy Funk for Newcastle.
Referee
Holy
Pombat
Funk.
getting in there nice and early saying, don't hold hands, you lot.
Holy Funk with a false start. Had to yield there. Did so effectively, but it is Auckland with lead jammer through Booger.
It's all about the Booger. Champagne Showers returning to the track there. You're on fire, Mike, man. These early mornings agree with you.
Got used to them at the World Cup. Jet lag. Mackenzie up against Baby Cakes. Baby Cakes, of course, for Newcastle. Mackenzie for Auckland here. Auckland with their pivot in the penalty box.
Mackenzie trying to take the outside line, being forced to the inside instead, but she is through and lead jammer.
Yeah, beautiful work from Mackenzie there. Newcastle, though, following closely behind Baby Cakes.
She's light and fluffy, so she can keep up.
Mackenzie being screamed at by a bench there, just call it. She does so. She had a blocker right at the back of the pack there. Didn't want to give away the points to Baby Cakes.
It is a loud and excited bench there from Auckland. Blockers and players helping out the bench managers.
Well, Booger jamming again for Auckland, and she'll be taking on Debris from Newcastle.
I think Debris is actually from a cheese factory in Newcastle. Debris has made her way through. She's lead jammer.
Booger now gets through as well. Good lap behind, though, as Debris calls off the jam for Newcastle. Solid jamming there. 4 points on the board as we see Newcastle with a healthy lead 10 minutes into the first half. 35 plays 12.
Sterling mathematics there, Mike Mann. These are full-length bouts that we're televising here. Renwick on the jammer line for Auckland.
And
She's up against
Holy Funk for Newcastle.
Holly Funk forced out of bounds there, having to return behind the players that put her out of bounds. But she is through as lead jammer. Snuck that one in, didn't she, Mike Mann? Holly Funk through for a 5.
5 points on the board for Newcastle as Holy Funk comes around and fantastic heads to the penalty box.
For fans at home, if you're wondering why Mike Mann and I keep talking over each other, it's because I actually have my hand up his back. He's sitting on my lap and drinking a glass of water.
Holy Funk off to the penalty box for a track cut. Now, Mel, the key to ventriloquism is not to both talk at the same time.
I can't believe they put us in the same room at the same time. Auckland using the tactic of hanging back, forcing out of play blocking. Mackenzie gets back to her feet and scores 5 points. That's 1 point for every player on the track and 1 point for the player in the penalty box.
Well, Renwick heading back towards the pack again, looking for more points here in this power jam. This jam will go the full 2 minutes.
It's a fair bit of intensity there on the referee's face. It's what I like to see. Holly Funk trying to push her way through using her arms.
Yeah, Holy Funk trying to make up for lost time as Renwick goes the long way back. Hippie hard ass and I think danger ass. Asses combining there to hit her to the back of the pack.
Holly Funk trying to get through the apex on one skate. However, unfortunately for her, catching a cut track. That means Newcastle will start this jam without a jammer.
Some people call that a power jam. Some even call it a power start, Mel.
I think we should avoid that lingo. Thank you to our international guests and coaches, New York Shock Exchange, San Fernando Valley, Callio Rolling Rainbow, Awkward Roller Derby. Was that for Callio? It's a very high pitch because they're from Scandinavia.
Is that the further north you go, the higher the pitch?
That's right. It's because the air is thinner there. Thanks also to Tracy Disco Ackers, Scold Eagle, Stephanie Maney, and Mr. Fury. Of course, apologies there to Tracy. I did say acres, but it is acres. I was avoiding it because, you know, the whole square meterage thing confuses me. It is acres. You wouldn't be from Australia, would you? Her name's Acres, mate. She's a top Sheila.
Well, we are underway. I think there's a game of roller derby going on as Mackenzie with the power start coming up some strong brace defence here.
Newcastle defending with only 3 blockers this time round. 1 sitting out in the penalty box.
Champagne Showers bracing that front wall, doing brilliantly as well. Mackenzie unable to get through.
And of course, this season we'll see a lot of that triangular form of blocking.
Champagne Showers, Dangerous being picked up for a multiplayer. And Mackenzie gets through and picks up lead jammer with a little skip over the apex as well.
Not wanting to overstate it. She scores 4 quick points and calls that jam off. Auckland now on 22 points, 26 points. They trail to Newcastle 43 with only halfway through the first half.
Baby Cakes jamming once again for Newcastle.
Some might say she's a gluten for punishment.
And she is taking on Baker.
Ladies and gentlemen, we don't write this, it gets written for us.
And Baker, if you need a sledge off the line, just turn to her and say, I made you.
Baker dusting it up there with the Newcastle blockers. And in the meantime, Baby Cakes sneaks up the inside line there with her ninja pants on. And she's lead jammer.
Baker having a harder time getting through here. Does so now, though. Keeps on her feet. Not lead jammer. Baker with a whole lap to make up here on Baby Cakes. And Baby Cakes gets through, picks up 4 points, and calls off the jam.
And Mike Mann, in these hotter conditions, we see teams having to use different tactics. It is just day one, the very beginning of day one of a 3-day tournament. All of the teams are going to get very, very tired. So we're going to see that decline as the days go on.
Yeah, hydration, the key for these teams. They've got to keep cool, keep hydrated as this tournament goes on. Air conditioning. Well, it is working in here, but these skaters are going to be hot.
Debris jamming for Newcastle. She's forced off the track. Both jammers trying to make their way through for their initial pass, but getting frustrated by some excellent blocking. Debris all over the floor. She's through, but she is not the lead jammer.
Renwick picks up lead jammer status.
That gives her the opportunity to call it from behind, which she does.
We're going to see Mackenzie up against Holy Funk now. 47 to Newcastle, plays 26 to Auckland. 13 minutes to go in the first half. Mackenzie tries to burst through the middle, but only gets as far as Dangerous and Godzilla there.
Not much chance of barging your way past Dangerous or Godzilla.
Holy Funk picks up lead jammer. Mackenzie also through. And good solid jamming from Newcastle once again. 4 points, call it off. Holy Funk does the job.
Baker and Baby Cakes, a match made in heaven. They are both on the jammer line. Baby Cakes in the purple. It's kind of a royal colour, wouldn't you say, Mike Mann?
it is quite regal, isn't it? It should be furry with some white spots or something around the edging.
Made from slain polar bears or something.
In the meantime, Baby Cakes picks up lead jammer for Newcastle. Baker stuck at the front of another strong brace wall. Champagne Showers once again doing the bracing.
Auckland blocker disappointed with the referee call there, but that doesn't quite matter. Baker shoved out of the track. He needs to tie her hair up. 5 big points there to Newcastle, lapping the Auckland jammer.
Baby Cakes approaching the back of the pack once again.
In the meantime, Baker sent off for a track cut. That leaves Auckland without a jammer. All the points will be available for Newcastle in the next jam. And this gives us an opportunity to tell you exactly who is playing today for Newcastle Roller Derby League, the Dockyard Dames. They have License to Kill, Fantastic, Carly and Tay, Danger Ass, Holly Funk, Reggie Ramjet, Hippie Hard Ass, Debris, Baby Cakes, Godzilla, sold separately, Champagne Showers, and Thunder Slut.
And for Auckland, we've got Benedicta, Rutherford, Baker, Sass, Booger, Rudge, Arsenal, Renwick, Mackenzie, Flirty Harry, and Melly slammed her. Well,
Mike Mann, did you know that if you were wearing Bont, you would be lighter, stronger, and faster?
Well, I am wearing Bont underwear, so I do feel lighter, stronger, and faster.
I like a good pair of undies. It's like a crutch hug, isn't it?
It is. It's comforting.
Thank you so much to the event sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven and Bolters. If you'd like to know what Bolters products are like, do go on the internet and Google Bolters, B-U-L-T-E-R-S.
Debris, the only jammer on the track to start this jam, and she gets hit to the back of the pack
Arsenal
by
doing-
Arsenal. Debris unable to breach the pack yet as Godzilla, sold separately, heads to the penalty box. And now she gets through Debris for lead jammer. But Baker skips her way out of the penalty box.
And of course,
Through-
Auckland blockers managing to take away the advantage of that power jam. Terrific work there in defence.
Yeah, only 2 points scored in that power jam. Great work from Auckland there. Renwick stepping up to jam here for Auckland.
She's up against Holly Funk from Newcastle. Jam timer calls 5 seconds. Newcastle goes for a walk to the pivot line. Holly Funk gets squished by Auckland jammers, and in the meantime, really, when I said jammer, I meant blocker.
Well, Holy Funk, after doing some good work there, gets out for lead jammer. Renwick only just clearing the pack now. And Holy Funk with some good communication with the referees as well, screaming at them that she was calling the jam, just in case they didn't see the hands on the hips.
I think part of the problem, Mike Mann, is that these players are not using enough flourish. If they were using spirit fingers in the air, slamming it down on their hips, that would be more noticeable for the referees.
I think what we need is something that lights up when your hand hits your hip. A bit like 2020 cricket, when the ball hits the stumps, they flash now.
Christmas pants.
Yeah, the call-off pants.
I give that one a star.
Could be the latest innovation in roller derby equipment.
Nothing's coming up under Bolter. B-U-L-T-E-R. I do, but then what is it?
Do we have any idea what this is?
Oh, here we go, Bolters. Yeah. And it's in, it's an Bolters, there's an auto centre in Holland. I don't know, maybe it's relatively cheap in Euro.
Looks like we're ready to get underway again. Doing some research on our sponsors here in the meantime, trying to work out for you exactly who they all are and what they do. We'll bring you that information later in the day. Debris, though, jamming for Newcastle and Mackenzie for Auckland.
We'll make something up, Jared.
Debris picks up lead jammer here for Newcastle. Mackenzie having trouble with this front wall of the Newcastle defence.
Players hitting the ground hard, and the echo of the hard, cold concrete floor rings through Newcastle Entertainment Centre. And a big shout out to all the people watching today for the very, very first time. Roller Derby Virgins, we welcome you, and we would love you to get involved in the sport. It's a great sport. Local leagues are always looking for new people to come and volunteer and help out. And maybe you're in a position where you'd like to play as well.
Well, Booger jamming for Auckland. Thought she saw her way through. Godzilla closed it off. And Thunder for Newcastle gets through for lead jammer. Godzilla with another trip to the penalty box.
She likes to keep the seats warm there for her colleagues. Meanwhile, Booger using that very labouring style of skating. She is not the lead jammer. She would dearly like to call this jam off. But Thunder is through for a 5-point pass, obviously lapping the jammer. Newcastle keeping up a very fast pace.
Well, 0 points apiece on that pass. After that jam, Newcastle 73, Auckland 26. 6.5 minutes left in the first half.
Mike Mann, you might not know this, but the Bont Invitational is brought to you by Bont with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League.
I believe that is in partnership with Invitational. Holy Funk jamming here up against Renwick.
Nice.
Holy Funk picks up lead jammer for Newcastle. Renwick hit to the outside. Godzilla doing the hard yards again.
Renwick caught behind a wall, a triangular wall of Newcastle players. She's trying desperately to avoid being lapped there. Godzilla loving it, giving her a little cuddle with her shoulders.
Well, Godzilla was steering Caliente around the track, and then Caliente went to the front, but Godzilla picked up the slack and worked over Renwick there.
Renwick forced outside the track to avoid a track cut, and she is finally through for her initial pass.
Debris jamming once again for Newcastle. And she'll be taking on Baker for Auckland.
And of course, roller derby welcomes diversity. All of the tradespeople are welcome here. Baker, not the only one to be playing for Auckland, but she is the one that's trying to push her way through that Newcastle triangular defence.
And Debris is through, picks up lead jammer. Baker, though, not too far behind, gets through as well.
Baker trying to get the pace on there, sailing her way through on the straights, forcing Debris to call that jam off before any points could be scored.
Yeah, good defence from Auckland there.
Booger signalling she wants an official review.
And once again, a big thank you to our event sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven, for all your roller derby needs, and Bulters for all your event hire needs. Bulters supplying much of the equipment we're using here today. The walls you see behind us separating the tracks being part of that. And another big thank you to Bont for putting on, well, we're only two games in, but so far, a great event. Lots of teams here, lots of matchups, WFTDA matchups for the first time in Australia. Such a large amount of accredited leagues in the one place.
Auckland are contesting the lack of a low block call in the previous jam.
Alrighty, so referees are going to be asking each other questions, trying to establish whether or not there was a low block committed by Newcastle before the jam was called off. And it was moments before, as her arms were actually going to her hips, it's alleged that she took two players out.
Head referee talking to captains at the moment, just waiting for confirmation on the official review to see whether or not it will be upheld or dismissed.
After review, it is determined that the no call will stand as legal contact was made first.
There you have the confirmation. The call stands. Legal contact was made first. So Auckland will lose their official review. Only a few minutes left in the first half, though. That will, of course, reset in the second half. Mackenzie jamming up against Thunder. Mackenzie tries to get to the front, gets pushed out.
Too much.
License to Kell takes it the long way back, and that allows Thunder to pick up lead jammer.
And of course, this morning they were talking about the quality of the surface. Apparently it is very grippy for the skaters here. And we're seeing that when jammers are being forced to go backwards, trying to do T-stops and sort of catching on.
Yeah, skaters will be adjusting their wheel setups, I think, through the tournament to get that right, get the hardness of the wheel right for the floor. Not many of these skaters, if any, would have played at this venue. As we see Renwick jamming for Auckland. And she's up against Holy Funk. Holy Funk for Newcastle. Going to be a power jam to low block, or is that insubordination called against Renwick there? Holy Funk with the advantage here, looking to pick up the points. Lead jammer and on a scoring pass picks up 5 points.
And that 5 points coming from one for each player on the track and one for each player in the penalty box.
Renwick back from her misconduct penalty now.
And she makes her way through for her initial pass. And that jab called off before Auckland could do any damage there. 4 more points added to Newcastle's score. And that brings Baby Cakes back to Newcastle's jamming line. And she's up against Mackenzie from Auckland.
And a low block called against Baby Cake. She's off to the penalty box. Chance for Auckland to pick up some points here. Mackenzie picks up lead jammer nice and quickly. Godzilla says, come and get me. And Mackenzie comes off second best. Godzilla just feeling around the back there. Arms like tentacles. Where is she? There she is. I'll get her. And resets to the front. Mackenzie, nowhere to go. Calls off the jam after picking up 4 points on that pass.
And a good strategy there by Auckland, calling that jam off before the Newcastle jam could return to the track. And there goes the Newcastle jammer back on the track, proving me wrong. Thank you, Thunder.
Thunder up against Baker. Well, no, it won't be. That will be half-time. Newcastle 101 plays Auckland 30. We'll be back in around 15 minutes' time with the second half action here at the Bont Invitational.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Test. Test. Test.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Alrighty, we are nearly back. Newcastle Roller Derby League leading in front, which is normally where you lead from. 101 points. Playing Auckland Roller Derby League, 30 points. Both teams are working out who their first lineup is. And kicking off now, Holly Funk for Newcastle in the purple and yellow. She's up against Mackenzie in the white and blue.
Half time just flew by, Mel. I can't believe it's already been 15 minutes. The anticipation here is building for the second half. Big comeback on the table for Auckland. Plenty of time to get to close that 70-point gap.
Indeed there is. These are full-length bouts that players
Has this ever happened
are
to you?
engaging in.
Fumbling your
That's gonna
marker.
take a toll by the end of this tournament. It's about 406 degrees outside, and I think inside it's significantly cooler, maybe 336 degrees. That's Celsius for those of you watching from overseas. Some helpful voices from the crowd as we poise, waiting for 5 seconds to be called.
Underway in the second half, Mackenzie looking for a quick start, but runs into a strong back wall once again, being the story of the game so far.
In the meantime, Holly Funk trying to muscle her way through, and she is lead jammer. And that, of course, is a great way to start off the second half.
Godzilla working over Mackenzie again, teaming up with License to Kel.
Holly Funk lapping the Auckland jammer. 5 points added on that round.
Good jamming there from Holly Funk. Skips away through the inside beautifully, picking up 5 points.
It's almost as if she's aquaplaning when she does that. Both feet straight up, just a little skip, and straight through. This time she takes the inside line. Long enough to score another 4 points there, and a big jam there for Holly Funk.
Baby Cakes on the jam line, up against Renwick.
Baby Cakes, of course, what we've been served for morning tea here, Mike Mann.
Yes, I enjoyed some baby cakes in the crew room just at halftime there.
Mine were of the chocolate variety. Renwick running straight into the back of Dangerous and Champagne Showers. There is no give happening there behind that Newcastle wall.
Multiplayer block called there against Auckland, is it? Rutherford heading to the penalty box for Auckland on the whistle for a multiplayer block. Newcastle doing well with those brace balls and not picking up the multiplayers either. Really, obviously been working hard at those in training as Baker lines up against Debris.
Newcastle, of course, trying to get as much debris on the track. Fantastic, keeping the Auckland blockers company while the rest of Newcastle give plenty of obstruction.
Oh, Baker tries to burst through the outside that time, but it is Debris picking up lead jammer. Baker still unable to breach the pack for the first time.
She is trying to rise to that challenge, Mike Mann. But in the meantime, Debris through for another 5, lapping Baker. More big points for Newcastle.
Newcastle lose Thunder to the penalty box as Baker gets through, and a big hit by Sass. Both players go screaming to the outside. Debris calls off the jam from the ground.
And Mike Mann, of course, Newcastle being the home team, having the advantage of having the crowd behind them. You can hear that roar every time they go through for a pass, and certainly that does get louder when it's a 5-pointer.
Holly Funk jamming for the locals. Mackenzie doing some strong work at the front of the pack here. And picking up lead jammer for Auckland. The Auckland fans going wild in the stands there.
Yes, Mike Man, unfortunately security are having to round some of them up there. They've been throwing like babies into the air to celebrate, smashing chairs and the like. Too much activity there, but there is some activity on the track there. 3 points for Auckland.
1, 2, 3, plays 33.
Baby Cakes, not sick of our puns yet. She's back on the jammer line for Newcastle.
I think she stopped listening to us a long time ago, Mel.
Possibly most listeners would have. Renwick on the jammer line for Auckland. Auckland mushing the Baby Cakes, not letting her through.
Another lead jammer to Auckland, 2 in a row as Renwick bursts through the pack. Baby Cakes, though, following close behind.
A fair bit of speed on both of those jammers. They, of course, have relatively fresh legs, stopping any points from being scored in that jam.
Newcastle with just the 2 skaters on the track in the pack there, and Debris on the jammer line up against Baker. Auckland with a full complement.
And of course, players will score 1 point for every player on the track and 1 point for every player in the penalty box.
Once again, Auckland pick up lead jammer, Baker. Baker using that pack advantage well as Debris clears the pack now. Baker already round, looking to score the points though. Dangerous holds her up, but not before she picks up 4 points and calls off the jam.
Baker looking very proud of herself, and she should be. That was some good work there, getting those hips past those players.
Mackenzie jamming for Auckland, and she's up against Holly Funk.
Booger sticking to Holly Funk there, trying to spoil her opportunity to get through. She does make the initial pass, but Auckland are out in front. Mackenzie lead jammer status.
Oh, Mackenzie skating so hard around that corner, she almost lost her wheels. Recovered well.
And Mike Mann, of course, if she did lose her wheels, she would be able to talk to one of our event sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven, who would be able to help her out with some gear. We also have Bolters, who are event management people. They've provided us with all of the nice things that we have, tables and chairs and divider screens, and maybe they'll give me a puppy.
Renwick up against Debris here. Auckland on a bit of a roll, picking up lead jammer the last probably 4, now 5, I think, in a row.
Auckland certainly trying to fight back stronger. Bench coach Beaver Destruction starting to show a little bit of a waver in her instructions.
And Renwick calls off the jam, picking up just the 1 point, but more importantly, preventing Newcastle scoring any points in that jam.
Baby Cakes and Baker, the obvious choice for jammers. Auckland in the white and blue. Let's see if they can make it out as lead jammer one more time. This is the 8th jam for the second half.
Baker having trouble with that back wall this time, working hard though, and Baby Cakes stuck at the back. Arsenal doing a great job along with Booger there.
But there is a multiplayer block being called on Auckland there, allowing Baby Cakes to make her way through as lead jammer. Baker getting held up there by Dangerous.
And Dangerous picks up the use of forearms penalty off to the penalty box. Baker gets through.
You know, Mike Mann, she didn't look very contrite about her mistake just then.
Not at all. As that jam comes to an end, another 4 points on the board for Newcastle.
And players who are called for a penalty do serve 30 seconds in the penalty box.
Big hit off the line. Arsenal goes down hard as Holly Funk picks up lead jammer. Mackenzie right behind her. It's good jammer on jammer action. Holly Funk takes on Mackenzie. Mackenzie comes off the better. Holly Funk calls off the jam. Newcastle calling a timeout here. Thanks again to Bont, lighter, stronger and faster. And also our event sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven and Bolters.
We do have vendors and team merchandise at near this track, track 1. We can see all the big brands selling their wares and different leagues, bringing along their T-shirts. That way we look handsome, Mike Man.
Baker up against Debris this time.
Blockers choosing to use the pivot line, this time Auckland in front. Baker barging her way through there.
It is a back block, though, against Baker. She's going to the penalty box, and it is Debris who picks up lead jammer for Newcastle.
Auckland with the pack advantage, but no jammer on the track.
Debris doing some good work, weaving in and out of those Auckland blockers and picking up 5 points on that pass.
Debris doing much the same again, bumping and muscling her way through for 5 more points.
Baker rejoins the pack now. Does some good work herself. Determined skating there, sees her get through. And she's going to have a power jam reversal here as Debris goes for a back block herself.
And that, of course, Mike Man, that means that this jam will go for the full 2 minutes. Not really what players look forward to on a day that it's as hot as this.
Absolutely not. Short jams are the order of the day as Baker picks up a big hit there.
However, she's through on the outside and gives her team 5 points. Lots of instructions being called there from the sidelines. Not necessarily helpful to the teams. Baker jostling and caught behind a wall of Newcastle, only just making her way through, scores that final round of 5 points. In the meantime, Debris being forced out of bounds. 2 minutes 30 seconds. 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 2 However, referee Pombat calling a cut track. I'm not sure who that was to. I think it was debris.
Yeah, I believe you're right there. Debris in the penalty box. That means Mackenzie will be the only jammer on the track. Well, we're going to see an official timeout here. Head referee Harry Spotter just, I think, perhaps overruling there and bringing the jammer out of the penalty box.
And that means the debris gets to have a sit down on the bench while Baby Cake takes over the duties of jamming for Newcastle.
Mackenzie tries to burst away through the pack, only gets as far as Champagne Showers. And a track cut picked up by Baby Cakes means another power jam here for Auckland. And Mackenzie this time bursts her way through, almost tripping over Godzilla, making it through though.
Of course, as players get more tired, more mistakes are being made. There's still 17 minutes left on this second half. In the meantime, Mackenzie ducking and weaving, trying to get past Godzilla. Being forced out of bounds, having to return to behind the pack. And meantime, time has elapsed on that penalty for Baby Cakes.
Yeah, Godzilla and Fantastic teaming up. Also with Champagne Showers there doing some great work. Baby Cakes gets through for her initial pass there. As Mackenzie picks up a back box, another power jam. 2 power jams in the one jam. This time, advantage Newcastle. And this will also go the full 2 minutes, Mel.
Baby Cakes, that look of utter determination there, skipping through the wall and back for more. And you hear the cries from the blockers, baby, baby, baby. And ooh, baby, she is through for 5 more points.
Newcastle blockers at a standstill as Baby Cakes approaches the pack quickly and gets through just as quickly for 5 points. Auckland decide to call it a timeout.
And this is a good opportunity to say thank you to our international guests and coaches. They include the New York Stock Exchange, San Fernando Valley, Callio Rolling Rainbow, Auckland Roller Derby League, Tracy Disco Ackers, Scald Eagle, Stephanie Maney, and Mr. Fury. Beaver Destruction threatening members of the crowd here, quite appropriately, I think. Just keep it tied up there, thanks. Renwick returning to the jam line for Auckland. She's up against Holly Funk from Newcastle.
Both jammers looking for some space up the middle. Holly Funk. She was hit out by Arsenal, but Arsenal heads to the penalty box, and so does Renwick for a track cut. Advantage Newcastle, power jam and lead jammer to Holly Funk.
5 more points added to Newcastle's score. They certainly have a comfortable lead here today.
Another 5 on the board for Holly Funk. And opens up for her on the inside. Thunder doing the hard yards for her jammer there. This time we got Mackenzie up against Debris.
Auckland Blockers headed to the pivot line. Newcastle hanging in the middle. That tactic didn't work for them. Auckland busting through for lead jammer status.
Debris clears the pack now. Baker hits to the outside. Newcastle takes her the long way back as Baker calls off the jam, picking up 1 point and ensuring Debris is unable to score.
Renwick back on the jammer line for Auckland. She's up against Baby Cakes from Newcastle.
Renwick just one to beat at the front, and she gets her hips in front, picks up lead jammer just as Baby Cakes comes through as well. Renwick not wasting any time on the clock there, calls off the jam nice and quickly.
And of course that tactic does work when you're a little behind, and she certainly is a little behind.
Booger now jamming for Auckland. First time we've seen Booger in quite a while, maybe first time this half. And she's up against Holly Funk for Newcastle.
Booger stuck behind the wall of Newcastle Blockers. In the meantime, Holly Funk busts on through. She is lead jammer.
Good work from Holly Funk, getting some help there from Reggie Ramjet.
Indeed, making it look easy for her. Jammers are only ever as good as the blockers let them be.
Another 4 points to Newcastle as Holly Funk calls off the jam. And Champagne Showers signalling to a bench that she picked up a penalty on the whistle and will be sitting in the penalty box for the next 30 seconds. Baby Cakes up against Mackenzie this time.
Mackenzie not letting her weight disadvantage her. She's trying to muscle her way through a mishmash of Newcastle Blockers.
Well done, Mackenzie. Makes her way through some strong jamming again. Baby Cakes now also through, but Mackenzie, well, gets through that depleted pack of Newcastle. Just the one license to kill out there. Looking over at the board in the middle, and a big line through number 11 for Newcastle. Dangerous has fouled out of this game.
Auckland wasting no time about that. Straight through for lead jammer. So who was the woman you were talking to as we were walking back in?
Lizzie.
Lizzie, that's it.
Yeah, she's head ref for this. You remember her from Sydney?
Yeah.
She got fucked over as well.
Fancy that.
Let's have a big hand for Rutherford. Sorry for the delay for those watching on at home as well. Of course, we are obliged to let the medics do their work while on the house call, which you're also listening to at home. St. John Ambulance doing a great job as usual.
So both teams will get 30 seconds more. Jam timer indicating the end of the timeout. So 30 seconds from now, the jam will start. We've got Baker back on the jam line for Auckland. And she's up against Holly Funk from Newcastle.
Jam underway, and Holly Funk through quickly for lead jammer.
She wastes no time with these jams.
Baker, though, also through quickly, but Holly Funk looking to score the points. Running into a solid back wall here. Holly picks up 2 points and calls off the jam. Baker unable to score. Renwick this time up against Debris. And a non-committal pack, not on the jam line or the pivot line, somewhere in no man's land.
Hanging about. And Renwick sent off to the penalty box for using her forearms, trying to get through the Newcastle blockers. That gives Debris the ability to score all of the points in this power jam.
Debris with a wrestle at the front of the pack, gets hit out.
Yeah, decides to.
Debris takes the safe route to the back of the pack and gets through, picks up her 5 points.
Debris utilising the expertise of Beaver Destruction there, the bench manager for Newcastle.
Debris once again hit to the inside of the track this time, goes all the way to the back and calls off the jam. Good jam, another 4 points on the board for Newcastle as they approach that 200 mark now.
Baby Cakes from Newcastle up against Mackenzie from Auckland. Auckland choosing to be in the front of the pack. Mackenzie taking a big booty block there. Still not managing to get past those Newcastle blockers. In the meantime, Baby Cakes out in front with lead jammer. Newcastle indicating with twinkly fingers to score 4 quick points, then call it off. Newcastle giving their regular jammers a bit of a rest, putting Fantastic on the jammer line. She's up against Renwick.
And it is Renwick who picks up the lead jammer. Fantastic, stuck at the back of this pack, gets hit to the outside once again. Recovers though and gets through for her initial pass. Renwick looking to score some points, comes up against Godgillo, hits her out at the front of the pack, and that will be 2 points to Auckland, 0 points to Newcastle.
And while referees have conferred with Newcastle, we would like to remind you that if you do the Bont thing, you will be lighter, stronger, and faster.
Lead jammer goes to Newcastle through Holly Funk.
Yes.
And Booger, strong jamming for Auckland. Bulldozes her way through, picks up, or get her initial pass. Holly Funk, though, calls off the jam before Booger has a chance to score.
Just over 4 minutes left on the scoreboard. Mike Mann scoring a point for his own commentary. And we see Baby Cakes on the jammer line for Newcastle. She's up against Mackenzie, trying to muscle her way through that triangular defence of Newcastle. Managing to draw a multiplayer block. Newcastle is through for lead jammer status.
Baby Cakes with the advantage coming round, looking to score points. Mackenzie was only just completing her initial pass. Baby Cakes decides to keep going in this one, even with Mackenzie out in front. It's like Newcastle running a fast pack as well. Soaking up the clock there. Only 3 minutes left in the game. Baby Cakes with the advantage in that jam for Newcastle.
I'm really just sitting.
Renwick jamming for Auckland, fantastic. Fantastic. And for Newcastle, and it is fantastic who picks up lead jammer. Fantastic jamming from Fantastic as she calls off the jam. Less than 2 minutes remain now as we see a timeout called.
And all you fans hanging around, there are some more games on today. Next up on track one, we have the San Fernando Valley up against Convict City from Tasmania. Did someone say Convict City? No, apparently not.
And Mackenzie picks up lead jammer for Auckland. Good jamming. Once again, Mackenzie's been great in this second half, really muscling her way through the pack. 4 points on the board for Mackenzie in Auckland. Holy Funk has made her initial pass. So Mackenzie decides to call off the jam as Baby Cakes and Renwick step up to the jam line. Both jammers hit the back of the pack, but going nowhere at the moment. Baby Cakes on the inside of the track trying to muscle her way through, but Renwick finds the gap that Baby Cakes couldn't. Baby Cakes follows her close behind. And Renwick calls off the jam there. Just enough time to get one more jam started here. Baker taking on Fantastic. Long run up to the pack on the jam line, on the pivot line, sorry. And it is Fantastic who breaks through for lead jammer as Baker gets through. Holy Funk, didn't want to let it go there. And Fantastic calls off the jam, picking up 2 points, and that will be the unofficial final score. 2-1-2 to Newcastle, plays 64 to Auckland. Of course, stand by for upcoming games, but also we will have a couple of interviews, hopefully, with the captains of the respective teams here. There it is. Final score, 2-1-2 to Newcastle, 64 to Auckland. Both teams with a solid start to their Bont Invitational here. We'll have interviews very shortly with Godzilla and also with Booger. I'm here with Godzilla, and Godzilla, great way to open your Bont Invitational.
Better than expected. It was a really fabulous game. Really happy with how the team worked this morning.
And you were a bit of a force out there as usual, taking on the jammers. You've got a bit of a magnetic attraction to the star on the helmet, I think.
It helps a lot. I'm not that agile, so when they skate at me, it makes me look good. So probably about $50 to each player before the game seems to work.
And how did you find Auckland out there today? I'll leave that one alone. Any type of bribery is unknown to the commentators. It doesn't happen. How did you find Auckland out there? Look like some strong defence. We've got a bit of a backdrop here. Yeah. Nice twerking. Very nice twerking, ladies. Have you been practicing that twerking in training?
That's basically all we do, is twerking, a couple of walls, a bit of offense, then we do twerking again. That's pretty much it. That's how we train.
It seems to be working well for you, so I'd say keep it up. I'm not sure if we're going to get Booger over here. She's busy with a selfie stick. So we might just wrap it up there. I think. Okay, Booger, how did you find playing Newcastle here today? This is going out. This will be archived, I hope. So, Booger, make sure you look at that later. All right, thanks, Godzilla, and congratulations again on a great start to your tournament.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
there. Hey, is this?
Making a human.
Ah, yes. Making life. Created life.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are back on track 1 of the Bont Invitational. My name is Melodrama.
And I am the Big Kahuna. Here we are with a great bout for your viewing pleasure this afternoon. A lot of good bouts going on in Bont Invitational so far. We've got Convict City Rollers taking on San Fernando Valley. They're not local.
I think they're a little north of us. North and east. Or maybe west.
Where do we get that from? That's not this game at all.
Excuse me, Colonel. Are you able to give us one of those? Team numbers and shit.
Do you have any of these things?
Isn't
It's
it?
not upside down.
Hey, I'm Loki. I'm the alt ref. I've worked with you before.
You go way back.
Loki. Loki. The God of Mischief.
Quick reading of our team list for
Playing when they have official reviews and stuff. Excellent. Yeah, that we can let's hang out with the masses. Okay. I'll be here all weekend.
Excellent.
I'm hilarious.
I don't even know what teams they are.
One's from California.
San Fernando Valley? San Fernando Valley jamming with intensity. No. And Shredgrave mushing up the back there, unable to get past San Fernando's blockers. There is certainly a lot of action happening there. Lots of feet stomping away. Shredgrave taking the inside line, and she is through for her initial pass. In the meantime, San Fernando, our lead jammer. Irate Kate urging her team on. Oh. Convict City Rollers chanting that shit out. I didn't say shit on the microphone just then, did I? I'm so sleep deprived.
I'm 16 hours in the future.
That's excellent. Where are you from?
New York.
Good for you.
I worked really hard at being that way.
Oh, good for you. San Fernando Valley out in front.
San Fernando Valley, I don't know. She's got a thing on. What's the dude from 010?
And Big Kahuna, we should probably tell people who is on the track right now. From San Fernando Valley, we have Ruby Revenge, Jams Dean, Tokyo Takeout, Kilo Kitty, Maya Prerogative, Sassy Stone, Lethalicious, Assassin, Ivana Aspankin, Atomic, Fearless Bueller, Death Block, Cleopacia, Saturday Night Special, Legacy, Razor Slut, Rebellious Moose, Twiggy Bones, Mini Murderface, and Trish the Dish.
And the next break in between the action, we'll tell you who's lining up for Convict City from Hobart. But jamming right now for the women in orange from Hobart, Convict City, is Slam Tell. Still held up in the pack. Initial pass. Jamming for San Fernando Valley. Atomic. She's got lead jammer status. Already completed a couple of scoring passes. Slam Tell now out. And Atomic puts hands on hips and calls it off. So Ruby Rehab lining up for Convict City now. San Fernando Valley out to a quick lead, 12 points to 0 after a couple.
Kilo Kitty jamming for San Fernando Valley. She's caught behind a wall of convicts.
Convict City lead jammer status awarded.
Scoring some points and calling that jam off. Very proud of herself with 4 big points against San Fernando Valley. That is an excellent effort from Rehab.
So Convict City on the board now, 12 plays 4.
Twiggy Bones jamming for San Fernando Valley. Convict City using an anonymous jammer there. Big Kahuna, of course, the rules compelling players to show us their number, but not compelling players to not hide their number with their hair.
Yeah, long hair, not a friend for Derby announcers. But that was Brannicky. Managed to catch a glimpse of it as she skated around for Convict City.
Atomic back on the jammer line for San Fernando. And she is up against...
So Atomic is skating up against Pickersgill for Convict City.
Pickersgill trying to mush up against Atomic. That tactic not working for her. She is caught behind a big wall of San Fernando.
Convict City hitting Atomic out, dragging her all the way back and setting the table for Pickersgill to take advantage. Still held up in the pack. Strong defense from both teams.
Big Kahuna, both teams operating with a great deal of intensity. And we've got our first visitor to the penalty box from San Fernando Valley.
So Ivana Spankin in the box at the moment. Atomic is out and jamming, but Pickersgill calling it off after picking up 5.
And just a reminder, those of you who did not know, Bont will make you lighter, stronger, and faster.
So it's Kilo Kitty jamming once again for San Fernando Valley.
She's gone through the middle there, making it look easy with the duck and cover. She's lead jammer for San Fernando.
So Slam Tail now out of the pack. Kilo Kitty realizing, calling it off, showing some good track awareness, picking up the 4 points and ending that jam. 16 plays 8, 23 minutes left in this first half.
Crack is on the jammer line for Convict City. Convict City, of course, from Hobart, Australia's own very special island. And Twiggy Bones on the jammer line for San Fernando Valley. Not a part of Australia, not an island.
USA's island.
But that's like Ireland rather than island. Referees calling an official timeout. They can take as much time as they want. They, of course, have a wardrobe malfunction. Now, Big Kahuna, I didn't see any nipples there, but I do see someone fixing up a wheel.
Of course, this tournament, the Bont Invitational, is brought to you by Bont with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster. I know I could definitely use the first one a lot more.
You're bright enough as it is, Kahuna.
Big Kahuna brand is, of course, heavier, weaker, slower. Twiggy Bones pushing hard at the front of that Convict City pack, looking for a gap, not finding it.
Crack managing to break loose of San Fernando Valley, but being forced off the track there. Number 38 from San Fernando, Saturday night special, causing her to go all the way back to the track.
So Twiggy Bones on a scoring pass already, picking up 5, but no, actually picking up a track cut for her efforts. Power jam here to Convict City. No lead jammer. This will go the full 2 minutes.
Convict City taking their time, mashing their way through that wall, making it look terribly easy there for 5 big points. Convict City muscling their way through again. 5 more points. Crack putting a big dent in the scoreboard there.
Yeah, so Crack having a hell of a jam here. Racking up points in bunches with no lead jammer. Points are on offer.
And San Fernando Valley with the pack disadvantage there with one of their blockers sent off to the penalty box. However, we see a track cut forced on Crack.
So power jam now to Twiggy Bones with only a few seconds left in the jam. She gets through for a scoring pass and not enough time to complete another. But with Crack not making to the penalty box before the end of the jam, San Fernando Valley will have a full 30-second power jam to start this next one. And Atomic steps up to the crease with those honours. Looking to take back the lead that Convict City just grabbed in that last jam. 16 plays 22 Convict City's way. 20 minutes left in the first.
Argy Bargy already before the whistle starting. Both teams trying to vie for that valuable spot on the pivot line. Convict City pivot sent to the penalty box for a track cut. Referees, of course, having to work hard here with a fast-paced track.
A couple of Convict City rollers on their way to the box. Shredgrave and Alabama Hurley, they take a seat in the box. Depleted pack for CCR, pack advantage to San Fernando. They're also joined by another block, of course. Full box for Convict City. Sent back onto the track is Slantel, so she's in queue for the box. And with that jam, San Fernando Valley bring it back to 1 point. 21 plays 22. It doesn't get much closer than this.
And of course, San Fernando setting up their jammer, Kilo Kitty. Convict City without a jammer for this jam. Kilo Kitty will be able to score all of the points for the next 30 seconds. She wastes no time about it.
It's a 4-2 pack advantage to San Fernando Valley with a power jam as well. And Kilo Kitty hit that wall with speed, getting through for lead jammer status. Now on a scoring pass and picking up 5 points in that pass.
And Crack leaving the penalty box, taking the chair with her, but avoiding any penalty. Instead, she gets forced off the track on the inside, having to rejoin behind the pack. And then in the meantime, Kilo Kitty goes around, scores another 4-point pass.
Crack called for a track cut. She's on her way to the box. Believe that the blocker had gone out at the same time, but she'll sit in the penalty box regardless. 5 more points for San Fernando Valley.
Like I can't even. Kilo Kitty doing it the hard way. She just mushes through the blockers, through for another 5 points. I like those shorts. I liked that one too. I appreciate your, accolade.
I love my ass on over there. You know what else I laughed at?
That's not good for your helmet.
No. Every time Harry starts speaking.
Twiggy Bones with the star for San Fernando Valley. Pickersgill jamming now for Convict City. Pickersgill out, not lead jammer. That belongs to Twiggy Bones. Twiggy in the middle of the pack now, looking for points and finding a few. Getting the signal to call it off.
Convict City calls a timeout there.
Timeout called by Convict City Rollers, wanting to stem the tide that has been San Fernando Valley in the last couple of jams. 59 plays 22, 16 minutes left in the first half of this action from the Bont Invitational. We want to send a big thank you to our sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven and Bolters. Big thank yous to Spank Alley and Sports Clinic, Physiotherapy and Injury Management. Scion, Newcastle Entertainment Centre, the officials, and of course all the volunteers. Thank you to our international guests and coaches. We've got the New York Shock Exchange. They're from New York, funnily enough. San Fernando Valley playing today right now.
I think they're from San Fernando.
They are from the San Fernando Valley. Kelly Rolling Rainbow, Auckland Roller Derby, Tracy Disco Acres.
Not Ackers.
Acres.
Doesn't matter if you're Australian.
Scald Eagle, Stephanie Beatty, and Mr. Fury.
And just now, Big Kahuna in the lunchroom. I did notice that Disco Acres was quite excited to be sitting near me, fangirling out. It can happen, ladies and gents. Whatever. Ruby Rehab jamming for Convict City after having that breather of the timeout, hopefully pushing the reset button.
Atomic with the star for San Fernando Valley. Bust through for lead jammer status by turn number 1. San Fernando really putting on the pressure in the last few jams.
San Fernando calling that jam off. Atomic scoring 2 points and denying Convict City any points.
It's all right. None of them are perfect. I don't think any of them. Is it a racer back? Yeah. Thanks, Josie.
So lead jammer with Brannicky. Brannicky gets through, calls it off. Strong jam there for Convict City. Closing the margin on the scoreboard. 31 separating them right now. Twiggy Bones stepping up to the line for San Fernando, looking to continue her success in recent jams. Slam tail with the star now for Convict City.
There's a girl from Canberra that wears a full face mask. Looks like a ninja. Not even a hockey helmet.
Hockey helmets? No, it's bigger than that.
Wow.
Okay, that's weird.
So Atomic with the star once again for San Fernando Valley. Shredgrave jamming for the first time today for Convict City.
Convict City falling a little further behind than they were initially.
Atomic called for a track cut on her way through. Lead jammer status and a power jam to Vanessa Shredgrave and the Convict City Rollers. And Shredgrave now picking up a back block. So they will swap places in the penalty box. Reverse power jam back to San Fernando Valley. Of course, no lead jammer. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. Atomic back on the track, communicating to a team. Pickersgill dropping the shoulder and introducing herself to Atomic there. And strong defense from Convict City. Atomic back in the box. Shredgrave now on the track. She's hit to the inside. Lots of trouble on that inside line in this jam. Brannicky the same from San Fernando Valley.
Shredgrave copping an absolute beating there. The pinball action of San Fernando Valley. 5 points, though, to Convict City.
Yeah, more points on offer as this jam will come to its natural conclusion. Atomic back on the track. Both jammers caught up in those respective packs. A big hit on Atomic. Spinning around, right round, baby, right round to the ground. And 5 points for Shredgrave and the Convict City Rollers.
Timeout called by San Fernando Valley, which gives us a great opportunity to remind you that the Bont Invitational is brought to you by Bont with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League. Don't forget to go to the merchandise area and check out all of the goodies to buy. If you haven't brought money to this invitational, come and see me. I have a few spare credit cards that I found on the bus the other day. Kilo Kitty back up for San Fernando Valley. San Fernando Valley in the dark blue. Convict City in the orange. Ruby Rehab jamming for Convict City. Rehab trying to charge her way through, but San Fernando, Kilo Kitty through for lead jammer. Kilo Kitty barging her way past there. Lots of calls of ooh from the crowd, questioning whether or not that was an elbow, but she gets 5 points all the same.
Yeah, Kilo Kitty making a presence known as she leaves that pack for 5 points.
Ruby Rehab hot on her tail though, forcing Kilo Kitty to call that jam off before any more points could be scored. And Big Kahuna, it is a blistering hot day outside. The air conditioning is on, of course, here at Newcastle Entertainment Centre. However, if you're going to skate around at that pace, you're going to get pretty hot and tired pretty quickly.
Yeah, I believe it is a blistering 34, 33 degrees outside, which if you're listening to the stream in San Fernando Valley, that's Celsius. It's not freezing cold outside. It's actually really hot.
Yes, it doesn't tend to snow in Newcastle. Pickersgill caught behind a very tough wall that just keeps reforming. San Fernando Valley, a little bit like Terminator 2. That would be the T1000, in fact. And she is being sent off for a back block. That gives Twiggy Bones all of the opportunities here to score the points. She adds 5 points to their score. Twiggy through for another 5. She's making it look terribly, terribly easy. I suspect it's more skill than that. Both packs slowing it down. That looked like a bit of a coat hanger. And of course, referees seeing it as a high block. Let's squeeze off to the penalty box for Convict City. Twiggy dodging the blockers. And she calls that jam off.
So the matchup you're seeing here today, obviously these teams, two teams have never played each other before, but Convict City, recent WFTDA Apprentice League status obtained, playing up against San Fernando Valley, currently ranked 115 in WFTDA rankings.
Atomic caught behind the triangular wall of blockers from Convict City, needing some assistance from one of her blockers.
They're strong from walls from both teams, keeping jammers at bay. No one finding success yet. In fact, Atomic dragged all the way to the back. Crack now out, looking for the signal. There it is, lead jammer status awarded.
She's a happy jammer.
Oh, big hit. Atomic running square into Slamtel, and Slamtel introducing Atomic to the hard concrete floor here at the Newcastle Entertainment Centre.
Yes, indeed, and recycling her to the very, very back of the pack.
Four points awarded to Convict City. And Slamtel and Ruby Rehab doing a hell of a job of keeping Atomic at bay, but only for so long. Atomic through now. She picks up 4 points for her efforts.
And Convict City crack calling it off. San Fernando Valley managing to score 4 before that final whistle. Scoreboard reads San Fernando Valley 86 against Convict City 48 with just over 6 minutes left of this first half.
Brannicky pulling on the jammer star now for the Convicts. Kilo Kitty jamming for San Fernando Valley and finding lead jammer status at turn 1. Kilo Kitty now out on a scoring pass. Brannicky out. She's giving chase. A bit of room to make up for Brannicky. San Fernando Valley back of the pack. Kilo Kitty midst of her scoring. Grabs a couple and calls it off.
Convict City being called for a late forearm block. Bench coach Irate Kate is living up to her name. She does not think that was a good call, but that doesn't matter, Big Kahuna. San Fernando Valley with the power jam.
The Twiggy Bones power jam to San Fernando Valley and an opportunity here to extend their lead. Twiggy Bones pushing hard against that Convict wall and looking for a gap, finding none. Push the inside, drag to the back. Convict doing a good job on the soul crush there.
Ruby Rehab doing a fantastic job giving Twiggy Bones a very hard time there in the back of the pack. Okay.
So Brannicky back on and picking up a track cut. She sits down. Power jam continues for San Fernando Valley until the pivots. The star was passed and she sat down in the penalty box now. Jammer in, jammer out. Brannicky back on track. Keeping us on our toes here, Melodrama. These jammers. And another back block for Brannicky.
Indeed, Convict City doing it tough, needing to take a bit of a deep breath, getting caught up in the hype of playing San Fernando Valley. Trish the Dish playing it cool for San Fernando Valley. She's trying to muscle her way through the inside line. Has to go to the outside line to get clear of the pack.
So Trish the Dish picking up 5 points. Trish hit to the outside. Convict City bring her back.
Trish is through for another 5-point pass, adding to San Fernando Valley's score. 98 playing 48.
A jam going the full 2 minutes, not before another 5 points were added in that last pass for Trish the Dish. San Fernando Valley taking a 50-point lead now. 3 minutes left in this first half. Kilo Kitty stepping up to the line, up against Ellis Squeeze for Convict City.
Kilo Kitty coming from a hunch down start. Ellis Squeeze caught behind San Fernando right at the back of the pack there. There's a lot of jostling going on. She's been forced off the track. And in the meantime, Kilo Kitty called for a forearm, questioning the referee.
So lead to Ella Squeeze and a power jam for Convict City as we enter the final 2 minutes of this first half. A big chance here to chip away at the lead San Fernando Valley has built up. Ella Squeeze getting squeezed by these San Fernando blockers right now. Not finding any luck at the moment.
And 30 seconds going very, very quickly there. Bringing Kilo Kitty back to the track, jamming for San Fernando Valley. Ella Squeeze is the lead jammer. She gets the option to call the jam off whenever she likes.
So Ella Squeeze getting through for another 5 points. Killer Kitty still on initial pass, getting dragged to the back, and a strong jam there from Convict City. Taking full advantage of that power jam. 10 points wiped off the score of San Fernando Valley. One more jam to go in this first half of action from the Bont Invitational. Day one here, plenty of action still to come. And one more jam in this half.
Convict City sending out gonads to jam in this last jam of first half. Twiggy Bones ready to jam for San Fernando Valley. However, someone called a timeout. I know it wasn't me, Big Kahuna. Was it you?
So not one more jam. That was it. Going into half time, 98 plays 58. San Fernando Valley in control of this one.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench, put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm.
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
And both teams are back. We're getting a gear check, 1 minute to go for this halftime break. It's a good opportunity for us to actually tell you who the different players are on the teams. Convict City Rollers have the Chuggernaut, Slamtel, Pickersgill, Ruby Rehab, Crack, Brannicky, Vanessa Shredgrave, Gonads, Holly Hipkiss, Vina Carver, Alabama Hurley, Ella Squeeze, Hazardous Curves, Pepper Shaker, Toaster, Booty Stompson, Becky Thump, Miss Millie, Buster Briggs, and on the bench, Irate Kate and Red Hacksaw.
Now, you mentioned Vina Carver, Mel. Vina Carver, unfortunately, out of this tournament. She dislocated her shoulder at training this week, right before heading over to Sydney from Hobart. Big shout out to Bob DeQuickly for providing some detailed insight of our sisters from Tasmania. Vina Carver, hope you're watching from home.
Yep, those two people up in the stands there love you, Vina. Oh no, there's about 6 of them. Oh, okay, now they're all jumping on board. Kilo Kitty jamming for San Fernando Valley.
Now, this might be the best name for an announcer ever for Convict City. Go Nads! Go Nads!
On the inside. Gonads on the inside. Now on the outside. Shows you how easy it is.
Kilo Kitty lead jammer. Gonads is out now. Gonads!
Killer Kitty calling that jam off after adding 4 points to San Fernando Valley's total. San Fernando Valley, a long way from home. They bring to us Ruby Revenge, Jams Dean, Tokyo Takeout, Killer Kitty, Maya Prerogative, Sassy Stone, Lethalicious, Assassin, Ivana Spanking, Atomic Fearless Bueller, Deathblock, Cleo Passia, Saturday Night Special, Legacy, Razor Slut, Rebellious Moose, Twiggy Bones, Mimi Murderface, and Trish the Dish.
Shredgrave jamming for Convict City in a power jam now.
Yes,
as
indeed.
San Fernando Valley, Twiggy Bones jammer for San Fernando Valley on her way to the box for a track cut.
Someone just yelled out, skate for chocolate. I am getting some skates on very, very shortly.
So Vanessa Shredgrave completing her first scoring pass, 5 points on the board for the Convicts. Power jam 2, Convict City Rollers in orange. Big hit to the inside, Vanessa Shredgrave to the back.
San Fernando using their good communication there amongst the blockers to make sure they're on the right side. Twiggy Bones, a big apex jump as she returns to the track. Not rewarded with any points though. The score on the board, San Fernando Valley 102 playing Convict City Rollers 68. Ruby Rehab in the orange, jamming for Convict City. She's up against Atomic from San Fernando Valley. Officials calling a timeout there. Good opportunity to say thank you to Spank Alley Sports Clinic. They are physiotherapists and injury management people. Thank you also to Skian and the Newcastle Entertainment Centre. And of course, a very, very big thank you to all of the officials, skating and non-skating, as well as all of the volunteers.
Ruby Rehab jamming for Convict City. Forced to the inside. And San Fernando Valley making sure she has a long way back around.
Convict City thinking they had knocked Atomic off the track, but had not. She manages to break away and gets lead jammer.
Atomic getting through, hop, skip, and a jump for 5-point pass. Ruby Rehab finally finding her way through. She's on a scoring pass, and Atomic, it gets through for another 4 and calls it off.
Killer Kitty is up against Crack. Crack bringing a champ to the track.
Crack jamming now for Convict City, recently named co-coach of the Wizards of Oz next squad, along with Tui Lyon of VRDL. So a lot of knowledge in that helmet of Crack with the Jammer Star on it right now.
No pack called, allowing the Jammers to get through. San Fernando Valley blocking out of play and getting a 30-second stint in the penalty box for their trouble.
Pickersgill makes her way to the boxes. Kilo Kitty getting through for a 5-point pass. Crack now out of the pack. She's looking for points. Alabama Hurley provides reinforcements to Convict City Wall, and Kilo Kitty calling it off. Strong there from Kitty and San Fernando Valley. 117 plays 68, 25 minutes left.
Vanessa Shredgrave on the jammer line for Convict City. She's up against Twiggy Bones from San Fernando Valley. Convict City facing Twiggy Bones. Ruby Rehab giving her lots of opportunities. Twiggy Bones is through and is lead jammer for San Fernando.
If you could just keep it near the table so other MCs can benefit from it, that would be great. What did I say? Oh, sorry. Where do we get these
So Twiggy Bones sent to the outside from a big hit from Slam Tail. Gets a signal from the bench crew, calls it off.
Lots of assistance given by the bench for San Fernando Valley there. Some benches choose to go zen, other benches choose to go with volume. Killer Kitty, the only jammer. Using one leg, balancing like a ballerina. She is through with lead jammer status in a power jam. That gives her all of the options as she hits the pack. And with Vanessa Shredgrave joining her on the track there. Shredgrave also on one skate, getting led off there by an out-of-pack block from San Fernando Valley. Not worth any points though. While San Fernando Valley add 5 for that pass.
It's Atomic jamming for San Fernando Valley. Brannicky jumps out in front but picks up a track cut. She's on her way to the box. Power jam now to San Fernando Valley. Atomic out, lead jammer status awarded. So Atomic with 30 seconds here to have her way with the Convict City wall. Convict City providing some good resistance right now. Strong wall, backwards blocking, bracing, keeping her at bay. Forcing the call off. Some strong defense there, and it's Convict City, love it. Pickersgill, Slam Tell, doing some great work out there.
Sorry, what I meant to say was you all talk funny.
So Crack now with lead jammer status for Convict City. Twiggy Bones out and giving chase. Convict City set up at the back. Crack fighting way through. Fancy feed and calls it off. Four points for Crack and Convicts in that jam. 0 points for San Fernando Valley.
And with 20 minutes left on this second half, San Fernando Valley 137 leads from Convict City's 72.
So Convicts wanting a few more of those nice clean 4-0 jams. Brannicky now with the star, looking to continue the success from Crack in that last one. Kilo Kitty finding a lot of points in this game so far, looking for a few more in this one. And Brannicky out, lead jammer for Convict City.
Bits of Brannicky falling off onto the track there. She's forced off the track and behind the pack. In the meantime, Kilo Kitty still trying to complete her initial pass.
Brannicky out for 5-point pass, lapping Kilo Kitty. Kitty now out on her scoring pass. Trish the Dish on the way to the box. She'll be joined by Slam Tell. Depleted packs to start the next one. Big jam there from Brannicky. 3 more points in the final pass.
Yep. Yep, but they went past the spot. And I like this one. 6 points for the pass. I don't understand how you can do that, but...
Vanessa Shredgrave, lead jammer status for the Convicts. Atomic, she's out as well. Can the Convicts limit it to 1 pass? Vanessa Shredgrave showing left, juking right, and picking up 4. Strong jam from Shreddy. 137 plays 84 now. Twiggy Bones pushing way through on the inside line for lead jammer status. San Fernando Valley. Pickersgill, she's got one to beat in Trish the Dish and negotiates that final piece well. She's on a scoring pass.
San Fernando Valley trying to catch the bunny there, but having to yield to the no pack situation. Ivana Spanking donning the jammer panty, I believe for the first time in this game, Big Kahuna.
And she's jamming up against Ruby Rehab for Convict City. Ruby Rehab, one of the many girls here today sporting Bont skates at the Bont Invitational.
And that explains why Ruby is actually lighter, stronger, and faster.
As opposed to heavier, weaker, slower, which is what my skates would be.
Ivana unable to score any points there. Convict City creeping up to San Fernando Valley with more than 15 minutes left in this game. They are definitely still in with a chance.
Killer Kitty jamming again for San Fernando Valley. Slam Tell with the honours now for Convict City. And Kitty finding a way around the outside, round the outside. She's got lead jammer status for San Fernando Valley. Slam Tell out on her scoring pass. 4 points to Killer Kitty, calling it off with her hands on hips. 15 minutes left in the second half. 144 plays 88.
Ivana Spanking back on the jam line for San Fernando Valley. She's up against Crack from Convict City. Little hand holding happening between jammers. That's what we like to see.
So Crack dragged all the way back to the jammer line from some strong defense. San Fernando Valley. Ivana Spankin is lead jammer for San Fernando Valley. She gets through for a 5-point pass. Track car called for Crack. And the crowd doesn't like it. Going crazy out there. Ivana Spank, another 5-point pass. Power jam now to San Fernando Valley also. No pack called. Convict City forced to let Ivana go for another 5 points.
Indeed, and Big Kahuna, Ivana Spanking, one of the many players from America whose hand I would like to hold. It's great to see her on the track here today, paddling her way through on the inside line for another 5 points.
Depleted packs from both sides, but Convict City and San Fernando Valley both getting some reinforcements out of the box now. Crack is on the track. She's trying to make her initial pass complete, but Ivana Spankin picks up a forearm call. She's on the way to the box right as that jam came to a close. So Convict City will start with a power jam in this next one. Timeout called by Convict City. So with 12 and a half minutes left, 164 San Fernando Valley, 88 Convict City. And a big thank you to our vendors here this over the weekend as well. Bont, Spank Alley, Rydell, and Roller Derby Heaven. These are the businesses that are supporting roller derby, so support the businesses that support us.
Indeed, Big Kahuna, because if there's one thing that's important to athletes, and that is athletic supporters.
So a wave just went across the crowd there. There it is, one of the biggest waves we've ever seen. Calm down, people. There's going to be a riot. Everyone needs to just relax for a bit.
This is the biggest members stand I've ever seen at a sports ground.
Calm, controlled waves are good. And it goes up, the Shock Exchange, enjoying their trip to Australia. Vanessa Shredgrave.
I just had a Scandinavian stare at me like she'd never seen a Mexican wave.
I think it's just the wave now. You don't want to label it any particular.
What are you talking about?
Well, in Australia, we
I don't want to hear you talk about it.
I don't know why. I don't know why. It just is.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, they may be naked, but the Scandinavians do not know a Mexican wave.
It's just the wave now. It's 2015.
I don't want to talk about
It
it.
doesn't have to be labeled as any particular country's wave.
Shredgrave ignores all of our commentary silliness and makes her way through for a 5-point pass. Ivana Spankin having a hard time. Those legs would be burning right about now. And for our international consultant, Diesel Doris, I am told that sitting on someone is an American thing. Bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. When you hear the San Fernando Valley women yelling out, sit on her, it is in fact an American thing. Thank you very much to our international consultant, Diesel Doris.
That, of course, did come from our commentator official here who clarifies all the rules and everything, including terminology like sit on her.
I think it's quite effective having an international consultant team.
What rule is that referenced in? 13.1.2.3.4.8? Okay, good.
In the meantime, there is some derby going on. Gonads are out. Gonads on the inside, Gonads on the outside, Gonads everywhere. She is busting through the pack.
Twiggy Bones also having trouble with Convict City Wall at the back of this pack. Gonads out, lead jammer status. Gonads is lead jammer. Convict City. Twiggy Bones now out of the pack and stalking Gonads like prey. Gonads calls it off after picking up 3 points for Convict City.
And with 10 more minutes left on this bout, San Fernando Valley have 168 points against Convict City Rollers, 108 points. Certainly a very close game here, Big Kahuna.
Absolutely. Convict City making the world know that there is some strong derby in Australia, and it's from all parts of our land, including the Apple Isle that is Tasmania. Convict City from Hobart playing a 115 ranked Wooftada team here, San Fernando Valley, and earning their respect right now. Slam Tell is lead jabber for Convict City. Killer Kitty out on her scoring pass now. 4 points for Slam Tell. Communicating with her pack from the other side of the track. and calling it off before Kilo Kitty can pick up any for San Fernando Valley. Convict City lead jammer status once again awarded to Vanessa Shredgrave. Ivana Spankin now out of the pack. She's on a scoring pass. Ivana Spankin able to sneak in 2 points against the lead there.
And of course, commentary from Godzilla on the sidelines, able to be interpreted in many ways. Big Kahuna.
So 171 plays 112, 7.5 minutes left in this action. Live from Newcastle Entertainment Centre, hosted by Sydney Roller Derby League and of course your home team, Newcastle Roller Derby League. You know the thing about Newcastle Roller Derby League, Mel, is I never know where they are in a building. Whenever there's something going on, I'm never quite aware of where Newcastle Roller Derby League is. Whether they're in the hallways or whether they're in the grandstand maybe.
I can hear them cheering from the grandstands now, Big Kahuna.
I was trying to prompt it, didn't work.
Kilo Kitty jamming for the San Fernando Valley. 6.5 minutes left in this game. Convict City with enough energy to be doing some chants. Shredgrave takes the opportunity to muscle her way into the pack.
Kilo Kitty, last line of defense to get past, but she's already nabbed lead jammer status for San Fernando Valley. Vanessa Shredgrave still held up in that pack. Strong walls from San Fernando Valley.
No. You took it. Jammer's having a little spooning there on the track. Eventually, things being called off. 4 more points for San Fernando. 5 minutes left in the game. Convict City really bringing it to this game, Big Kahuna. San Fernando with the obvious advantage of experience.
San Fernando Valley coming all the way from the skinny bit of California in the middle there somewhere.
Did you get that off a geographer?
I did. A mapsmith.
Slamtel travels around as the lead jammer. She's looking to score some quick points and calls that jam off.
Slamtel gets through for 4 points. San Fernando Valley picking up 3 against the lead.
I believe that difference is 1 point for that jam.
So 189 plays 120. difference on the board is, I won't say it because that's a very cheap announcer humor. Thank you.
And thank you
Just
to the
laid that one up for you. Here you go, silver platter.
Thank you to the referee crew, Marty Score Crazy, Vector, McFly, Hands Off Her Back, Slane, William Skatespear, and Boom, Tish.
So Crack skating along with Twiggy Bones. Twiggy Bones behind, but with lead jammer status. Takes over from Crack and sends it to the outside. Jammer on jammer action paying off for Twiggy Bones. Only 1 point for her efforts there. 0 points to Convict City.
Killer Kitty jamming up against Pickersgill.
Killer Kitty through on the inside, getting through for some points. Pickersgill now out on her scoring pass, and Killer Kitty calling it off, adding 5 to the tally. So San Fernando Valley edging ever so close to that 200-point mark. Killer Kitty looking exhausted, working hard today.
You were skating on the plane though, right?
Vanessa Shredgrave finds lead jammer status awaiting her. Convict City in control of this jam.
I'm going to assume it's too soon to make MH370 jokes.
Yes, I don't know how soon it will be, when it's going to be okay.
You give me the nod, Kahuna. You just give me the
I'm
nod.
the authority on it.
I'm happy to listen.
I thought you'd be more of the authority.
Ruby Rehab jamming for Convict City. She's up against Twiggy Bones. Both teams had to cross water to get here. Or as we like to say, they had to pass water to get here. Ruby Rehab finding the outside line. And she's lead jammer. Twiggy Bones with a pirouette makes her way through.
Ruby Rehab, she's looking for points, gets a couple and calls it off. Time for one more. Timeout called by Convict City before the game clock expires, so they'll get one more jam after this timeout.
They'll be hoping for an enormous power jam there. Convict City certainly bringing it to this bout, giving tremendous blocking skills, a great deal of courage from their jammers as well. The experience of the San Fernando players, they're paying off in the end. I think the mistake from Convict City was to not make San Fernando fly a little bit longer than they had to, just to get that jet lag happening.
Jet lag does not appear to be a factor today. It's a strong performance from San Fernando Valley. Killer Kitty said 27 hours on a plane, flying into the future.
And that was just taxiing at Sydney. Shredgrave on the jammer line for Convict City in this last jam for the game. She's up against Kilo Kitty.
It must be noted that Convict City flew from overseas as well, of course.
Of course. They speak even funnier than San Fernando people.
And people that don't know, Hobart is the valley of Australia.
Hobart Valley, we like to call it. Shredgrave,
Kilo
great deal of
Kitty.
determination. Kilo Kitty makes it through on 1 foot, putting 4 more points on the scoreboard, calling the game off.
So Kilo Kitty showing some sweet moves there, calling it off and bringing the game to a close. Unofficial final score, 199 San Fernando Valley Roller Derby, 127 Convict City Rollers. The first of what will be many, or the second of what will be many international games here today. Auckland just played previously. We've got Finland Rainbow Rollers coming up. New York Shock Exchange will be playing. So many teams from around the world. Keep your eye on your YouTube channel, Bont Invitational. Still unofficial final score, but the teams are doing their congratulatory laps. And that's it. Head referee calls it to a close. 199 San Fernando Valley, 127 Convict City Rollers.
I think you're all good. No boogers. Oh, that probably went live. I'm sorry. This is Kilo Kitty, captain of the San Fernando Valley Roller Derby League. Thank you so much for coming all the way here to Newcastle. How do you feel?
Tired. We basically were on a plane for 27 hours, and then we came here. We got here at like 1 a.m. And
1 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, so.
You probably feel a little more tired than me. I'm only sorry that you've come all this way to Australia and you've landed in Newcastle.
I know, right? I was like, wait, we're leaving Sydney? Oh, where are we going? There's like all this like land here. But it's awesome. I love it here. It's great. Sorry,
it's all right. We can't understand a word you're saying anyway, so
I
it
know.
doesn't really matter. They'll just
Like, totally.
edit it out in the subtitles. How much longer are you staying here? Do you actually know these people behind you? They're a bit loutish, aren't they? Apparently not.
We're convicts. We're from Tasmania.
Yeah, they're from far away too, I guess.
And how long are you going to be staying here?
We're going to stay here till Wednesday.
And do you think that the jet lag factored into the way you guys played today?
Yeah, I think so. I'm super tired, so yeah.
You still seem to play quite well, really.
thank
so
you.
I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference. Thank you so much for talking to us, Killer Kitty. Thank you so much for coming to the Bont Invitational.
For having us. Thank you so much.
And I have here with me Vanessa Shredgrave. Hang on. I have here with me Vanessa Shredgrave from the Convict City, which is Hobart. Not at all. Been to Wellington, Vanessa Shredgrave. Is that true that that rumour is in fact not a good rumour?
That is not true.
And do you
I'm
find
Hobart born and bred?
All right then. Well, I'm sorry, but do you find that the cultural differences between there and here is something that you've had to adapt to rather quickly to be ready for the tournament?
Between Wellington, between America and Hobart.
Just between you're in Newcastle now.
Oh yes, we're in Newcastle. I used to live in Newcastle.
I'm so very sorry to hear that. Vanessa, surely you would be up for some sort of disadvantaged player scheme. Have you been playing roller derby for very long?
Since about 2010 when the Convicts were first formed.
I was expecting you to say since about 10 o'clock this morning, but that's okay. How do you think you went in the game?
I had to change my wheels in the warm-up and that was really scary, but then I got my really worn, chunked wheels on and I felt much more comfortable. I don't even know what they are.
Well, you certainly did bring a lot of courage to the track. That's the thing in the middle there. It was wonderful to watch you guys just really, do some really great positional blocking. You must be proud.
We're really proud. We've been training all summer. We haven't had a break, and Slam's going to buy me a chocolate milk now. I'm really happy about that.
And we do see here our new arrival, a Woofter apprentice. And that is terrific news for Australia and also for Hobart. I better let you go. They're doing photos and they're all staring at you right now. Thank you so much, Vanessa Shredgrave.
Thank you so much.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
And we're back on track 1 here at the Bont Invitational. This bout is Sydney Roller Derby League, the Assassins, playing South Sea Roller Derby, the Sirens. My name is Melodrama, and I am from the Inner West Roller Derby League in Sydney.
And my name's Pants, and I'm from Sydney Roller Derby League, and I swear I'm not going to be biased or anything today.
There's no need for that. And let me read to you who is playing today for the South Sea Roller Derby team. Anorexia, Harmon Miranda, Amy Gedden, Black Mamba, Danny Darko, Fidzgig, Titosaurus, Salt and Pepper, Betty Doom, Herbie the Shovebug, Flux Decapacitator, Peril Lass, Crash Mandicoot, and Scooby Doom.
And for Sydney today, we have Pure Energy, Anne of War, Peggy Spew, Moody Bitch, Carnivore, Stacey DC, Chakram, Feral Streep, Tricks and Stones, Murder Maid, Bar Slap, Juicy Vengeance, Motherfucker, and Slayer Kinney.
We have coaching from the South Sea Roller Derby bench, Black Rainbow and Bonnie Jovi.
And for Sydney, we have Mr. Spew and Your Mum. Try and make that as Australian as possible. Your Mum.
Your Mum. And we have crew number 2 for the referees, Number Cruncher, Sir Shagalot, Roger Jamjet, Ailsa Finlayson, Marching Orders, Alex Van Dorn, Totorod, and Bone Dancer. Thank you also to all of our non-skating officials. I don't know your names, but I love you much.
They make the magic happen.
Like a microphone on it. Yeah. And we have starting on the jam line, Fizzgig for the South Sea Roller Derby League in the white with the blue collar. Moody is jamming for Sydney, and she is out in front and lead jammer. First jam of the bout. It is a good way to start off. Moody rounds up the back of the pack. She has completed her initial pass. Fizgig has not. That means Moody has lapped the jammer as soon as she breaks through, and that'll be 5 points for Sydney. Moody calls that jam off. 5 big points for, 9 big points for Sydney Roller Derby League. Off to a flying start.
Could even say it's a rolling start. All right, so skating up, we have fast lap for Sydney, Danny Darko for South Sea.
Danny Darko staring into the abyss of the blockers from Sydney.
With all that black, how can you not?
Sydney Roller Derby League only just recently gaining WOFTA qualification. Fast lap, mushing it out the front, and she is through for lead jammer. Giving the traditional fast lap plat flick. South Sea is having trouble getting past the blockers there. I personally am having trouble seeing past the blockers myself. Danny Darko completes her initial pass. Fast lap, trying to get the hips forward past her 4 players, calling that jam off. Another 8 points for Sydney Roller Derby League.
I think it'd be 9 again. Oh, no, 5. 10.
10 points. Well, I didn't see that coming, did I? Forgot about that whole lapping jammer thing. Never mind. Fizgig back on the jammer line for South Sea. She's up against Moody from Sydney Roller Derby League. Sydney using that strong wall, 4 blockers in a triangular form. Managing to force Fizgig off the track, forcing her back to the pack. In the meantime, Moody has completed her initial pass. She's the lead jammer. She's going to want to get her hips past as many players as she can. I dare say she will keep skating until Fizgig completes her initial pass. Fizgig getting some good assistance there by Titosaurus, clearing a path for her on the outside line.
Moody waking her way through for another pass, and she calls it off.
Crash Bandicoot on the jam line for South Seas. She's up against fast lap from Sydney. Fast lap sporting the spangly legs to suit her tall demeanour.
Juicy Vengeance cycling Crash Bandicoot back into the pack.
Fast lap, able to generate quite a lot of speed there with those long legs. She calls that jam off. South Seas absolutely denied by Sydney to score any points at all. Sydney using some very strong, disciplined blocking. Coached tightly by Mr. Spew and your mum.
I think it's all that wood chopping from the Lumberjacks home team. Bringing the strength.
Bringing the ham. Danny Darko is back for more for South Seas. She is up against Moody for Sydney. Moody having no trouble at all, jostling her way through the pack. She's the lead jammer. Danny Darko needing a bit of assistance from her teammates. Unfortunately, losing her footing.
Sydney doing a lot of waterfalling, trying to keep her in the pack.
Sydney managing to score 5 points quite often there, just by lapping South Sea's jammer.
Some natural grand slams going on.
South Sea's jammer keeping up there with Moody. Danny Darko trying to score a point there, unable to get in front of Sydney's blockers. Nothing added to the score there for South Sea. Danny Darko sent to the penalty box there. Unfortunately, I wasn't looking, so I didn't see what that penalty was. I will call it a miscellaneous naughtiness penalty. Giving Fast Lap all of the opportunities on the track there. She is in a power jam situation.
And with those long legs, you don't want that.
Sydney blockers are trying to slow the pace down of the South Seas by capturing a bunny there, holding her back as much as they can.
And for the Americans, I think they call it a goat.
A goat, a baby, a bunny, we don't care what you call it.
Even a person, whatever works.
Fast Lap trying to go up the inside line, being knocked out of bounds by Titosaurus.
And Danny's back on the track, looking to make her way through.
Once again, Sydney's defence holding very, very strong there, managing to deny South Seas all but 2 points.
Moody Bitch for Sydney makes her way through. Fizgig looking to make her way through from the pack.
South Seas trying to catch a bunny there from Sydney, but not able to hold her back. Fizgig speeds her way around there, but unable to score points.
Slayer Kenny off to the penalty box. That'll be to South Seas advantage.
GC Avengers just managing to don the pivot panty in time there. Otherwise, their team would have scored a penalty for not fielding a pivot in the jam. Fast Lap through as lead jammer.
Crash Bandicoot making her way out.
She's trying to pile on the pace there, trying to catch up to the pack. Sydney, though, keeping the pedal to the metal and then calling that jam off. Still no score change for the South Sea Roller Derby League. And Pants, we can see here what happens when the crowd is unbridled. They are going absolutely wild here.
They are. We've got Moody to jam for Sydney.
South Seas with a
doing a
South
magical
with a
star pass.
I wasn't sure if Sydney had seen it before I said it. Moody instructed by Mr. Spew to call that jam off before South Seas could do any damage. The star pass, a very good idea there, managing to get out in front, but not able to take any points to that advantage.
2 fists in the air.
Ten minutes down from this first half of the game. Sydney Roller Derby League establishing a very strong lead nice and early on. 55 points playing South Seas 2 points.
Fast Lap taking the lead.
Fizgig caught up behind Feral Streep. Feral causing a lot of interference there.
Fast Lap making it through on the inside, making it look easy.
Well, when you've got legs that go all the way up there, you're able to just step through on the corners, aren't you? No
Might
need
be
for
able
an
to
apex.
step over.
Yeah, no need for an apex jump. Just step over.
Pack is moving at a pretty fast pace right now.
They are indeed. This is going to be very trying on South Seas fitness. I'm not a strong follower of the Melbourne teams, but I can tell you for sure Sydney Roller Derby League have excellent fitness. They can skate at this pace all day long. And it is a bit cooler here in the pavilion now with the air conditioning pumped up.
It's quite nice.
So we'll be seeing Sydney pile on the pace throughout this game. Crash Bandicoot jamming for the South Seas. She mushes up against Moody from Sydney.
Moody wakes her way out. Followed close, hot on her heels. Crash Bandicoot wants it. She's going to go for it. Maybe a little bit of jammer on jammer action. And Moody calls it off.
Referees conferring with each other, confirming a track cut there to one of the South Seas players. Not the jammer though, so it won't be a power jam. They do start 2 blockers down, giving Sydney a massive pack advantage.
Well, not really massive. By massive, I mean 1 player. Danny Darko going up against that Sydney wall. Fast Lap fighting through 1 at the front. Fast
Danny
Lap
Darko.
through.
Danny Darko doing it tough there, getting jostled about by Sydney's blockers. In the meantime, Fast Lap making it look easy, stretching out the pack, forcing a no-pack situation for her to be able to walk through, scoring 5 points. Danny Darko is through on her initial pass. Tricks and Stones offering some assistance to Fast Lap, but no points were added on that particular pass.
Just going to say, Mel, at least the uniforms are very easy to tell the difference. White against black. Can't go past that. It's classic.
That way we know who the good guys and the bad guys are.
It's always the black guys are the good guys, right? Is that how it works?
That's in the Pizarro world.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's the reverse world.
Yeah.
My bad.
Crash Bandicoot jamming for South Sea. She is up against a very stubborn wall there. Slayer Kinney being anchored by maybe
like
Chakram and
Pure Energy, I think. Pure Energy and Mother
yes,
Father.
indeed.
Moody making her way back through to the pack.
Crash completing her initial pass. Moody forced to call it. Good pressure there by South Seas.
Salt and Pepper really bringing the assault. Well, not physically, but recycling her pretty well.
Mr. Spew reinforcing the idea that there is a constant curve of learning. Sydney well and truly out in front, but still wanting to do it a little better each time.
Fizgig going to the box there for forearms.
That, of course, leaves Sydney with a power jam situation. Fast Lap, able to score all of the points, and I believe she will. She's done with her initial pass. South Sea's leaning forward, trying to make the clock go quicker, make that 30 seconds elapse as quickly as they can. Blockers supporting each other, holding Fast Lap back, needing the bridge. Fast Lap completely frustrated by that excellent blocking there.
South Sea locking it down. Fizgig fighting her way through.
South Sea managing to find the outside line.
She's only got 2 more blockers to beat. And she's through.
Skipping a jump through on the inside apex, but that jam being called.
Having a first jam for today, we've got Slayer Kinney on the line for Sydney, up against Danny Darko for South Sea.
Danny Darko trying to find a space on the outside line there, looking for help from Assault and Pepper, but Assault is off doing her own thing now. Danny Darko managing to shove her sweep out of the way. And for the first time in this game, we see South Seas as lead jammer. Slayer Kinney will be largely undaunted by that. She's got the pace to be able to catch up and put pressure on the pack.
Salt and Tripper tried to break up the pack there, but unfortunately went for a penalty.
Nice work. South Sea is adding to their scoreboard 4 points in that pass. More than halfway through the first half, Sydney looking very strong indeed, with Moody back on the jammer line. Anorexia putting down the commentator's microphone for a moment to actually join on the track as the jammer. Unfortunately for her, she has been called off for a high block.
Pure Energy trying to make the pack go faster. Help her out.
And Moody rewarded with a 5-point pass.
Moody getting pinballed around and she's through.
Tidosaurus and Black Mamba unable to hold Moody back. Rexy catching a shoulder there from Sydney.
We've got Fizgig for South Sea up against Fast Lap. Fizgig bringing out a burst of energy there.
Fast Lap piling on the pace there. Fizgig yelling out to her teammates. She wants them to help her break through that wall.
Determined to get some points.
Fast Lap helping out the referees, saying, I scored 2 points. Referee looks blankly back at her, saying, no, you didn't. Less than 10 minutes left in this first half. Sydney in a very, very strong position. Danny Darko will jam for South Sea. And she's up against Moody from Sydney. Moody zigzags in the front there with the pack. In
Danny
the
being shot
meantime,
down by that Sydney wall.
Moody through for another 5-point pass. Danny Darko doing it tough there in the back there. It's all brawn going on here. And little fakie to the right. She's through. And Pants, players on the South Sea side will start to get pretty tired, pretty fatigued fairly quickly with every hit that they take from these blockers. That's going to be a little bit of energy sapped from them.
It really drains you every single time.
I'm guessing that this sort of sunshine is something that Melbourneites aren't used to seeing as well. They just want it to be rainy, rainy, rainy.
Rainy and dreary.
So it's going to be pretty hot conditions for them.
I think both teams are doing well with the air conditioning on today, though, so that's working in everybody's favour. And the jam whistle went, but everybody was waiting, playing the waiting game.
Juicy Vengeance forced back behind the pack. Assault and Pepper had hoped that she was forced back behind her as well, but not to be the case.
Fizzgig pushing away through, popping out the top.
Juicy Vengeance nearly half a lap behind, but catching up as Fizzgig is forced to a standstill after scoring 1 point. South Sea's total up to 7 points now.
I'm watching how nice and smooth you're doing it all. It's like
They are a wolf league after all.
We've got fast lap jamming for Sydney. Up against Crash Bandicoot. And pass laps through. Fast lap with those long legs of hers already joins back the pack. Crash Bandicoot putting on some speed, trying to catch up.
And when they scored a point, Moody getting down low for Sydney. And Alexi jamming for South Sea. She finds a gap, she runs through it, and she is lead jammer for South Seas. That means Anorexia gets the opportunity to call this jam off. That means she can stop Sydney from scoring any points. She charges those hips past. Unfortunately, cuts the track before she calls the jam off. No points awarded. No opportunity to score any more points, but Moody
I think
has
they
been
both
sent
wanted a bit
out.
of a cut track there. Both cutting.
That puts Anorexia back on the track. And of course, Moody only has to serve the same amount of time that Rexy served, and that puts Moody back on the track as well. Rexy going the long way around. She's trying to avoid a track cut.
So this will now mean that the jam will go for a full 2 minutes. Both teams looking to stop the other jammer scoring points, which really is the whole idea of this game.
It's a simple game. It may not be easy, but it's certainly simple.
Just stop the other team from scoring points. No balls unless it's men derby.
And that, of course, will be the next game on this track. No, it won't be. I totally made that up. Moody getting caught behind the recycling wall of the South Seas. South Seas being careful to not draw a multiplayer block. Moody starting to look a little tired, which is possibly the first time ever that I have seen her tired at all. Like, seriously, I have never seen her tired.
Both teams trying to bring the strong defense.
This is, of course, a great opportunity to remind you that the Bont Invitational is brought to you by Bont with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster.
Did they take that from Daft Punk?
I think it's pronounced Daft Bont.
Right.
Lighter, stronger, faster. Thanks also to the event sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven and Bolters. Pure Energy going for the booby touch as she goes around and gets lead jam.
Sydney with a power jam at the moment. And if you watch Pure Energy, she will get her body into some weird positions.
Pure Energy, of course, is never scared to mush up against the opposition.
When you play this sport, you really have to let your personal boundaries go. No bubbles, no personal space bubbles.
Pure Energy doesn't just worry about the apex jump for the apexes, she does the blocker jump as well.
And Rexy back on the track, looking to make her way through. And I don't know about you guys, but that penalty was called pretty clearly. I could hear it from over here.
It was indeed a clockwise block. Pure Energy through for another 4 points. Rexy looking pretty fatigued as well. Like I said before, this is absolutely blistering heat for Melbourneites. Pure Energy hitting the ground hard, but she is nothing if not resilient.
And this is why we wear protective gear.
A massive jam there from Energy, bringing 14 more points to Sydney. With less than 2 minutes left in the game, I would like to say thank you to Spank Alley and Sports Clinic, Physiotherapy and Injury Management, Skiing, Newcastle Entertainment Centre, which is where we're sitting right now, the officials and the volunteers. Danny Darko caught behind the wall of Sydney blockers again. In the meantime, fast lap streaking out ahead of the pack. She's lead jammer. The curious cry there from the bench manager, score the points. Pretty much the jammers know that's what they're doing. She sticks her hips out in front of the South Seas blocker and calls a point, getting 4 points for that pass. And a big hello to all the people watching from at home. Thank you very much to the camera operators and the technical brain people for bringing you this coverage online. If you're near or in the Newcastle area, there are 2 more days, full days of competition left. So if you want to come on down, you probably should.
Yeah, do it.
Tell them at the ticket office that I sent you. Thank you also to our international guests and coaches. New York Stock Exchange, which was the group of cheeky men just sitting on the sideline there a minute ago.
They got excited.
San Fernando, who just played. Callio Rolling Rainbow.
Not in the crowd.
They've obviously... Oh, no, they've gone away. Auckland Roller Derby, Tracy Disco Akers, Scald Eagle, Stephanie Maney, and Mr. Fury.
A lot of effort goes into make these tournaments. We're all very grateful. If it wasn't for these tournaments, where would we go?
I'd be at home watching TV.
With no pants, because it's No Pants Friday.
Fizgeek skips away on the outside, manages to avoid. No, she does not. A track cut is called by Totorod. Fizgeek giving Moody the power jam there. Sydney will take all of this advantage. It's not likely that Moody would let this one go.
Moody taking advantage of that, scoring 5 points. Karma helping her out.
Moody, although she doesn't have the height or weight advantage, she does have the skills to be able to muscle her way past any blockers here. She scores a big 5-point pass. South Sea is managing to force Moody out of bounds, making her go behind the pack there. A big win for them. In the meantime, the South Seas Jam are also caught behind the wall of Sydney.
Fizgid taking her time, but Sydney's just
No
holding
pack
her
is
back.
called. Moody getting a free pass through the pack. 4 more points for that pass. Moody through, lapping the jammer from the South Seas, meaning that she gets 5 points for that pass.
Counting down the clock. Moody's just taking her time, strolling on through.
Halftime is called by the referee. I am Melodrama.
And I'm Pants. Go and get yourself something to eat. Or drink, whatever fancies.
We'll see you back here in about 12 minutes.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
And we are back from halftime here at the Newcastle Entertainment Centre.
In Newcastle, if you didn't know that.
It seemed a logical place to put it,
Does.
really. Yes, indeed. Both teams have been gear checked by referees. Thank you very much to the referees. They do a huge job. Generally, they do 5 games back to back. And they skate just as hard as the players do. They certainly smell as much as the players do. So thank you very much to our referees. Thank you also to our non-skating officials, the ones that keep track of the penalties and the score and the lineups and do the camera work and make the technical plugging in bits go well with the other bits.
Make the thing works.
And Pants, thank you to you.
No worries, thank you to you. If we weren't here, this would be silent. It'd be eerie. No noises.
You may prefer that, but really it's not up to you at home. We have the microphones here, and I can tell you with my microphone that Sydney Roller Derby League have fielded Moody on the jam line, and she is up against Fizzgig.
And that was just clarification saying that whistle will not start the jam. Don't want any quick rolling going on there.
Moody trying to muscle her way through and squeezes through on the outside there. She takes the lead jam. Nice positive start there for Sydney Roller Derby League.
Fizzgig making her way through, putting on some energy.
Fizzgig putting on a lot of pressure there on Sydney, forcing them to call the jam off with only 3 points scored instead of the usual 4 points.
We've got Danny Darko now up for South Sea against Fast Lap for Sydney.
Fast Lap screeching her way around the corners there. And she's hit the back of the pack around about the same time that Danny manages to make her way through for her initial pass. Fast Lap wasting no time off the game clock to call that jam off, maximising the opportunities to score for Sydney. What would happen if I turn the microphone up when we talk through this here? I would want to. Betty Doom jamming for the first time in this game for the South Sea Roller Derby League, bringing fresh legs to their team. In the meantime, Moody rounds the corner as lead jammer, about to hit the pack for her first scoring pass. Getting a bit of assistance there from one of the blockers. makes her way through for 4 points from that pass.
Peggy Spew going to the box for a multiplayer.
Terrific interference there for Betty Doom. Fast lap is back. She is up against the Salt and Pepper.
Salt and Pepper making her way through. A little bit of tricky footwork there.
Great achievement there by South Sea blockers. Managing to hold fast lap back. Certainly no mean feat with fast lap having the agility that she does. A Salt and Pepper through for a 5-point pass. And a fast lap only just completing her initial pass. This gives an excellent opportunity for this jam for South Sea. South Sea wanting to slow this jam down so that Assault has a bigger opportunity to score some points. However, a block sending her to the floor stops that idea in its tracks. 5 points for that jam for South Sea Roller Derby League.
Coming up to jam for the first time today, we've got Carnivore for Sydney up against Fizz Jig for South Sea. A little bit of a jammer dance happening. South Sea making Karma work for it.
Carnivore being forced an awfully long way back, too far back in fact, with Harmon Miranda being sent to the penalty box for blocking out of bounds. Carnivore hitting the wall of the South Seas. And just a short power jam there with Whizgig in the penalty box. 5 points to Sydney for that pass. Fizzgig skating her wheels off, trying to catch up there. However, Carnivore had complete control of that jam. No points awarded to South Sea.
Fast lap making her way through. Danny Darko makes her way out of the pack quickly.
South Sea managing to put pressure on Sydney to call that jam off. Moody back on the jam line for Sydney. She is up against the Salt and Pepper.
Who just wants to push it.
South Sea blockers managing to offer a lot of interference there.
Saya Kinney taking out a salt and pepper. We've got Farsap on the line up against Fizzjig.
Fizzjig just warming up her rap dancing moves there. She's going to bust the move just as soon as the next timeout is called.
If you look closely at Farsap, she has some handmade armbands. Very fancy. She made her own armband. She's like, I'm going to wear them. She really did. Energy's like, they're going to fall off. And Farsap's like, aw. But they're fine. I think the elbow pad's keeping them up. Yeah. Fizzgig making her way through. Farsap coming up to the back of the pack.
Black Mamba offering lots of interference there to Farslap. That jam being called off with only 2 points added to Sydney's score.
That was her initial, but I didn't want to say it because it didn't go. I'm like, I'll just play it safe and not say anything.
Juicy vengeance from Sydney, holding back the wall. Still managing to hold back South Sea's jammer. South Sea's scrambling, trying to get in front there. Blockers in there helping the jammer. In the meantime, while all of this goes on in the background, in the foreground, Moody scores another 5-point pass.
Sydney blockers helping Moody get through there. It's all about the communication on and off the track.
Moody through for another 5-point pass. That's one for every blocker and one for the jammer that she laps. Danny Darko making her initial pass for South Seas. South Seas, of course, in the white and navy shirts, in the black with red trim.
We're 10 minutes down in the second half, or as we were calling it on the other track, half two. Whatever suits your fancy.
What about half two the second?
Yeah, that works too. Or half two, the return of the halftime.
Fast lap. Taking a running leap at the wall of South Seas. Doesn't bust her through though. She has to do it the traditional way, up the inside. In the meantime, South Sea has lead jammer status. They can score points and call it off if that's what they want. The Salt and Pepper having an excellent opportunity here, jamming. She manages to call that jam without Sydney scoring any points. There you go. I was completely wrong. South Sea is scoring 3 points. Sydney is scoring 1.
Everyone getting nice and close on the jammer line. Moody and Fizzjig jamming. Moody being sent to the box with a blocking with the head. This will be a power jam for South Sea Roller Derby.
Fizgig through for her initial pass. She is lead jammer. And she also has the power jam opportunity to score all the points. She's going to have to fight GC Vengeance for it first, though. So, pardon me, Slayer Kinney. Moody managing to sneak away back onto the track.
Just think we've got another 2 days of this.
Fast Lap does a pirouette around Pure Energy to make her way through. But she's now stuck behind the wall of South Seas. She needs to step right and left and takes a gap through the inside.
We're still going to have a power jam start.
Slayer Kinney jamming for Sydney Roller Derby League. Crash Bandicoot jamming for South Seas. She came straight from the penalty box, squeezed her way through and got lead jam.
Southside trying to hold Slayer Kinney back as much as possible.
Crash Bandicoot managing to take a very big hit off Motherfucker. South Seas questioning the amount of points that were given. Referee says, no, I saw her hips. She says, really? Truly? She popped them over the line. Bonnie Jovi choosing not to question that score. And to this next jam, Fast Lap. Taking the reins for Sydney, and she steps out in front as lead jammer.
Salt and pepper being recycled by Sydney, trying to make her way through. And she does.
A Salt and Pepper streaking on the outside there. Doesn't get the opportunity to meet the pack even. Fast Lap scored 2 points and then called that jam off. There is only 13 more minutes left in this game. South Seas will be wanting to close that gap up a little bit more. Danny Darko jamming for South Seas, while Bonnie Jovi instructs her blockers to put their hips together.
Moody jamming for Sydney, pushes her way through, makes it look easy as making a biscuit, because cakes can be hard, let's face it.
Yeah, Moody certainly can find a hole in any blocker wall. But she is sent off for a multiplayer block, I think. No, for a track cut. That gives a power jam to South Seas. Danny Darko grimacing on the face there. She's done a fair share of jamming today. She manages to get past GC Vengeance, who's been sent off for blocking out of bounds.
South Sea currently with pack advantage over Sydney. Danny trying to get as many points as possible with this jam.
Moody gets a 4-point pass there, as does Danny Darko. Level pegging. Another 4 points there for South Seas. Moody using amazing footwork there, just getting her way through that pack. She adds to her score. 12 points for this particular jam. It seems that South Seas are not able to stop Moody from her jam magic. All the same, that jam, a very positive one for South Seas, scoring 23 points to Sydney's 16.
We've got Fast Lap trying to make its way through at the front, being recycled to the back now. Fizgig being held by Sydney's walls.
Fizgig deciding there was no point trying to hunt down Fast Lap. It would have only wasted time there, so she called that jam off with no points scored on either side. Moody's back for Sydney. She's on the jammer line in the black singlet with the red stripes. She's up against the Salt and Pepper in the white and navy top.
Moody pushing away through. Salt and Pepper really having to work to get out, and she's out. Less than 10 minutes to go.
Sydney managing to only add 1 point to the score there. And Sydney have sent Fast Lap to the jammer line for their team.
Fast Up using those long legs of hers to get back around to join the pack again.
Big shout out to Bont for bringing us the Bont Invitational, done in conjunction with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster. Pure Energy jamming for Sydney Roller Derby League, using brute strength to push anyone in her way out of the way. Doesn't always work for her though. Pure Energy sent off for a low block.
Living up to her name though, putting on that speed to get to the box as quickly as possible.
South Seas through on their initial jam.
Fizgig looking to the ref there, asking, shouldn't I be lead? Yes, yes she should.
Fizgig through for a 5-point pass. Energy using fancy footwork there to avoid a track cut. She manages to make her way through the pack and draws a power jam with Fizgig sent off for a track cut.
It's my favorite type of jam though. If there was going to be a jam, all the power.
Is that when you're in offense or defense?
Both.
Energy pulls a 5-point pass. Bench coach Bonnie Jovi urging her players to do that blocking thing that they do again. And in the meantime, Pure Energy not particularly happy with the call as she saw it, even though she got 5 more points added to the score. And that jam, Sydney 10 points, plays South Seas 7 points, with just over 4 minutes left on the game clock.
But first, a black timeout.
That gives me the opportunity to remind you that the event sponsors today are Roller Derby Heaven and Bolters. Bolters provide us with the event equipment, chairs, tables, screens, dividers, all of those sorts of things. That was Roller Derby Heaven and Bolters. That team chant seemed to involve mathematics.
I think there's some equations in there.
I got the 1, 2, 3 part. It was just all the other parts that I didn't quite get.
We might have to ask them after the game.
South Seas waiting about, wondering if Sydney are going to field a team for this jam. Sydney decide they will. That's a more conventional start than when they don't field a team, of course. Not that I'm criticising.
No criticism here.
No, it would be interesting to see what South Sea would do.
All right, and we've got Crush Mandicoot on the line up against Moody.
I heard the chant, tickle her down, and then she went down and her knee pad fell off.
It's not what you want.
I think tickle her down sounds like a good tactic. South Sea employing the tickle her down tactic at this point of the game, wondering why they didn't pull this secret weapon out earlier. Moody, however, will not be tickled. She is lead jammer for Sydney. A hop and a skip, no tickles on her, 4 points to Sydney.
Got Juicy Vengeance for Sydney up against Danny Darko for South Sea.
Danny Darko stumbling her way through for lead jammer. Juicy Vengeance still stuck behind a very stubborn South Sea blocker, sticking to her like glue. South Sea trying to keep the pack happening. No pack called. Juicy is through for her initial pass. In the meantime, Danny Darko tries to score some points, instead gets sent to the penalty box for a high block.
Hervey Shovebug and Betty Doom working together to stop Juicy from getting through.
In the meantime, Juicy will have this power jam for about 30 seconds. She is working for every second of this power jam. South Sea obviously have left something in the tank. They are using their spare fuel. Juicy Vengeance, however, is fuel-free. She goes for the star pass to Fast Lap.
Fast Lap looking a little bit eager to take it there. Forgot to grab it before starting to move.
Danny Darko sent off for a back block, giving Fast Lap the power jam advantage. However, because of the star pass, there is no lead jammer to this jam. It will just go for the full 2 minutes. Fast Lap with the traditional plat flick. South Sea's trying to hold back Fast Lap to no avail. That was a very big jam for Sydney, 17 points.
Moody on the line. Pushing her way through. Just out like a rocket.
Donnie Darko using her fans to egg her on in these last moments of the game, sneaking through on the inside. And she has all the power. The only jammer on the track is the jammer for South Seas, Danny Darko. However, in this last jam of the game, Danny has been sent off for a back block. She doesn't think that's particularly right. She takes a seat in the penalty box all the same, with Moody stepping out for Sydney, ending this jam, ending this half and ending this bout in style. Sydney Roller Derby League, unquestionable in their victory. And congratulations, of course, to the South Sea Roller Derby League Sirens for bringing all that they had to this game, not being intimidated at all by the larger pool of experience that Sydney bring. Carmen Miranda giving it all she's got in these last few blocks. Danny Darko doing a star pass off to Herbie the shove bug. And that is the final jam. Sydney fairly convincingly beats South Sea Roller Derby League, but congratulations all the same to South Seas for doing such a great job. And also, of course, congratulations to South Seas for playing right up until the last seconds. Okay. So this official review from South Seas Roller Derby, they believe that their jammer, Danny Darko, should not have received the back block call because she hit her own player. Of course, players are allowed to do what they want with their other players on their team. I mean, if they ask and, you know, consent is given and all that sort of stuff. However, head referee number cruncher says ... Yes or no? The call was correct, number cruncher says. I think it was a back block, therefore it is a back block. So we're just waiting for the official final score. And the official final score, Sydney Roller Derby League 277, played South Seas Roller Derby League 63. Unofficial. Oh, man. Sydney Roller Derby League keeping their hands in chant. Simple. Assassin's Heart. No mathematics involved in that. Stay tuned and we will bring you an interview with one or both of the teams.
And I'm here with Crash Mandicoot from the South Sea Roller Derby Sirens. Hi, Crash, how are you?
I'm good, I'm good.
How'd you feel after that game?
Fantastic. It was a really hard game for us, obviously, the score. But yeah, we fought hard and we enjoyed it.
Nice. We do have to ask, can you please tell us your team chant?
Fight, ready, team, and South Sea Sirens.
Awesome.
Yeah, they're our words.
Very good. And how do you feel your team will go for the rest of the tournament?
I think we're going to do really well. We've been training really hard. We've come off some really good games at Bendigo Rebellion and a trip to Adelaide, which we did quite well. So we're feeling really strong and, yeah, ready to play some really good derby.
Awesome, sounds good. Anything you want to say to the fans at home? Anybody maybe watching?
Thanks everyone who's helped get us here, and thank you for everyone's support. Yeah.
Awesome, well thank you very much. Thanks guys. Thank you. All right, and I've managed to wrangle a couple of the Sydney skaters over here. We've got Bar Slap and Pure Energy. Hi, guys.
What's up?
So, Bar Slap, tell us about your armbands.
I crocheted them. It's tapestry crochet, and it's stretching a bit, but it's nice and woolly.
Other than that, did it go all right for the game?
Yes.
And Pure Energy, how did you feel that game went?
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
Feeling pumped for the tournament?
Oh, I'm G'd up, yo.
And how's the rest of the team feeling? Any thoughts, feelings?
It's going well. We've been keeping together really well. It feels really cohesive.
I think somebody's a little bit microphone shy. Anything you want to say to the fans at home? Any supporters, fans, family?
Thanks everyone at SRDL for supporting us. We love you long time.
Hi, Dad.
Thanks very much, guys.
Mr. Spew reinforcing the idea.
Dropping the shoulder and
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench, put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Good afternoon. Oh, pardon me, I'm so sorry. Good afternoon and welcome to the Newcastle Entertainment Centre here at the 2015 Bont Invitational Tournament. Is that a little bit loud? Okay. Yes, it's very loud. Okay, I'll use my bedroom voice.
We're sorry.
Well, we are just about to get underway for the, I was going to say third game, but I've lost count how many games we've had so far. So it is the Canberra Vice-City Rollers versus Perth Roller Derby game. This is the first time that these two teams have met up, of course, at a tournament in Canberra a few years ago. There was the Perth v Canberra B team. It was the first time A's. Oh, and the TGSS 2 years ago. So
Bohemian Rhapsody is known for her troublemaking skills. Thank you very much, Bohemian Rhapsody.
Nice.
Let's give a very big welcome to the Perth Roller Derby League, the West Coast Evils, Nurse Stacks, Wheels McCoy, Johnston, Edward Slaughterhands, Lorraine Evans, Dottie Deranged, Peacock, Holy Smackerel, Goldsmith, Rawberry and Scream, Wood, Thorsten, Laura Gravity, and MK47.
And for Canberra's Vice-City Rollers, we have the captain, number 411, Bambi Von Smasher. Number 10, Rainbow Spiked. 1117, Louisville Slugger. 1236 Madamage, 1337 Freudian Slit, 1975 Behemoth Rhapsody, 303 Bubble O'Kill, 327 Overbearing. Number 6, also on the jam line, is Shortstop. I'll continue the list in just a minute. First jam of the game, we have Shortstop. And number 111, it's Johnston for Perth Roller Derby, just broken out for lead jammer. A surprising start for Shortstop. You don't usually see her stuck behind a wall, but through on her initial pass there.
And that's a great start for Perth, scoring 4 big points and then running away. Putting the first points on the board there, 4-0, Perth Roller Derby League way.
From what I've seen, Perth play a very hard blocking game and are very together with their walls, as are Canberra. So this is going to be a very interesting mix-up. We've got Knuckles on the line for Vice City and 328 Peacock for Perth.
Peacock trying to shove away past Canberra's blockers there. That's not going to work out very well, though. Canberra do provide some very solid walls there. Apparently, it's because they practice with Michael Jackson, Thriller, and other sorts of choreography.
Yes, well, they're very in sync and having a great blocking game so far. Peacock being held back there by Spite, drawing her back. Knuckles still to make her initial pass for Canberra's Vice City. And she is through. Knuckles, your lead jammer for Canberra Vice City. Peacock still to make her initial pass.
And for those not in the know, Vice City is, of course, the Canberra Roller Derby League. They are playing in the green and purple, big girly colours, I believe.
Oh, if you want to go that way. I don't know.
Purple really should be violet.
Blue
Came
is
from Give Women the Vote. It's just a feminist history thing. Never mind.
And
Peacock.
obviously in the blue is Perth Roller Derby. We've got Peacock still to make her initial pass. Some great partner blocking there from Behemoth Rhapsody and Miss Demeanor. Oh, and that was Behemoth Rhapsody being sent for a counterclockwise block.
Canberra still holding the lead jammer status, which of course means they can call this jam off whenever they feel like it.
Some great blocking there. Last line of defense, Anthrax and Rainbow Spite there holding back Peacock, but had to release her. No points in that jam, or in that last pass, shall I say. We've got Canberra's Vice City Rollers on 10 points with Perth Roller Derby on 4. Looks like it's going to be a very close game. If you've all in the stands been protecting your vocal cords, I would suggest to unpack them because it's about to get nuts up in here, just saying. Bambi Von Smasher on the line for Vice City, and 6060 looks like wood for Perth Roller Derby.
Perth providing a very strong wall for Bambi Von Smasher to make her way through. Of course, she has a million years experience. Bambi Von Smasher has actually been skating since she was a fetus, and she makes her way through, but is not the lead jammer.
Wood coming through for her scoring pass here, having some trouble behind Shaggle Frock. No
Bohemian
points
Rhapsody
for...
trying to help out the referees there, saying, I scored 3 points. Well, it wasn't me, it was the jammer.
Yes, much to be commended for a very strong suggestion of points there. But it looks like the call stands, no points in that jam. Canberra's still on 10, Perth on 4.
Johnston back on the jammer line for Perth.
And for Canberra, it's 1337 Freudian Slit. Or Freudy, if you're so inclined.
Much less squinty for me, that's great. Johnston recycled out the back. She is bumping hips, but Freudy is through for lead jammer. Obviously some Canberra fans in the crowd there.
That's right. They're just getting warmed up. See,
That's the
getting,
rowdiest I've
preparing
seen the crowd
themselves.
today.
2
Boy.
points for Canberra there. It's been quite a serious tournament so far, I think, being the first WUFTA sanctioned tournament here in Australia. The Bont 2015 Bont Invitational.
That's exactly right. And of course, the thing with Bont is that they are lighter, stronger, and faster.
And on the jammer line, we've got shortstop for Canberra's Vice City and MK47 for Perth Roller Derby. Bit of a push there from Bubbles on the outside line, trying to help out shortstop a little bit.
Shorty scrambling her way through the pack there, slowing down so she can block the jammer. Even when she falls over, she bounces straight back up. Shorty forces MK47 back into the pack and then streaks off in front. She's a bit of a derby legend, young shortstop.
That's right. That was a textbook eating of said baby. MK47 being forced back into the pack, now made her initial pass.
It's an interesting community that encourages babies to be eaten, and that's what we like to see here.
That's right. A great pass there from shortstop, doing a fantastic pirouette there and making it through for her scoring pass.
And of course, watching these two teams, you would think they have not been skating since 8 o'clock this morning.
That's right. Perth had the first game of the day against Northside Rollers. This is, of course, Canberra's first game of the tournament here at a very cozy 5 p.m.
It's been fantastic having the classes here as well, of course. And there's a star pass there to Evans from MK47. Shortstop calling that jam off.
Evans, of course, being a Perth alumni, went over to London, skated with them for a little while.
As
I think
you
she
do.
had a stint at Team England and then came back to her home league.
And Peacock is on the jammer line now for the West Coast Evils.
And Knuckles for Canberra's Vice City Rollers.
Stonejet closing up that wall from Canberra there. However, Evans managing to make her way through. Sorry, Peacock managing to make her way through.
That's right. I got you confused because I was just gushing about Evans, I think.
Evans, yes, and the London thing. It's not hard to confuse me. I've been up since before dawn.
Oh, and it looks like Knuckles being sent to the penalty box for a forearms major as a jammer.
And Peacock calling that jam off, allowing her team to start with a power jam. Very big thank you to the camera operators today who are bringing you pictures at home. It looks like an easy job, but it's not.
That's right. I had a friend send me a little textaroo saying, isn't technology great? I'm not there, but it feels like I am. So love to you for all of those of you watching at home on the internets. Right back to it, we've got Johnston, lead jammer for Perth Roller Derby on a power jam.
And of course, Peachy, it's well and good that it's Canberra's first game and that maybe Perth have had a sit down, but most of these referees have not had a break. They've been doing game after game and having to keep up with the pace of both of these frantic teams. They are doing a very good job indeed.
Oh, and mid-damage being sent to the penalty box. Not quite sure what the call was there, but I was just having a little gush as she is skating against her old home team, Perth Roller Derby. She's a recent transfer here to Canberra. So a very special game for her. Oh, Johnston taking a bit of a tumble over Anthrax there. And it looks like a back block penalty. I think she may have pushed Anthrax in the back and getting a penalty. Which means that Knuckles, having served her time in the penalty box, back on the track, getting drawn out there by Evans.
Canberra trying to hold the baby there so they could eat it as well. But
A skating out of bounds penalty for Canuckles for Vice City, unfortunately. Now the power jams have been reversed once again. Johnston back on the line for Perth.
And the Louisville Slugger being forced back, while Canuckles rejoins the pack.
And that was a penalty for Edward Slaughterhands, number 1990, for destruction of pack there. I think drawing it back just a little bit too far out of the, between the two packs. So she'll be spending some time in the penalty box.
The Bont Invitational penalty box.
On the line, her first jam for the game, we've got the captain of City Rollers, Bambi Von Smasher, and Wood, 6060 for Perth. Both teams really putting up some strong walls here. But it's Bambi Von Smasher through for the Vice City Rollers, your lead jammer. Canberra fans are looking alive in the crowds.
The speed at which these blockers are reforming their walls is making the game really quite exciting. It's making the jammers work for every point that they get. Bambi Von Smasher having to go frontwards and then backwards and sidewards as well, just to be able to try to get her way through. But Perth reforming in front of her every time.
That's right. The recycling for Perth is just phenomenal from what I've seen so far.
And the scoreboard reads Canberra Roller Derby League 35 points ahead of Perth Roller Derby 24 points. And that brings Peacock to the jammer line for Perth.
And Freud for the Vice City Rollers.
Peacock trying to find a gap, going left and right, not being able to find her way through. Canberra able to keep up with her and reform in front of her.
Some great blocking here from both teams.
There's certainly a lot of strength in those braces.
That's right, almost a full lap, and neither jammer has made it out on their initial pass. Both pivots for the both teams have been sent to the penalty box.
And it's good to see Canberra hustling there to the penalty box, reducing the amount of time that they are off the track. Young players watching today should learn that trick. Hustle to the penalty box, don't dawdle.
Speaking of hustling, Freudian slip, lead jammer for Canberra's Vice City Rollers after making a lap and a half on her initial pass there. Having to make it through the two blockers at the front of the pack. A 5-point pass there for Freudian slit.
An excellent achievement when you've got blocking capabilities like we have on this track. Peacock putting back on the jammer star. That jam giving Canberra 9 points.
Yes, I just learned the phrase for that where the jammer takes off her helmet panty and then puts it back on. A star stash.
It's like a mustache. That's an essential stash.
That's right.
Mustache.
On the line for Vice City Rollers, shortstop, number 6.
She was getting down low, even lower than she normally is.
And Johnston for Perth, being kept back there by McDamage. Her old teammate, who has been sent to the penalty box.
The frenzy of both sets of blockers really has these jammers jostling to make their way through. This time round, Johnston is the lead jammer for Perth.
Overbearing and misdemeanor being the last line of defense for Vice City. They're not quite able to hold Johnston, but shortstop not too far behind, forcing the call off.
No point trying to outrun shortstop unless you're in a car.
And even then, let's be real here.
That's true. Especially on like an incline going down. MK47 back on the jammer line for Perth. She is up against Knuckles for Canberra.
Full complement of blockers for Perth on the track. A 3 for Vice City, as Madamage is still in the penalty box.
Knuckles finding a line on the outside. She's through for lead jammer. Johnston steps over a body to make her way through for her initial pass. And when I said Johnston, I actually meant MK47.
That's right. The little hops given a jump over Buffalo Kill was a bit distracting there. That's how in sync these Perth players are. They're very easy to mix up with other players.
Interchangeable, largely.
That's right.
Yeah. I would like to do a big shout out to the staff here at the Newcastle Entertainment Centre. They have been so nice, so accommodating, and they gave me an ice cream. Thank you so much to Newcastle Entertainment Centre staff. We like being here a lot.
Bambi One Smasher jamming for Vice City against Wood. 6-0-6-0 for Perth. Some three-wall recycling there on the outside from Vice City.
Goldsmith forcing Bambi Von Smasher back to the jammer line.
Oh, and a back block penalty on Bambi Von Smasher.
That's not something you see every day. I mean, now you can, because you can replay this online over and over again just to keep up with your quota. Wood is through. She's lead jammer. She's in a power jam situation, and she will try to score some points, I dare say.
That's right. It's quite a way to come from Perth to support Perth Roller Derby in person, but if you're watching online, I encourage you to scream at your computers now.
You can even tweet in your cheers.
That's right. If you use the hashtag Bont Invitational or Bont 2015, hopefully we'll get your feedback.
Bambi Von Smasher back on the track. 30 seconds is not a long time to keep her down.
No points in that jam. I have the feeling there was no initial pass made by Bambi in that
got
jam.
none. Perth got 3. The scoreboard reads 12 minutes to go for this first half. Canberra 47 plays Perth 27. Freudian slit on the jam line for Canberra. She is up against Johnston for Perth. Perth playing in the black, blue and white. And managing to break through as lead jammer. No, that was wrong. She used the forearm to break through, so she is the jammer in the penalty box.
That's right. Freud still having to make it past these Perth blockers. Evans having a fantastic blocking game here, being a real menace to the Vice City Jammers, that's for sure. Trying to force the cut there on Freudian slit, but to no avail.
And of course, the Perth blockers will be trying to hold Freud up as long as possible to minimize the damage of the power jam. Not at all helped by Laura Gravity being sent off for a forearm.
Both jammers on the track now. Freud trying to get some points. Bit of confusion over whether there was an initial pass there, which has now been completed by Johnston.
Bohemian Rhapsody stepping in, trying to give Freud a hand there. Freud calling it before Perth could score any more points.
Another 2 points there for Canberra's Vice City, bringing their scores up to 54 against Perth's 27.
Shortstop back on the jammer line. She's there for Canberra.
And number 328, Peacock for Perth. Shortstop, an easy outside line pass, lead jammer for Canberra's Vice City Rollers.
And when you say easy, I think you might mean shortstop making it look easy, because I don't think I could have done that.
Yes, it's all smoke and mirrors, that woman. Taking an inside line, getting drawn to the outside and onto her knees. She's up in a flash, calling it off with 4 points to Perth's 0.
And there's maybe an official review. I'm not sure. I didn't see the shape of
That was
the
a
referee's
timeout.
hands. It was a T.
Yes.
It looked a little bit like a sloppy triangle to me.
No sloppy triangles around here. There's a timeout being called by Perth Roller Derby. Taking an opportunity now to thank our event sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven, Butlers, and Bont, being the Bont Invitational. Bont Skates, lighter, stronger, faster. Bont Skates, we've got a Bont fitting party in the venue over on the far wall here on track 1. If you're in the venue, you should go and talk to them about some Bont boots, Bont skates, Bont setups, Bont plates, Bont wheels.
Has that got anything to do with epilepsy?
Bont. Fitting
party.
No.
Okay.
Totes inappropriate. Anyway, moving on. Thank you to Spank Alley and Sports Clinic Physiotherapy and Injury Management, Scion, Newcastle Entertainment Centre, and of course our amazing officials and volunteers. We've got some volunteers who have been running this biz since goodness knows when. I think Thursday morning, all day yesterday, and all weekend. So thank you to those who have been involved in volunteering for the Bont Invitational, the first WFTA sanctioned and mock sanctioned tournament here in Newcastle at the Newcastle Entertainment Centre. This timeout has now been called onto an official timeout. I do believe some track tape is involved, making sure that the track is safe. There is a slight raise on the inside and outside of the track, so making sure that that's kept in check by the officials.
Bit of a seam on the middle as well, but overall, this has been a fantastic venue, allowing 2 tracks for boot camp and 2 more tracks for competition. There's plenty of room here if you want to come on down and watch it live.
That's right, we do love a bit of in-house shenanigans. Back to it, we've got MK47 jamming for Perth. And for Vice City, it's Knuckles just breaking through for her initial pass, lead jammer for Vice City Rollers.
MK47 trying to brush away the Canberra blockers, getting caught up behind them. There's a lot of pirouetting going on there.
A 5-point pass there for Knuckles. Before I could even see where she was, she had already broken through for a scoring pass there.
And MK47 making her way through for her initial pass. However, Knuckles denying her any opportunity to score any points.
2 extra points there for Canberra's Vice City. Sitting on a pretty 65 against Perth's 27. Just under 9 minutes left in the first half of this game.
Wood on the jammer line for Perth. She's up against Bambi Bomb Smasher.
And around the outside, it's Bambi Bont Smasher, your lead jammer for Canberra's Vice City Rollers. 2 blockers apiece for Canberra. Shackle Frock and Behemoth Rhapsody going to the penalty box. Failure to reform, so I've heard. Big hit there from Misdemeanor, doing some great partner blocking with Rainbow Spite. Bambi Von Smasher taking her time to see if she could get some points before she called it. But managed to call it just in time. I do believe there were some points awarded to Perth for the players in the bin. 3 points, it seems, bring their score up to 30. Two Canberra's one less than 70.
Johnston from Perth starting on the inside line, managing to make her way through a gap in the middle. However, she doesn't have much of a head start on Canberra, and there is no point to continuing that, especially when you're a little bit behind. You want to be leaving yourself as much time as you can on that clock.
That's right, Freudian slit, not taking any chances there, wanting to keep nice and close to force the call off there. And it worked. Really hoping that they score some points in this next jam so that we can move past this one less than 70 point score thing.
You have a hang up about that?
No. No.
Shortstop will certainly be trying to score some points there, but in the moment, she is trying to stop points being scored. Essentially, it's the same thing. Score points yourself or stop the other team from scoring points. Shortstop finding the inside edge and finding the outside edge.
And it looks like shortstop through for lead jammer. She is now on a power jam, a cut track penalty being awarded there to Peacock for Perth.
Shortstop will, of course, try to maximise.
Oh. A big fall there for shortstop, being couldn't quite take a knee and landed on his shoulder, but she bounced back pretty quickly, though.
It sounded very bad from here. The joys of having a concrete floor, I think. And shortstop is through for a 5-point pass.
And we are now at the score at 4 points past 70, which makes me very happy. We've got Peacock back on the track for Perth Roller Derby. I think still to make her initial pass here. And shortstop trying to make that scoring pass with only 2 players to move past for Perth. Where is the Perth pack gone?
They're hanging out in the penalty box, the Bont Invitational penalty box.
That's right, just having a little rest there.
Another 5 for Shorty.
Some great blocking here from the Vice City Rollers pack. Behemoth Rhapsody really keeping Peacock back here. We've got one blocker for Perth, 2 now for Perth, trying to get their jammer through. In the meantime, Shorty back through with another 5-point pass. Let's give it up for shortstop. What an amazing jam there. 94 points to Perth's 30. Less than 5 minutes left in the first half.
Another group of impressive people, of course, are the referees. Thank you very much to Harry Spotter, Axiom Addict, Rorschach, Just Incredible, Pombat, Just the Maniac, and of course, John Ref Kennedy. Thank you so much also to the non-skating officials and the volunteers that do the camera work and the technical stuff. And a very special call out to our very, very talented roller derby photographers. Have a look on the websites of the specific leagues or the Bont Invitational and you will find some pretty amazing photographs, and you can contact the photographers if you would like to use those photographs.
That's right, I did spot a certain Kim Lee / John Farnham / Roaring Storm photography. I say John Farnham because every time he's like, oh yeah, this is the last one, I swear. But we can't bear him going away because he is so talented and takes such great photography.
It would
Roaring
bring
Storm
a tear
photography.
to my eye.
That's right. We have a call from the head ref here.
Perth are reviewing the lack of a misconduct call on a green blocker in the previous jam.
Thanks, ref. There has been a call against a green blocker from VCRs, from what I've understood. I think I need a ref interpreter at this point, but so we shall see what the result of the official review is in just a moment.
The positive byproduct of having an official review, of course, is that players get to have a 30-second breather.
That's right. Once again, Harry Spotter.
After review, it is determined that the no call will stand as the penalty box official did not have to reasonably avoid forcible contact. Perth lose their review.
Alrighty, Perth lose their review and the call stands. Certainly no one was hurt in the penalty box. Johnston jamming for Perth. She is up against
Knuckles.
Knuckles.
For Canberra's Vice City.
Knuckles tries to make her way on the inside, but is forced to the outside. While Johnston streaks up the inside. She's lead jammer for Perth.
That's right. Although there were only 3 blockers on the track for Perth, they were still able to hold Knuckles, get Johnston through as lead jammer. She is now just making her way past Shaggle Frock. 4 points for Perth. And calling it off before Knuckles could get any points in that jam. And it looks like the packs are giving the jammers a bit of a run up here. Bambi Von Smasher for Vice City and Wood for Perth, starting a bit further up from the jammer line. Bambi doing a bit of a hop, skip and a jump on the inside and through for your lead jammer. It's Bambi Von Smasher.
And in the meantime, Wood makes her way through the pack for her initial pass. She's about a half a lap behind Bambi. Both packs traveling very, very fast. Bambi managing to call that jam on the way down. 2 points for Canberra. The scoreboard reads 96 points, playing Perth 34 with just over 3 minutes left in this first half.
Sending out some love for Baby Frood. Very lovingly called by her teammates up in the stands, giving some support. Your jammer for Canberra's Vice City Rollers. And for Perth, Peacock being forced back there by Behemoth Rhapsody.
Both blockers managing to keep up the pressure that they started off with. Jammers having to work very, very hard, which is going to make them very tired very quickly.
And Louisville Slugger forcing back Peacock at the back there. Freud is also having a bit of trouble behind her opponents. Perth, really hard blocking there from Perth Roller Derby. A cut track there for Louisville Slugger as one of the Vice City blockers. But your lead jammer for this jam, Peacock for Perth Roller Derby. Freudian slit a little bit too close there, so Peacock was forced to call it off. No points in that jam. Still 96 to Canberra's Vice City Rollers against 36 for Perth Roller Derby.
It's probably enough time for 1 or 2 more jams, depending on how quickly the jammer calls this one off. Johnston on the line for Perth. Shortstop on the line for Canberra. Both players getting a run up. Shortstop offering a little bit of interference to Johnston. She is through as lead jammer. She can skate and do up her laces at the same time. I can barely do up my laces when I'm sitting down.
Johnston not too far behind. Shortstop doesn't have a lot of time. Getting the 1 point and calling it off.
And that, of course, leaves enough room for one last jam for this half. 97 playing 36. Canberra in the lead, but Perth certainly bringing some very good blocking, giving the Canberra jammers a bit of a hassle.
We've got Bambi Von Smasher on the line against MK47 for Perth. Evans really giving a hard time to Bambi Von Smasher on the outside line there. Oh, and has forced the cut track onto Bambi Von Smasher. Oh, and equally forced is the cut track onto MK47. So these jammers will be out in no time.
Yes, of course, MK47 only has to serve the same amount of time as Bambi Von Smasher.
Bambi Von Smasher back out on the line, being forced back by Edward Slaughterhands for Perth. McDamage doing a bit of a bump on the inside there to help Bambi through on her initial pass, and MK47 back on the track as well. McDamage doing some great backwards blocking and guiding her pack. Some good bracing. I've always said there's not enough hand holding in roller derby, and my prayers have been answered. Meanwhile, Bambi Von Smasher getting a 4-point pass there for Canberra's Varsity Rollers.
Bambi Von Smasher only just losing her footing there after doing a couple of 360s. She's the Tony Hawk of the roller derby world.
That's right. If this was an artistic skating competition, she'd get a 10, a 10, a 9, and maybe a 6.5 for that little stumble at the end. But great job there on that pass, just really spinning and twirling so as not to get hit out. Great footwork here at the Bont Invitational Tournament.
Indeed, and of course, Canberra is the maths capital of Australia, bringing those scores together. 5 more points for Bambi Von Smasher on that pass. And Canberra go into the first half break ahead, 110, playing Perth Roller Derby League, 36 points. We will see you back here in about 12 minutes.
Just wanting to do a shout out to our international guests and coaches and thanking them for coming such a long way to the Bont Invitational Tournament here. 2015, the first WFDA sanctioned tournament here in Newcastle at Newcastle Entertainment Centre. So thank you to New York Stock Exchange, San Fernando Valley, Callio Rolling Rainbow, Auckland Roller Derby, Tracy Disco Acres, Scald Eagle, Stephanie Maney, and Mr. Furo. So we've got halftime. Why not go down to some of the vendors? We've got Spank Alley, we've got Rydell, and we've got Roller Derby Heaven, as well as the Bont Fitting Party over on my right. So your left. Grab a drink, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench, put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms.
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
We are back ready for the second half of the Canberra Vice City Roller v Perth Roller Derby game here at the 2015 Bont Invitational Tournament here in Newcastle Entertainment Centre. Big shout out to our hosts, Newcastle Entertainment Centre. The Bont Invitational is brought to you by Bont with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League. So thank you for everyone who's put this together. Bont is lighter, stronger, faster. Be sure to check out the Bont stand and the Bont fitting party here in the stadium, or check them out online.
Yes, indeed. And my name is Melodrama, and I am from Inner West Roller Derby League in Sydney.
And I'm Peachy Keen. I am from Canberra Roller Derby League, home of the Canberra Vice City Rollers. Roller Derby on our nation's capital.
Shortstop from Canberra Roller Derby League, jamming. Now, she is the only jammer on the track. Perth starting at a severe disadvantage with their jammer in the penalty box for about 30 more seconds.
And shortstop is through, lead jammer for Canberra's Vice City Rollers. Evans for Perth Roller Derby going to the penalty box there.
And in K47 from Perth joining the pack there. She's the jammer for Perth.
And a star pass to Johnston, number 1111 for Perth.
Shortstop scoring 4 points and then calling that off before Johnston could score any points. 9 points from that jam for Canberra.
And jamming for Perth, we've got Peacock against Knuckles for Canberra's Vice City Rollers. A full Vice City pack, 4 blockers on the track, 2 on the track for Perth. Knuckles taking an inside pass there, having to get past Edward Slaughterhands, has pushed her all the way to the back there. Peacock on the outside line, trying to find a good line, having to make it past Misdemeanor and Bohemian Rhapsody. Anthrax doing a great assist there onto Edward Slaughterhands, but being forced back is Knuckles again for Vice City.
Yes, of course, the determination of the blockers is certainly trying for those jammers, trying to make their way through. The blocking is just relentless with the walls reforming time and time again.
Both Evans and Edward Slaughterhands doing a great job of holding back Knuckles, but she is through. She is not lead jammer, but she is the only jammer on the track right now. Peacock being sent to the penalty box for a cut track penalty.
That, of course, means this jam will go for the full 2 minutes. There is no lead jammer. Knuckles will need to fight it out with those Perth blockers.
A huge hit there just before from 333, Holly Smackerel, the captain of Perth, having to yield to let go Knuckles. She just did a 5-point pass for Canberra Vice City Rollers.
Perth bracing, but having to run away as Rainbow Sprite goes after them.
Holly Smackerel trying to send back Knuckles, but some great blocking there from Behemoth and from Rainbow Spite. Behemoth now forcing back Peacock. Spite doing a great job of bridging there. Knuckles through for a 5-point pass for Canberra's Vice City.
Knuckles tumbling her way through there. That jam coming to an end.
Another 5-point pass there for Canberra's Vice City. Let's give it up for Knuckles for Canberra's Vice City Rollers. A really tough jam there. Getting some really good points there. Canberra now on 134 to Perth's 40. Bambi Von Smasher on the line for Canberra's Vice City against Johnston for Perth. Overbearing being sent for an out-of-play block there for Vice City. Johnston through for lead jam off for Perth Roller Derby. And Bambi Von Smasher still to make her initial pass.
Bambi Von Smasher having to avoid the track cut, going to the back of the pack. In the meantime, Johnston scrambles around the inside line, makes her way through. She gets 4 points for her troubles. Bambi stepping over the carnage of bodies that she has created.
That's right, Perth really giving it to Bambi Von Smasher. She's now broken through for her initial pass and a 5-point pass there for Perth, getting that lap point on Bambi Von Smasher.
Multiplayer block being called on Perth. Johnston calling that jam off. 10 points for that jam to the Perth Roller Derby League.
That's right, a great jam there for Johnston, but also really commending the blocking work from Perth. Everything that they've done in this tournament so far has just been phenomenal as far as their pack work, their resetting and recycling. It's just been really great to watch. A great challenge for Canberra's Vice City. We've got Freudian Slit on the line for Vice City and Wood for Perth Roller Derby.
Evans and Edwards spoiling things for Freudian Slit.
Evans really forcing back that 20-foot point from Freud. Slipping through the inside. She's through for lead jammer. It gave her just enough of a run up to run straight through the middle of the pack there. Wood still to make her initial pass.
Yes, of course, Freudian Slit only needs the smallest of gaps to be able to climb through and make another 5-point pass. Canberra blockers giving no end of trouble to Wood from Perth.
Wood still being held at the back of the pack there, being held right behind McDamage, one of Perth's previous skaters, really giving it to her old team there. I think this is a pretty special game for her.
Wood unable to.
That's okay.
Wood unable to get to the pivot, decides not to bother with the star pass. And that jam called off. 2 more points for Canberra.
And both packs giving the jammer a bit of a run up there. Although Thrax is bridging so that she can keep her eye on Peacock jamming for Perth, and shortstop is doing a bit of defense there for Vice City, delivering her to the Vice City pack, but backfired It's Peacock through for lead jammer. Shortstop really wanting to close that gap there, maybe trying to force the call, forcing Peacock to call off the jam.
Shortstop, though, with the speed of lightning, she manages to catch back up to Peacock. Forcing Peacock to call that jam off. Adding only 1 point to Perth.
Some great work from the Perth bench over there. Playing really smart. I do love that. One point was awarded to shortstop in that last jam. Rainbow Spite being sent to the penalty box for a track cut, which means there's 3 blockers for Vice City. But your lead jammer, Knuckles.
Johnston is jamming for Perth. These jammers haven't had much of a break, jamming in every alternate jam, it seems. Thankfully, the oppressive heat is not so bad right now.
3 points being awarded to Canberra Vice City. Now on 150 points to Perth Roller Derby's 51. We have just over 10 minutes into the second half. And really, the score doesn't really reflect how hard both teams are working in this game. Vice City might be a little bit ahead, but Perth are not just handing it to them. They are making them work. And work they are. MK47 being hit to the inside line there. Oh, stepping back onto the track. And she has been awarded a track cut penalty. I shouldn't say awarded because that's usually for when you do something good. My apologies. She has been dealt. She committed a penalty and there were consequences.
She's doing the time
for that crime.
Meanwhile, Baby Sasha mincing it up with Perth blockers, going from one to the next, struggling to make her way through.
Bambi Von Smasher trying to get through on one leg. Anthrax doing some great backwards blocking to try and assist, but dropping back.
Perth blockers just keep reforming in that wall. It is certainly a very strong area of theirs. Bambi Von Smasher call for a track cut. She will sit in the penalty box for 30 seconds, giving Perth jammer. I was going to say giving Perth jammer MK47 a power jam. However, she got called for a high block, which means that Bambi comes back out of the penalty box.
I don't think Bambi Von Smasher was in the penalty box for that long, so MK47 will be serving the exact same time. I'm not quite sure if Bambi had made her initial pass beforehand, but if not, she'd want to be doing it now to try and get some points. No points awarded, so that was her initial pass. What a hard fight there for Bambi's Vice City Rollers, Bambi Von Smasher. Mixing up my words, I'm so excited.
Smashing Von Bama.
There's been a lot of variations of her name. I think at the first World Cup it was Barbie Von Smash'em.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
That's just 3 random words strung together.
Kind of sounds like it. Right back to it, we've got 6060 Wood for Perth Roller Derby and Freudian Slid for Canberra's Vice City Rollers, being drawn back again by Evans. She was out of play, so it is a no pass, no penalty situation. Wood is your lead jammer for this jam, wanting to get some points.
Freudian Slit being held back there on her initial pass.
Oh, big hit there from Madamage, hitting her out. Having some help there from Louisville Slugger and Anthrax. And Shagglefrock is now back on the track doing a great brace to keep Inwood from scoring as little points as possible.
Freudian slip hits the back of the pack after having to do a lot of work to get past the two Perth blockers. She gets 2 points for her effort, but Perth get 4. Shortstop back on the jammer line for Canberra, and she is up against Peacock from Perth.
Bit of a run up for both jammers there, which Shorty just loves. Tearing through for lead jammer. And Peacock not too far behind.
Shortstop steadying herself. Perth trying to knock her out of bounds. To no avail. Shortstop scores 4 points and calls that jam off. Just over 16 minutes left in this game.
And Knuckles was jamming for Vice City Rollers, swapping out with Bambi Von Smasher against Johnston. Some really patient jamming here from Johnston. Really wanted to get through, but the bracing here from Vice City Rollers is just phenomenal. Bubbles going up ahead to help out Bambi Von Smasher. Just incredible. Thinking about the call and dealing out a cut track penalty onto Bambi Von Smasher. She stepped in front of an opposition player who hit her out on the outside on turn 2. Lead jammer being awarded to Johnston for Perth Roller Derby, the only jammer on the track at the moment. Johnston taking a bit of a fall, back on her feet. Anthrax taking her out, but Anthrax took a knee as well.
Johnston really mixing it up there with those blockers being ever so persistent, holding her back as long as they possibly can while Bambi Von Smasher makes her way back to the track.
A 5-point pass there for Perth Roller Derby as Johnston makes that pass. Bambi Von Smasher back on the track.
Johnston calling it in time, according to the referees, but not according to Canberra players. Doesn't matter what the Canberra players think of the score. It is determined by the referees, of course. Perth scoring 5 points for that
looks
jam.
like there's 2 points awarded to Canberra's Vice City
points.
Rollers. That was corrected there by, I think that's just incredible from Sydney.
Wood is up against
Knuckles.
Knuckles.
Looks like she just wanted to rest so she could jam in the next jam.
Knuckles stuck at the back of the pack. Wood stuck in the middle of the pack. Jam is stuck everywhere.
Misdemeanor and Rainbow Spite forcing out Wood for Perth. They're drawing her back. And a low block penalty for Knuckles there. So a power jam to Perth.
Certainly is a power jam, but there's some pretty powerful blocking going on here from Canberra. Perth are trying to hold back the bunny so that they can break the pack. Canberra using their bridging to hold Wood back as long as they can.
And all of that work, that was just Wood's initial pass just now. I think they did at least 2 turns.
Misdemeanor, however, has been sent off for breaking the pack.
So 3 blockers apiece. Knuckles back on the line. Jamming for Vice City Rollers, taking a bit of a tumble there and having to re-engage, doing the old knee slide so that she doesn't get the track cut penalty.
Wood comes through, scoring 5 points for that pass and calls a jam off.
I'll say this, even though Perth have less points in this part of the game, they have been able to hold extremely well in the last 10-15 minutes, actually putting on quite a few more points than Vice City in the last little bit. I did overhear Perth saying that they like to play a good second half. So this will be a very hard-fought game in this last part of the game for both teams. Canberra just wanting to take a bit of a breather, I think. With the timeout being called by Canberra's Vice City Rollers.
And of course the timeout gives us the opportunity to say thank you. This Bont Invitational is brought to you by Bont, together with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League. Bont makes us lighter, stronger, faster. Thanks also to event sponsors Roller Derby Heaven and Bolters. Bolters are event putter-honorers. So if you want to put on a tournament like this, you should contact Bolters.
Pack starting in between the jammer and pivot lines there. Freudian slit on the wearing the jammer staff for Canberra's Vice City Rollers. And for Perth, it looks like Peacock being held back there by Stone Jet and Madamage. Through for lead jammer, it's Freudian slit. Looks like Madamage being sent for a penalty there, but having to be back on the track as the bin is full of Vice City Roller blockers. Misdemeanor, the only blocker on the track right now. Freudian slip being forced out and forcing the call. A 5-point pass and then a 4-point pass. So 9-point jam there for Freudian slit. That has been the highest scoring jam in a few jams now for Vice City.
Certainly no one coming near to shortstop's earlier effort of 25 points in that jam. Shortstop back on the jammer line.
Official timeout being called by the referees. Nope, that's been cancelled. And Thrax, the only blocker on the track right now. Shortstop jamming for Vice City. And Johnston for Perth.
Johnston being blocked only by Anthrax. Still causing a bit of trouble there. She is through and she is the lead jammer.
And number 27, Dottie Derange for Perth, being sent for a multiplayer block there. She'll be spending some time in the penalty box.
Johnston calling that jam off with shortstop approaching the back of the pack. 3 points for Perth, no points for Canberra.
Timeout being called by Perth Roller Derby. Less than 10 minutes left in this game. Canberra Roller Derby League, Vice City Rollers on 167. And Perth Roller Derby West Coast Evils on 65 points.
I would like to say thank you to Spank Alley and Sports Clinic, the physiotherapy and injury management people, Skiing, Newcastle Entertainment Centre, and all of the referees, non-skating officials, camera operators, technical people and photographers Thank you so much for coming along and making the first day of this tournament quite a lovely one.
That's right, and all those people on the making the feed work, that's been pretty incredible for all those people at home to be able to watch. A shout out to those watching at home. I hope you're enjoying yourself as much as we are here at the Newcastle Entertainment Centre. It's been a blast, and it's only day one.
2 more full days to come. If you are in or near the Newcastle area, you should come on down. Newcastle Entertainment Centre, it's easy enough to get to. There's a train station right nearby. You will be able to join in the fun.
And back to it, we've got Knuckles jamming for Vice City and Johnston for Perth Roller Derby. Shacklefrock being sent to the penalty box as pivot. And Evans drawing back Knuckles again. Johnston through as lead jammer for Perth Roller Derby. Knuckles just breaking out on her initial pass.
Johnson being urged by her bench to call that jam off. 4 points to Perth. Canberra denied any points though.
Two blockers in the bin for the Vice City Rollers. Bambi Von Smasher jamming for Vice City.
Bambi Von Smasher trying to sneak in behind Perth's jammer, Wood. That didn't quite work out. She's going to have to steal the inside line instead.
Wood being stuck behind Behemoth Rhapsody and Misdemeanor. Shacklefrock joining them on the track. Were able to keep her at bay so Bambi Von Smasher could get lead jammer. They want to get her some more points on the board. Big hits and a bit of a pile up on the outside line there. Bambi Von Smasher brushes it off and is on her way. A 5-point pass there for Vice City. Star pass being sent to number 10cc, Nurse Stacks. Now jamming for Perth Roller Derby.
Nurse Stacks unable to put any points on the board there. Canberra with a 5-point pass and then backed up with a 4-point pass. Freudian slid back on the jammer line for Canberra. Canberra in the green. She is up against Peacock for Perth.
Oh, Behemoth Rhapsody forcing the call on Peacock. And Peacock being dealt with the track cut penalty. Freudian slit for Vice City Rollers. Now on a power jam. And she is through. She is your lead jammer.
Freudian slid, wasting no time in getting around that track. It's like she hasn't skated at all today with that sort of pace. And the fitness levels, of course, of these players is quite admirable. Freudian slit, skipping out of the way of the Perth blocker, making her way through for another 5-point pass.
And Freudian slick getting through, going straight for the arms there. There was a bit of hand holding there from Perth and Freud wasn't up for it, so she went for it and broke the link. So getting those extra points there. Scores now Canberra Roller Derby, Vice City Rollers on 185, Perth Roller Derby, West Coast Evils on 76 points. With just over 5 minutes to go in this game. That's the game after that.
Through that.
Shortstop jamming for Vice City against, looks like Wood. Is it? No, it's Johnston,
Johnston.
for Perth Roller Derby. No points awarded for that. So we'll recycle and do a new jam and see how that one goes.
Indeed, Perth, knowing that they can't waste any time at all. There is only 5 minutes left on the clock. Wood is on the jammer line for Perth this time. Up against Knuckles from Canberra.
Knuckles jamming for Canberra's Varsity Rollers. And 6060 Wood for Perth. Being held up behind McDamage there. And Knuckles is through for your lead jammer. Wood not too far behind.
Knuckles surveying the blockers before engaging Perth. Scoots her hips in front there, calls that jam off. 3 points there for Canberra, 1 point for Perth. Scoreboard reads Canberra 188, playing Perth 77.
With just 4 minutes left in this game, it has been a real corker, I have to say. I had no idea what was going to happen coming into this game. Perth is a very strong team, regardless of their geographical location. I had a great interview with Holly Smackerel after their first game against Northside. All their hard work is paying off, but for this jam, it's Bambi Von Smasher, lead jammer for Vice City Rollers.
One 1990 from Perth, being called for a clockwise block.
Sometimes having a 4-digit number makes it very hard for the referees to make the call. It takes twice as long to say.
True, but both of these teams having very clear font on their numbers and their names. Not just the referees appreciating that, but you're getting some commentator love as well.
Some great footwork there from Evans, getting through there on a star pass. Was the pivot, now the jammer. Lorraine Evans showing some really great footwork, getting past that Vice City pack.
Evans through for a 5-point pass, making that star pass all the worth of the while.
That's right. Sometimes by the time the star pass is made, there's no real point. The jam is called, the jam ends. Evans really wanting to get some points on the board, but so does Bambi Von Smasher. She is not calling the jam. She wants to get as many points as possible.
She's just going to keep skating. She'll keep skating until those wheels fall off.
I wouldn't joke about that. That actually happened once. Actually, it was her truck. Her truck broke in half while she was skating, because that's how hardcore she is. Zipping through for another pass. Wasn't quite. I do believe she got past that last blocker, but 4 points apiece. A great jam there from both teams, really gunning it to get points on the board. Canberra's Vice City Rollers on 200 points, Perth Roller Derbies, West Coast Eagles on 86 points. 1 minute 30 left to go.
Johnson getting down low for Perth on the jammer line.
Freudian slit straight through the inside past her pack to try and make her initial pass. Going the inside, outside, inside. Push out on the inside and being drawn back by number 45, Goldsmith. Your lead jammer is Johnston from Perth Roller Derby. Shaggle Frog really giving it to Johnston, as is Spite doing some great backwards blocking. Stone Jet coming to help her, and Johnston's just a bit over this jam. Let's call it off. 3 points going there to Perth Roller Derby, bringing their points up to 89. Timeout being called by Perth Roller Derby. I think they'd really like to get one more jam in of this game at the 2015 Bont Invitational WFDA sanctioned tournament here in Newcastle. This is the second game for Perth Roller Derby of the day. They played Northside Rollers this morning, having a pretty tidy win. And this is the first game for Canberra's Varsity Rollers of the tournament. Pretty lucky to get an afternoon slot. Pretty easy breezy start to the tournament. And it shows their energy levels are really good. As is Perth, defending really well against an even bigger lead than we saw this morning against Northside Rollers with Perth Roller Derby.
And for the benefit of our international viewers, Perth is on the other side of the world to us. They have a different time zone, they have a different weather zone, they even have a different currency.
When they flew over here, did they fly into the future or the past?
I think they flew into the future, which means that the jet lag is going to take longer to get over. So Perth doing absolutely brilliant work.
It has not shown with these two teams, I have to say. It's about a 5-hour drive here, so it's basically the same thing. Shortstop, lead jammer for Canberra's Varsity Rollers. And Johnston not too far behind. Oh, Johnston doing some blocking against Behemoth Rhapsody. Behemoth going down backwards and was sent, I think that may have been a clockwise block.
She's certainly spending some time in the penalty box there, but she did look like she hurt herself with that fall.
Lorraine Evans trying to give Shorty a bit of a hip clip on the way out there, but to no avail. Johnston coming through as well. A 4-point pass there for Canberra, as is for Perth.
Level pegging. Both teams look like they want to keep on skating, but that whistle finally being blown. Unofficial final score. Canberra Roller Derby League, 208 points. Played Perth Roller Derby League, 93 points. And that was an absolute cracker of a bout.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Canberra Roller Derby League's Vice City Rollers have taken out the game, 208 points to Perth Roller Derby's West Coast Eagles, 93 points. If you're a trackside, I recommend you getting on down here for a bit of a victory lap. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Perth Roller Derby's West Coast Eagles. They came out fighting and they did not give up easily. A very hard and fierce opponent for Canberra's Vice City Rollers. Let's hear it for the Rollers in the city of Vice, your nation's capital, the Canberra Vice City Rollers. We are here with the Canberra's Vice City Rollers captain, Bambi Von Smasher, and a couple of Vice City supporters here from the nation's capitals. Bambi Von Smasher, what an amazing game. How are you feeling?
I am definitely knackered right now. As always, we've had an absolutely amazing game against Perth. They're an incredible team and we love skating with them, against them. But we've been working really hard and hoping to come off on top in this game. And we did, so we're really stoked.
That's right. I do feel like Perth is a very underestimated opponent, being so far away. I did interview them before and saying nobody really knows what to expect when playing a team like Perth. But did you have any real idea, or was there any kind of special preparation to be in the game? She threw me off. Okay. Any preparation for playing an opponent like Perth?
Well, we are very lucky to have a transfer skater who came from Perth. And so one of our skaters, Madge, she's really great. While she didn't really offer us any intel on her old team, unfortunately, she's been great to work with and just has a different style of skating. I've also gone over to Perth and trained them a couple of times in the last few years. So I kind of know some of those guys, and they're really great. And I actually think that they have a very similar skating style to us. So when we come up against them, it's kind of like, they're doing that thing that we do. So it's really great and also really frustrating that way.
Fantastic. It's been so great to watch two really hard-hitting and really smart playing teams, and I think both of you guys run really great benches. But is there anything else that you're really looking forward to in this tournament, just finishing up?
Well, pretty much everything I'm looking forward to. I just also want to clarify these are not mine. They belong to other people, all right? And just be careful if you see them around this weekend, because they're always up to mischief, all right?
So lock down your license plates and, yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much, Bambi One Smasher, and thank you, Vice City supporters. We'll see you later.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench, put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arms!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked. Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench! Put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm!
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Hi guys, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Bont Invitational. This is Callio Rolling Rainbow versus Auckland Roller Derby. I'll quickly read through the names. I will be soloing this. My name is Pants, and I do profusely apologise if I pronounce some of these wrong. So we'll start with Auckland Roller Derby. We've got Arsenal, Baker, Bone Indico, Booger, Flirty Harry, Mackenzie, Medley Slamda, Renwick, Rudge, Rutherford, Sass, and on the bench we have Papa Benny. And then for Callio Rolling Rainbow, we have Pink Spanker, Teabag, Lily Gay, Skinhead O'Connor, Mischief, Stella Spectra, Sleganoff, BB, MC Slagan Forster, Macho Bichu, Pretty Sack, Chain Fonda, Alison Sane, Tiff Subs Text, Belegluski, Libris Killer, Lisbon Neopanda, Killer Purty, Pink Auntie, Do Me Behind, and on the bench we have Pocahontas. So we're on our first jam already. We've got Calio Rolling Rainbows in the black, Auckland in the white and blue, so we have Pick and Auntie jamming for Calio Rolling Rainbows. And for Auckland, we have Mackenzie. Pick and Nancy picking up a couple of natural grand slams, and she calls off the jam. Okay, so for Calio we have number 99, TW Text. And for Auckland we have number 82, which is Renwick. Calio bringing some strong defence, recycling Renwick back to the pack. And TW takes us through. Calio picking up a couple of natural grand slams going on. Auckland using a star pass there. Unfortunately, going to the bin for a forearms. Calio with a pack advantage now. TW Tech's coming around for another 5-point pass. Jamming for Calio, we have Chain Fonda. And for Auckland, we've got Baker, number 36 in the white and blue. Chain Fonda through, Baker trying to make a way back through the pack. Baker makes her way through. Jane Fonda calls off the jam. Jamming for Auckland, we have Mackenzie. Up against Lila Gay for Callio. Callio using a strong triangle to keep Mackenzie in a spot. Big thanks to our medics coming quickly to their aid, and it looks as though she's okay. Got Renwick on the line for Auckland. Up against Picanti for Callio. Renwick forces her way through, won the fight, and she's through. Calling off the jam. 4 points to Callio Rolling Rainbow. If you don't already know, the Bont Invitational is brought to you by Bont with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League and Sydney Roller Derby League. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster. Baker on the line for Auckland. We've got T-Subutex speeding her way through to make her first scoring pass. Subutex calling it before Baker can make her way to the pack. Renwick jamming for Auckland Roller Derby up against Jane Fonda from Callio Rolling Rainbow. Renwick going to the box for a track cut. She will serve a full 30 seconds in the box. Jane Fonda will make absolute use of this 30 seconds that she has. Stronger, just finding those gaps and jumping, well, not even jumping, just rolling right on through. Renwick still fighting against those walls. And Renwick's through. For Callio Rolling Rainbow, we have Leila Gay, or Layla Gay, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And for Auckland, we have number 36, Baker. Leila taking a hard hit there from Kruger. Auckland are trying to slow down as much with this power jam. Just want to do a shout out and thank you to our event sponsors, Roller Derby Heaven and Bolters. And we're starting with the power jam for Helio Rolling Rainbow. We've got Piganti making her way through, collecting all the points. Auckland trying to catch her, but she's just too quick. Baker passes to Renwick. against, he calls it off the jam. We've got a timeout to Auckland. Here's a minute to think on some fun things, fun facts. I don't have any fun facts. If anyone has fun facts, feel free to talk amongst your friends. We have T-sub to text for Palio and for Auckland. Auckland's got the lead. And that will be Mackenzie trying to get some points, calling off the jam. Unfortunately, no points to Auckland. Still trying to fight through. We've got an official timeout. While we're talking about an official timeout, I just want to thank our officials and volunteers. Without them, it would make this weekend a little bit more difficult. Thank you to the camera operators and the people that keep track of all the games. There is a lot of paperwork involved in roller derby. So if you do like paperwork, this is the sport for you. We've got Renwick jamming for Auckland against Chain Fonda. Renwick pushing in all those legal zones that you can. Chain Fonda just thinking about some things, taking a time, as you do. Chain Fonda scoring 5 points for Haley Rolling Rainbow on this power jam. We've got a power jam start for KO. Layla getting lead. Mackenzie trying to catch her. And Layla calls off the jam. Mackenzie trying to push her way through. Mackenzie recycled. Mackenzie takes the lead for Callio. Mackenzie trying to look for some holes, but Callio is just not giving them. Oh, there we go, proved wrong. Mackenzie makes her way through. And Callio call a timeout. They'll get 1 minute to talk, have a rest, have some water, maybe even some energy drink, who knows. While we're having a quick 1 minute break, just a thank you to some of our sponsors or people helping out. We've got Spank Alley and Sports Clinic, Physiotherapy and Injury Management, Ski On Newcastle Entertainment Centre, which is where we're at right now, and it's lovely and air conditioned. And again, cannot say thank you enough to all our officials and volunteers and our non-skating officials. Again, all the paperwork, lots and lots of paperwork. Got T subject text for Callio Rolling Rainbow. And we've got Baker for Auckland. Baker makes her way through. Crowd's excited. And T-subtext falls off the jam. Got an official review for Auckland. Going to talk about some official business, get together in the middle, have a chat. Okay, so we just had an official review for Auckland, just saying that the black jammer was going through and made a backblock on one of the, well actually the white pivot. Unfortunately, that call will still stand as a no call, so Auckland lose their official review. So we have Renwick jamming for Auckland, up against Chain Bonder in her lovely purple shorts for Kelly Rolling Rainbow. Doomy behind, putting some hard hits on Renwick. She'll probably feel that tomorrow morning. While we're here, let's talk about the people blowing those whistles. We have Marty Score Crazy, Vector, McFly, Hans Offerback, Slane, William Escape Spear, and Boom Tish. They are the lucky people with the whistles, and even at the after party, they might decide to have a bit of a rave. Bring your glow sticks, they'll bring the whistles. Layla takes the lead. Renwick making her way out of the box, finding a solid wall of black. We've got Ganty starting on a power jam. Auckland not wanting to make it too easy for her. I'm sure most of you all know, but this is a tournament with international guests at the moment, so thank you to our international guests and coaches. We've got New York Stock Exchange, San Fernando Valley, Callio Rolling Rainbow, as you can see on the track right now, as well as Auckland Roller Derby. Our coaches for the event is Tracy Disco Akers, not Akers, it's not Australian. Scold Eagle, Stephanie Maney, and Mr. Furio. Furio? I'm sure I'll get that pronunciation later. T-Subtext coming through. And calls off the jam. Got Baker on the line for Auckland. Up against Chain Bonder. Don't even need to look at the number now, I just look at the shorts. Jane Fonda making it look easy. Just in case you've forgotten which team is which, we've got Renwick on the jam line for Auckland in the white and blue stripe up the side. And we've got Layla Gay for Helio Rolling Rainbow in the black. And the team has a little bit of rainbow up their side, very fancy. Less than 3 minutes in the first half to go. Got Picanti for Callio, and we've got Mackenzie for Auckland. And don't forget about all the blockers too. They're very important. Picanti finding a way through the inside, taking that line. Baker on the jam line for Auckland, up against his subject text for Callio Rolling Rainbow. A little bit of a scuffle there, but they're all okay. Jane Fonda and Renwick getting ready to jam. They've got their feet in the starting position. Bugger now has the start for Auckland. Fighting a way to get through. And Bugger makes her way through. Not lead jammer, but she's going to try her fastest. And that is half time. Feel free, well, You can do whatever you want. I am not your owner, controller, master, whatever, and I do not have any rights to that. But feel free to go and grab yourself a drink, have a break, grab something to eat, maybe even go buy some merch if you haven't already. I'm wearing a pretty sweet Bont Invitational hat. It's pretty sweet. You can even come and feel it. I'll let you touch it. It's free. You don't have to pay anything for it. Stretch your legs, have a break, and we will be back in about 12 minutes or so.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're sent back to the bench.
Bench, put your numbers on! Get those numbers on your arm.
Let's see that again.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
And welcome back here on track one. The team's lining up for their gear checks. Period 2 is about to get underway.
And for those playing at home, I know you can't see this right now, but Colonel Panic is multitasking. They say that men can't multitask. This will prove it. This will be the test to beat all tests. Just so you know, he's commentating, controlling a camera, and watching the camera feed. So you all at home can sit within the comfort of your lounge room, dining room, wherever you are, and enjoy what Colonel Panic is bringing to your device right now.
Looks like the teams are warmed up. Just waiting on the officials to give us a signal to start the second period.
Auckland looking pumped up and ready to go. Bring in the second half. Or half two. I think we're renaming it to half two.
Now the question is, will Auckland be able to respond after that first period of where the scoreboard was locked down? Next 30 minutes will decide.
Sure will. We're still waiting on the halftime. Or to wrap up the halftime. We're at the 5-second whistle, and they're off.
Callio through for it quickly, jamming there.
Now, I have had some pronunciation lessons, I guess you should call them, in the halftime break. I've been saying two subutex. It's more like two budex. So I do apologize for that. I hope you're not going to chase me down later.
It's a quick 4-0, then a call off by Callio there. Baker lining up for Auckland now. Solid defense by both teams. Callio jammer getting drawn all the way back. Auckland are fighting hard for this. At the finish, Jammer gets lead, coming onto the back straight.
Shane Fonda looking good in her purple shorts.
Auckland still fighting against a very strong wall at the back of the pack. The Auckland block is doing a great job there, forcing the black jammer out of bounds and all the way back to the middle of turn one. But it's a cutting call on the Finland jammer. This is the opportunity that Auckland need.
score some points here.
Calio switches to full defense.
Crowd getting excited, cheering Baker on. Trying to get some points on that board.
And Baker has scored points for Auckland. They have 4 points on the board.
And the crowd goes wild. 4 points to Auckland.
There are some hard-earned points. Definitely worth every bit of sweat.
Very, very hard-earned points.
Lead jammer goes to Calio. Solid walls from both teams in the pack there.
Mackenzie working hard, pushing up against that Calio wall.
It's a nice offense by Booger on the Auckland side, but it doesn't get the jammer out. Another 5 points for Calio, but Auckland through to start a scoring pass. They speed the pack up, trying to get an opportunity for more points.
Layla calling off the
Just
jam.
miss out while Calio gets 2. Baker lining up for Auckland. She's our only point scorer so far. Let's see if she can add to the tally. Well, it's Picante for the Calio Rolling Rainbow. Calio does pick up lead jammer. With some fancy footwork there, Baker gets through. She starts her scoring pass. But not quite quick enough to collect any more points. Now on the jam line, number 4x4 Booger for Auckland. Number 99, I think that's Super Tex. My finish is not so good. Both jammers going up against tough defense. Calio does get the lead jammer signal though.
Dex coming through for her scoring pass.
Gets the points, pulls it off. Clean play. And frustrating to the Auckland skaters. Mackenzie puts the Jammer Star on for Auckland.
Up against Chain Bonda in those lovely purple shorts.
Strong 2-all at the front from Auckland, but Finnish Jammer does get lead Jammer. She's onto her scoring pass. Nine points clocked up by the Rolling Rainbow. Unfortunately, locking out Auckland again, keeping their score to 4.
We've got Baker on the line for Auckland, up against Leila from Kallio.
Baker runs up the outside, keeps in bounds, and gets lead Jammer status.
Baker looking to
She
score
is
some
lapping
points.
quickly.
And she calls it
She
off.
picks up points. She picks up 4 points. 4 well-earned points. The Finland Jammer chasing her down, but she gets them all. It brings this total to 8.
Team Auckland very excited.
Those girls from New Zealand are pretty excited. I think they're ready to score some more. Mackenzie's going to try it.
Mackenzie not going to make it easy for them. She takes the lead.
Mackenzie is out. She's hot on the tails of the Kallio Jammer. But not quite close enough to get those points.
Just under 10 minutes in the first half. Again, if you're just tuning in online, we've got Kallio Rolling Rainbow in the black and Auckland Roller Derby in the white.
Quickly Jammer call going to the Rolling Rainbow. But the Auckland Jammer is out on a scoring pass. Not soon enough though. 4 points and called. That brings the Kallio total to 274 with 18 minutes left in the period.
Kallio calling a official review. Okay, so we've got Calio contesting a no call on a cut track on Auckland's jammer for the last jam. Not so much cutting the Calio jammers, but in fact her own, Calio's blockers, but in fact contesting that she cut her own blockers on the track.
So we're still on the official review here for our 117 viewers currently watching on the live stream. The officials are conferring challenge of a no call. No call's certainly worth challenging if it might mean that next jam the opposing jammer is going to start in the box. But let's see if the referees agree. While we're waiting for that announcement, we'll just have a quick look at the penalty board. Fortunately, things are looking a little bit hairy for the Auckland team. A few skaters in penalty trouble there.
Okay, so we've got the answer to that official review. So just to confirm, or again going over what has just been discussed, Calio was saying that the previous jammer for Auckland was hit out and when re-entering the track cut her own skaters. Now that penalty, or that no penalty, will still stand as a no penalty, and Calio will lose their official review.
The game is back on. Last jam doesn't matter. It's all about what happens from here. Mackenzie pushing hard on a solid four wall by the Rolling Rainbow.
And
the white wall out front, not enough to contain the Calio jammer. She gets lead.
And I'm pretty sure she only gets lead due to the magical properties of her purple pants.
They do look like they will just slip you through a wall, don't they? 5-point signal there by Jamref McFly. Called off as Mackenzie approached the pack. The Jamref hands off the back, signaling 0 points to Auckland. We have an official timeout being called here on track 1. 17 minutes left in the game. Calio have been extending their lead. 8 points picked up in the last jam. They're now on 282. But Auckland, well, I don't know how the maths work on that. They infinity times their score from the first period. They are on 8.
And I'm sure you know why we're all here, thanks to Bont. Bont Invitational is brought to you by Bont, with Roller Derby Australia, Newcastle Roller Derby League, and Sydney Roller Derby League. Bont, lighter, stronger, faster.
I think in the center of the track, the officials, I think, are just tallying the penalties. As we saw before, the white side of the penalty whiteboard is pretty full. Waiting on the jam line for the Rolling Rainbow is Layla Gay with Baker for Auckland. This timeout has now changed to an official review called by Auckland. Captains are in the centre conferring with the head ref. The captain for Auckland is in the box. So it looks like the official review is being brought to the side of the track. Marty Scott Crazy and his crew of refs now discussing the outcome of the review.
Okay, so what we've got going on right now is a official review for Auckland, just contesting a penalty that was called on Booga number 4x4 or 4x4 in regards to a low block. So we're looking at, if possible, having that penalty reversed.
Well, Booga's been a very effective blocker for Auckland. It would be a benefit for them, for the team, to get her back out on the track. Not a lot of action happening during this timeout. I wonder if anyone's going to have a dance-off. Anyone? Anyone?
They need music for a dance-off.
No dance-off?
I think we might need some music for said dance-off. They might all play different tunes in their head and be dancing to all weird things.
Hey, the best dance-offs, you make your own tunes.
While we're having this official review, feel free to jump online, tweet about the fact that you're here, Facebook it, rub it up over people's faces. Tell the world where you're at right now.
Refs are still discussing the outcome of that. Marty Scott Crazy coming over to talk to Booger in the box and the captains.
Okay, so back to that official review. It was in relation to taking away or removing a low block penalty from the pivot for Auckland. Unfortunately, that penalty will still stand. So the official review for Auckland has now been used up.
I was going to be like, she should get you to like read out the finish team. Oh, I told her how to pronounce it. Okay. I was going to tell her, I would have been like, also just to fill time, I would have been like, and now we have a real life Finnish person who is going to read the names properly for us.
This review's still going on. The refs conferring. It is important to get these calls right. These teams have travelled hundreds and thousands of miles to be here and play each other.
That's the tilt. So what would you do?
I believe this is the first time a European team has played here in Australia.
Yeah. You can. Ah, okay. So that's what it does. Yeah. I was not really touching it because I was sure.
Certainly the first time a New Zealand team has played a European team here in Australia.
Was set, so I've been squeezing it and moving it around to get better shots. Oh yeah, it was kind of, and also just a bit lopsided when I was. I played with it because you can do that as well here, but it's
trying to keep the 122 current viewers updated.
You get one part of the
We do
track
have
that looks straight.
an end
Then you
to
pass
that
the
official
part
review.
that looks- I think
Booger
it's just
is
that
still in
angle,
the box,
so,
so
it's all fine. But yeah, you
Auckland
had a good day?
loser official review.
Yeah.
17 minutes left on the
Bit
clock.
overwhelming.
This thing was fun to do.
Yeah?
Like with the big camera. The small camera in the hall queue was like a bit boring.
Oh, yeah.
Layla Gay now
Mind the small
pushing
camera.
hard.
The camera moves smoother. This one is like not as good.
Dukes past the final Auckland blocker for lead jammer status.
Oh, that little one down there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one I was talking about. That one moves really nicely.
Oh yeah, I did the one which is on
The other track?
in the other track.
Oh, I
and
haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I think the zoom's kind of like jumpy. So, and it's in a weird spot, so you can't do it smoothly like that. I didn't like the placement of it.
No. Well, the other camera, that camera is smoother than this one. I think this one's jumpy.
5 points awarded by Jamref McFly to the Rolling Rainbow.
Lots of classes
Bring them
tomorrow
up to
as well?
292. Four wall at the back, really containing that Auckland jammer. That's got to be tough work out there.
Oh, Fire did
However,
work
Baker just
yesterday.
keeps getting up and keeps on
Scheduled for
trying.
10 hours straight. Wow. Because she just left them on when she volunteered. Yeah. So just before we had dinner at like 6:30, she took her skates off for the first time today.
Number one rule when you're jamming out there is the last jam doesn't matter, the next jam doesn't matter. It's all about this jam.
Forget what I've done.
Baker puts on some speed to get past that final blocker.
Should be good.
Not enough to earn points, but enough to force the call off. With the Rolling Rainbow only earning an extra 4.
I'm really bad with names.
24-point jam there for the Finland team.
She was in that one. It was good. It was a lot of work on plow stopping and lots of work on plow stopping and body position and practicing when someone.
Don't forget, guys, this is just track 1.
And then doing.
If you are watching at home, the games on track 2 are being recorded and will be available for your viewing pleasure from the past, really, if you're going to watch later.
That's right, some exciting games happening this weekend over in track 2. They will be uploaded to our YouTube channel a bit later.
Oh, Maney? No, I think I was doing this then. I wanted to, but I had a shift, so.
She was saying that like a lot of her other classes are going to be like similar, so it was about.
I'm doing one of hers tomorrow,
Yeah.
6 p.m. I want to do it.
Yeah, it was a lot about like how you're, like if someone's really hard pushing you, you just like kind of dodge and scoot away.
Yeah. I've read an article
And
from
Piganti making her way through, score 5 points.
Mackenzie pushed down and bounced, but she did draw a penalty on the Rolling Rainbow blocker. That will make it a little bit easier to get through.
She must have fouled out.
Still a strong 3-wall.
Booger, she was just playing, she's fouled out.
Meanwhile, Picante, another 5 points awarded. And she continues on as lead jammer.
How is that one?
Baby, it's not a hit.
Isn't it?
No, it's like, it's.
How would you say it?
Auckland rebuilds a solid 4-wall there on the back straight. Lets her own jammer through. Traps the Finland jammer, but unfortunately not for long enough. A bunch of points signaled there.
They beat Auckland's not the strongest New Zealand team. I think Pirate City is. And Richter, I think Richter's the strong, which is frustrating.
19 points on the board.
Yeah, but Auckland, yeah.
Also sad.
Yeah. They're embracing it.
Baker jamming for Auckland up against two Bulldogs.
People move in and out of teams and leagues and all that kind of gear. So. But yeah.
Subotex outruns her jam ref there, but picks up lead and 5 points. Another 5 points there for the Rolling Rainbow. Solid defense by the Callio blockers, but the Auckland Jammer does clear the pack, gets on a scoring pass, and forces the call off.
We've got 2 Callio blockers in the bin at the moment, so a 2-4 pack happening Auckland's way.
I think it'll be interesting because then they play Canberra, VRDL. VRDL, they're like, oh, we're going to get smashed. But Canberra, they might do okay against Canberra. Like, they seem to have... Oh, she goes straight.
Mackenzie gets lead against Shane Fonda. Lots of cheers coming from the Auckland bench. Three points to nothing by Auckland in that jam.
Auckland excited. They're now in double digits, 11 to Auckland.
So there's like 12 of us maybe. Last night there was 2, 4, 6, 8.
That takes Auckland through to double digits. They've got to be a big cheer for that.
We've all just got like blow-up beds and air mattresses in all the rooms, and we're all staying there. And then
It's an official timeout here. Big thanks to Bont once again for putting on this event. It's a fantastic auditorium we're in. Great skating surface, plenty of grip so skaters can really put on their best performance. And 4 tracks so skaters can both learn and compete at the one event.
A big thank you to all our officials here this weekend. They do long days, long days. Probably more hours than they actually have to work in their normal jobs. So big thanks to them.
it's only 2 hours of sunlight in Finland right now. They're like, oh, this is so nice. Yeah, she said like 10 till 12. Maybe sunny or daylight. They didn't say sunny. They said daylight.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like you might not actually get any like sunlight.
Yeah.
Any.
I couldn't handle that. I don't think I.
Callio and Auckland having a friendly moment
Like
on the track.
the officials have sorted out the stats issue there. And the signal to get the game back underway. Booger lining up against Layla Gay on the jammer line.
Callio bringing a strong defense. Recycling Uga to the back of the pack.
That rotating tripod style wall, so effective. Absolutely frustrating in a jam against defense like that.
Where are you guys staying?
Me, Rosie, and Judith. I don't know if you know her. Like the third friend here. The
Probably.
Mexican lady.
Oh yeah, probably. I just I like even I'm one of those people where as soon as I meet someone, I've forgotten their name.
5 more points signaled for Layla Gay.
Yeah, where are you guys staying?
That brings the Rolling Rainbow to 350 on the scoreboard. Still 10 minutes left to play.
One year when we went to Canberra for a tournament, most of our team stayed in the youth hostel. Yeah.
She calls a jam leaving Auckland on 11 points.
So for those that don't know, Auckland is currently playing with less than the full 14, and they are still trying to bring it, which is amazing.
Our place is really nice. It's like on the waterfront, but it's like a 25-minute drive from here, so it's quite far.
Lead jammer picked up by Picante. Gets knocked down of bounds and calls it off. Not sure whether she's laughing or crying there. I think she's laughing. Big hug by her teammates. Despite the scoreboard difference here, all the skaters are having a great time.
Sleep better tonight. I can do it for a night or two, but I don't like it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Maybe less so number 82 Renwick, who I think has just fouled out of the game.
A lot of us have to work on Monday.
So Auckland
Cheer coming from the crowd for her. Really put it on the line tonight.
I'm not working Monday, but I'm driving people.
She's been replaced in the penalty box, and we're back underway.
The end of the day, like. Yeah, I guess it's more for like if there's any. Well, but if people purposely took Monday off for it, but.
Paleo Rolling Rainbow bringing some amazing defense.
Off work,
Using those strong walls.
maybe even some from camera. Yeah, that's like 4 hours. Huh? No, Canberra's like 3 hours from Sydney, so yeah, it'd be 5 or 6.
Subotex making easy work of the Auckland defense here. She's racked up 15 points already. Not even a minute into this jam. Really using those edges to juke left, juke right. Another 5 points.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Like, these are really hard to explain.
Carves right around the outside of turn 2. Bringing a total for the jam to 25 points.
That sounds similar in the language, and then you've got to try and explain it in another language. You're just like, these things sound the same in Finnish, but not when I translate it into English, so it doesn't work.
Got Mackenzie putting the star on for Auckland. Chain Fonda for the Rolling Rainbow. Really distinctive shorts there by the Rolling Rainbow. It stands out against the black of their uniforms. I'm pretty sure everyone can see that pretty clearly on the live feed right now. Mackenzie does clear the pack. She's starting her scoring pass, but she's drawn back by the Calio defense.
Kenzie looking to score some points. Chain Fonda calls off the jam.
Did she earn any points for that effort? Hans Offerback looking around, confirming. Looking for that hand to go up. 2 points earned by Auckland. The crowd does go wild.
The full people.
Calio picks up lead jammer. This time it's Layla Gay wearing the star. Couple of blockers earning trips to the bin though. Number 777, Kill Purty. And number 49 for Auckland, Sassy.
Baker makes her way through, going for her first scoring pass over
Layla Gay cracks a few more points on the board before calling it off. It's 3 for that pass. And Booger picks up, I think it was a low block penalty, and she's off to the box. She seems a little frustrated with that call, but
official timeout being called.
it looks like Booger might have fouled out for that low block. She's just chatting with Marty Skolk Crazy, the head ref. Yeah, we can see 3 Auckland skaters fouled out. Let's give a cheer for Booger giving a wave to her fans. Auckland bench is thinning out a little bit here. They're having to draw a C on Baker's arm. She's our new captain.
Less than 5 minutes to go in the game.
Big hit out off the line on the rolling rainbow jammer. Misconduct call going on Black 9. That's teabag. But meanwhile, her jammer has picked up lead. Pack stretching out. Quick bit of active offense by the Callio blockers. Gets her jammer through without too much effort. Full D this lap though. Callio does get through, another 5 points earned.
Auckland trying to sew
Pack
Bianca
stretching
down.
out again. The 4 wall at the back by Callio is just brutal. $20 points earned in that jam. Two minutes left in this game. Jam number 20 about to start. 21, sorry.
Baker just throwing herself into the pack.
Quickly jammer to the rolling rainbow.
Auckland still bringing a lot of energy. It's been a intense game for them today.
Silbertex forced all the way back the length of the straight. Having to start that run again, but she's through for another 5 points. She gives a nod to her team. Clearly they've rehearsed this play. Five more points on the board for the rolling rainbow. Stretch down pack as they draw the Auckland jammer back.
Pekka's still trying to fight her way through. Again, still bringing lots of energy after taking all of those hits.
Supertex finally calls it off after earning 19 more points for her team. We have an empty penalty box. It's 5-on-5 here with 42 seconds left in the period. Auckland trying some offense to get their jammer out, but it does allow the Rolling Rainbow Jammer to pick up lead. Chain Fonda pushes, draws the pack out, forces the Auckland blockers to give up and return.
Just as Mackenzie gets through, Chain Fonda calls the jam. And that is our unofficial final. We'll wait for the refs to officially call it in a moment.
That's our unofficial final here. Callio Rolling Rainbow 454. Auckland Roller Derby clocking up 13. Jam refs are just confirming that that is the final score.
And we've got both teams hugging it out now, bringing all the sweaty derby love.
You want to go grab a captain?
I'll wait till they do that.
Quite a bit of maths to calculate. McFly just doing a final check at the score before it becomes official. Never give up attitude by the Auckland skaters. They pushed hard every single jam. And that's your final score.
Again, big thank you for Colonel Panic helping out with the commentating. Otherwise, you would have just had to listen to me for the whole game. So it is true, men can multitask. For those at home, I'm sure you would have known how well he has done.
It's the final game for the evening here on track one. But Pants is going to go and find the Rolling Rainbow captain. And we'll get some words from that game.
And I'm here with Booger from Auckland Roller Derby. waving to her friends back at home. I hope you're all watching. How are you feeling?
I am feeling good. That was actually an amazing game. It's amazing to play against a team that is so much better than you, because you always walk away learning so much, but you have a yearning inside to learn more because you want to be that good. So
Definitely, and they were some hard-fought points there.
they are full of muscle. Can I just say, we were warming up, and they were beside us, and they had people on their backs doing squats. Like, come on.
Have you guys done anything in particular to prepare for this tournament?
Well, myself and Kay Sass have we went to America, and then I'm actually originally from Newcastle, so we're back in Newcastle now and playing with Auckland again before we officially leave. And the girls have been training hard. They literally had Christmas and New Year's off. They trained in between the two. They tried as good as they could, but we've got girls who are playing their first game today.
Very, very exciting. That would be very good for them. I guess a little bit nerve-wracking. Is there anything you want to say to family and friends at home or anybody watching?
I don't think my family and friends are actually watching because they're just at home in Newcastle. But to everyone that did watch that and enjoyed it, I hope that you come away wanting to see amazing games. Even though that score was like that, that game was amazing to play, and I'm sure it was just as amazing to watch.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Lebriga.
Thank you.
See you later.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower. You forget your numbers and you're